Dreamscape presents Dating the Duke by Emma Hart, narrated by Shakira Shute and Will Watt. Chapter 1. Adelaide.
Did you know they arrested that murderer? The one who killed the man who bled out over the tulips in Arrow Woods?
I choked on my toast. A particularly sharp piece got lodged in my throat, and it made my eyes water as I erupted into a coughing fit and covered my mouth with my hand. Elizabeth, Duchess of Worcester, looked at me with her eyes wide.
"Adelaide, dear, are you quite all right?"
I managed to swallow most of the offending bite of toast before I reached for my glass of water, and desperately glugged it down. Thankfully, it solved the problem, but my eyes still streamed.
"Goodness, have a tissue."
She plucked one out of a box and handed it to me, and I took it with a nod of my head. She had those tissue boxes everywhere. I wiped at my eyes, thankful I was still in my loungewear and not yet ready for the day. I could only imagine the state of me if I'd had mascara on.
"What's going on in here?"
Alexander, the Duke of Worcester and Elizabeth's son, strolled into the kitchen, looking like he was off to a business meeting with the Queen herself.
"Adelaide, what's the matter?"
"Death by toast," Elizabeth replied before I could.
"It's why I prefer yogurt. One doesn't choke on yogurt."
We'd had this discussion daily for the last week since I'd arrived at Bentley Manor. Never mind that this was the first time I'd choked, and it was solely down to the shock at her conversation starter. "I'm fine," I said, albeit a smidge scratchily. "I wasn't prepared for your mother to bring up such a macabre subject over breakfast."
"Oh, Mother,"
Alexander said, pouring himself a cup of tea and sitting next to me at the table.
"You haven't been bringing up those conspiracy theories of yours again, have you?"
Elizabeth didn't bat an eyelid as she slid him her empty teacup and saucer.
"Only on days that end in Y, Alexander. No, I was asking if Adelaide had heard about the murderer that had been apprehended in Arrow Woods. I'm assuming she had not, given the reaction."
He glanced at me. "You assume correctly," I said, pushing the remainder of my toast away from me. "I'd almost died once this morning. I'll pass, thank you." "Who did it?" I asked Elizabeth, turning my attention to the jug of orange juice and pouring myself some. She adjusted her glasses and peered at the newspaper.
"Edmund McMahon."
My eyebrows shot up.
"Eddie McMahon? Really? I went to school with him." Battered the other man over the head, apparently."
Alex put his mug down with a clatter.
"Is this really breakfast conversation material, Ma? Poor Adelaide is turning green."
Was I? I probably was. It was rather grim, wasn't it?
"Oh dear."
Elizabeth got up and fetched the biscuit tin.
"Here, have a biscuit."
"I'm fine, thank you," I replied slowly.
"There are ginger nuts. They'll help with your nausea. You aren't pregnant, are you?" "Mother."
Alexander took control of the biscuit tin and pulled it away.
"That's impolite." She didn't answer. "Because it's none of your business."
"I'm not pregnant. The chance would be a fine thing. I hadn't gotten any in months. It's just a little early for such graphic discussions about murder, that's all."
"Ah, you have a weak stomach."
Elizabeth nodded.
"Good thing you aren't here in the spring. Those sheep make a grand mess birthing their lambs." "Mother,"
Alexander said, a tad firmer this time.
"Do you not have anywhere to be? No doubt Adelaide would like to enjoy a peaceful cup of tea before Olympia wakes up and causes carnage."
I replied. "We're reading on the Kindle today."
"The Kindle? What's wrong with a real book?"
Elizabeth sniffed as she stood up.
"Everything is technologically driven, and it's a crying shame, if you ask me."
I fought back a smile. There's a setting that changes the font to something easier to read for dyslexic children. She paused, her mouth forming a small O. I would like to have her reading a chapter book alone by the end of the summer, be that on paper or on the Kindle. I continued. She's actually an extremely proficient reader, but she gets frustrated easily by the setup on paper books. I hope this setting will make it more enjoyable for her. Alexander hid a smile behind his mug. Well, Elizabeth said, smoothing out her blouse, that would make things easier, wouldn't it? I certainly hope so. As do I. She looked around uncertainly before she looked at Alex. I'm going into the village. There's a council meeting regarding the development of the skate park, and I'd like to be a part of that. You won't convince them it's a good idea, Alex said blithely. Despite what everyone wants, they won't do it. They'd rather fetter the council tax away on vanity projects like getting the signs cleaned, ignoring that poor Gerald has done it for 30 years without pay. If they must pay someone, I'd rather they backdate his pay. You'll hear no argument from me, Elizabeth said. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up. The ladies and I are on a warpath. The teenagers here need something to do before they get bored and trash the place. The youth club is only good for so long. Yes, well, if I didn't have this meeting this afternoon, I would be joining you. Alexander stood and kissed her cheek. Perhaps a letter from you may help our cause. I'll speak with Margaret and see what she thinks. She returned the gesture before bidding me goodbye and disappearing through the door. I peered after her. I have heard her go on and on about this skate park, and I still haven't the foggiest idea about what's going on. Alex chuckled as he sat back down. The playground in the park was renovated around 18 months ago. The old area has been cleared, but nobody knows what to do with it, so it was put to a community vote. The council wanted a cafe there for revenue purposes. Of course. But the community wanted something for the children, specifically the teenagers. The youth club at the church suggested a skate park, or what was it? He tapped a finger against his stubbled chin. I can't remember. Either way, the skate park was the most popular option, but the council are vehemently against it. Because they can't sell the land to someone, I guessed. Exactly. Someone floated the idea of buying it to build a skate park, but it was made quite clear that they wouldn't give planning permission. He sighed. I try not to get involved in things like this, but I'm afraid Ma is right. After the teens hit 14, there's no place for them at the youth club. It runs from 6 to 10 and 11 to 14. The older teenagers are the ones we find get into trouble, minor legal issues and the like. If there was a skate park or something similar, it would give them something to do. Why not get involved? Henry does, I said, referring to his uncle and my best friend's father, the Duke of Bath. Another sigh. I'm much younger than Uncle Henry. I don't quite have the same standing in the community, and if I were to walk into a meeting and make my position known and have the council bend to my will, I fear it would set a dangerous precedent. Knowing the people in the village, I would be called upon for every minor dispute. He shook his head. No, I'll write a letter expressing my agreement with the skate park, but it shouldn't be made public. Makes sense. Would you like another cup of tea? I'm just waiting for Olympia to get up. Then I'll be leaving. Oh yes, please, if you don't mind. Not at all. I'll get that, sir. Boris, the butler, shuffled in with Olympia hot on his heels. I found this one playing with the baby bunnies. Olympia grinned. Sorry, I got distracted. All the way across the house and halfway across the garden? Alex's eyebrows raised, but he smiled. I'm sure you did. Have you had breakfast yet? No. She skipped over, still in her pajamas, and sat opposite us. What's for breakfast? Cereal or toast, Alex replied. You're here late, and Mrs. Bell has already left for the morning to see to the cafe. She pouted. I thought she was here all morning today. No, maybe you shouldn't get distracted. I guess I'll have to have dippy eggs tomorrow. Olympia sighed and rested her chin on her hand. I tried not to smile. I don't mind making her dippy eggs if she wants them. Her face brightened. Alex turned to me. Thank you, but no. She has an alarm set and she knows to wake up with it and come down if she would like Mrs. Bell to make her some breakfast. Otherwise, it's cereal or toast.
both of which she's capable of getting herself, or at the very least that Boris may rescue for her when she sets the toaster wrong."
Olympia's face dropped once again, and I pretended not to hear Boris chuckling to himself. Alex finished his cup of tea.
"Right, I should get going."
He put his hands on his thighs and stood to walk around the table to Olympia. He took her face in his hands, bending down, and said,
"No more distractions, all right?"
"Yes, Papa."
"You do as Adelaide asks, and then same for Mrs. Berry. Understood?"
She nodded.
"Can I see the baby bunnies after?"
"If you do all your tutoring and tidy your bedroom, I'm sure Peter won't mind if you hang out in the barn for a little while. But you must do as you're asked first."
"Okay."
She reached out and hugged him tightly, and he reciprocated, kissing her on top of her head.
"Bye, Papa."
"Bye, baby. Please be good."
"I'm always good."
I hid a smile behind my cup of tea. "No comment, Your Honor."
"I'll see you later, Adelaide. Boris?"
Alex nodded to us. "Bye," I said brightly.
"Goodbye, sir."
Boris bowed his head, still holding a dishcloth and plate in his hands. "Why do you call him sir?" I asked, looking to Boris, "and not my lord?" Boris blinked at me with his dark hazel eyes. "I'm sorry, that was terribly rude and improper of me." I pressed my hand to my chest. "Forgive me." His wide mouth broke into a smile.
"Not at all. It's a fair question."
He set down the plate.
"I've worked for the family for a great many years, and after his father's passing the Duke asked me to call him Sir instead of my lord, as he believed that to be a greeting for his father. I was happy to abide by his wishes and still am."
"Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Sorry, I've been wondering since I arrived, and I'm not quite sure why it came out so abruptly like that." Olympia grinned and got up, turning towards the pantry. Boris didn't miss a beat.
"Don't you worry, Miss Astley. I'm sure the household here is a lot less formal than you're used to with your family seat."
No kidding. My uncle was the current Duke of Leicester, and, much like my grandfather, kept to a strict, very traditional way of doing things. In the week I'd been here, I'd learnt that Alexander was very much not like that. His staff were a part of his family, and he addressed the older women on his staff by their married names out of respect, but many others were by their first name. I liked it. "Adelaide," I replied with a smile. "Or Addie, if you're feeling fancy." Boris chuckled.
"Adelaide will do just fine, if you're sure."
"Perfectly so." I took the last mouthful of my tea and set the mug down. I knew better than to wash it myself, but I would set it next to the sink to keep Boris happy. "I need to get ready. Would you mind keeping an eye on Olympia while I do?" A noise that sounded suspiciously like cereal scattering across a tiled floor echoed through the kitchen.
"Oh no!"
Olympia cried from the pantry. Boris set down his tea towel.
"Don't you worry yourself, Miss Adelaide. I'll see to Olympia and clean up whatever mess is in there."
Olympia popped her head out of the pantry.
"The Cocoa Pops exploded," she explained. "Addie, are you sure I can't have dippy eggs? You can make them, right?"
I shook my head. "Sorry, kiddo. If your dad said no, it's a no. I can't overrule that." She sighed.
"I guess I'll sweep up then."
"That would be a very good idea." I winked at Boris. "I'd like you in the library at 10:15, please."
"What time is it?"
9:30. She looked at me before looking away, but she never quite met my eye.
"Can't it be 10:30?
"No. Today's session will start at 10:15 sharp. The quicker you start, the quicker you finish, and the quicker you can steal Mrs. Bell's brownies and use them to bribe Peter with." Her jaw dropped.
"How do you know I steal the brownies for Peter?"
I tapped the side of my nose with a grin. "Please sweep up that cereal, and I'm sure Boris will help you with your breakfast." He inclined his head.
"Of course I will. Come along, Olympia. We're running a tight schedule here this morning, it seems."
I held my laugh back until I'd gone upstairs to the wing where my room was located. Bentley Manor was far closer to a castle than a manor house, but the name had stuck sometime around the early 1800s, when a minor aristocrat had married a British princess, and the estate had been gifted to the newlyweds. He'd insisted on naming the estate after him, and so it was. I didn't know where the Winthrop in the Winthrop-Bentley came from, but I was determined to find out for my own nosy machinations. I really should have studied history at university instead of teaching. It wasn't like my writing was getting me anywhere either. After all, if it was, I wouldn't be here, tutoring Lady Olympia Winthrop-Bentley for some extra cash, would I? Not that I minded, not exactly. I'd discovered quickly into my teacher training that I was not a fan of trying to wrangle a large number of children into doing what I wanted them to do. Dropping out at that point seemed futile, and I hadn't wanted to disappoint my parents, so I'd completed the training. Through it, I'd learned that I did enjoy tutoring individual children, especially those who had extra needs, and Olympia was most definitely one of those. She was dyslexic and would soon be assessed for high-functioning autism. And she was quite possibly the best little girl I'd ever met in my life, never willing to let anything get her down. Well, anything other than the dippy eggs her dad refused her because she didn't wake up on time. Her dad. Alexander Winthrop-Bentley, the Duke of Worcester. Sigh. If I had one more dream about that man, I was going to lose my mind. I shut the door to my bedroom and leaned against it, closing my eyes. I was 1 week in. I could do another 5. Couldn't I? Chapter 2. Adelaide.
I can't do it.
Olympia shoved the tablet away from her and slumped forwards on the table.
The words don't make sense.
I took the tablet and, after bookmarking her place approximately halfway through Chapter 1, pressed the button on the side to shut it off. I put it back into its place inside the padded cotton sleeve and sat back in my chair. Speaking to her now wouldn't help. She was tired and overwhelmed, and nothing I could say would make her feel better. So I would wait. I would wait until she felt better and wanted to talk again. Several minutes passed before Olympia raised her head and looked over at me. Her large blue eyes, so like her father's, were hesitant and a little afraid. "Are we feeling better now?" I asked gently.
You...
Her voice was tiny.
You aren't angry?
Why ever would I be angry with you, Olympia? I slumped down on the table so I was eye to eye with her, although she was staring decidedly at a point over my shoulder.
Because I can't do it.
Well, you're perfectly wrong about that. Just because you can't do it today doesn't mean you can't do it at all.
I don't understand.
It's hard today, and that's all right. Lots of things are very hard at first. Dancing, playing football, writing, even walking. It takes babies a long time to learn to talk and walk.
I'm not a baby.
Olympia shifted in her chair. No, you're not. You're quite right. But you are trying to learn something that is very difficult for you, and it isn't going to happen immediately.
But I want it to.
I'm sure you do, honey, but that isn't how it works.
How do you know?
Well, I had to go to school for a lot of years to be a teacher. All the normal school, 2 at college, and then 4 at university, and there was some training after that, too. She frowned.
That's a lot of school.
It is, but it was worth it. It was very hard at first. I said, looking at one of the paintings on the opposite wall. It was of dogs having tea and biscuits while wearing hats and, honestly, the most random thing I'd ever seen. But it was nice to focus on something without making Olympia feel uncomfortable. I had to learn an awful lot, and it didn't all come at once. Some things were easy, but some things were very, very hard and took a long time for me to learn them.
Like the words.
Like the words. I replied gently, reaching over and touching her shoulder. I know many things can be very difficult for you, Olympia. I will never be angry with you for trying your hardest, even when you're struggling.
You won't?
She looked at me for a second.
Granny gets angry sometimes.
Oh, I'm sure she doesn't. Sometimes adults can seem angry when they're really upset or frustrated with themselves because they don't know how to help. You know your dad struggled with words too, when he was a little boy.
He told me.
Your granny didn't know how to help him when he was a little boy, and Gabriella told me that was very difficult for her. I think she finds herself in the same position with you, honey. She gets rather upset with herself, not with you. I let my hand fall to take her little one in mine. Wanting to help someone and not knowing how can be very tough sometimes. Olympia looked down at the table and fidgeted with the edge of a piece of paper, flipping it back and forth between her fingers until I worried that she was going to get a paper cut.
I want to try again.
Reading? She nodded.
I want to finish that chapter.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
I unlocked the tablet and slid it back over to her. It was open to the page she'd left off on. Olympia picked it up, then paused, and got up and walked over to the armchair. She tucked herself into a little ball in the chair by the window and gripped the edges of the tablet so that her knuckles turned white, and I watched her for a moment before turning away. If she was more comfortable reading there without being watched, then she could carry on. I opened my laptop and updated our plan. Maybe a whole chapter book by the end of the summer was too ambitious. But then again, maybe she just hadn't found the book yet. Everyone had the book, the one that made them fall in love with reading. Maybe she just needed to find hers.
I finished it!
I turned around and grinned at her. See? I told you. I knew you could do it. The sparkle in her eyes matched the brightness of her smile, and I held out my arms to hug her. She giggled and squeezed me tightly. What did you think of the book? She leaned into me.
I don't know.
Would you like to try something else tomorrow?
I think so.
Okay. I checked the time. We still have to do some writing practice, but I think we can take 5 minutes to search for a new book. I pulled up the e-book store website on my laptop as Olympia pulled a chair over. Let's see. What about this one?
What's it about?
I read the summary to her, and she shook her head, but I added it to a list just in case. We went through several books until one about fairies in a far-off land caught her attention, and after I'd checked to make sure it was appropriate for her reading level, I purchased it using the card Alexander had given me for her supplies. I was a little jealous of her book budget.
Are we done now? Is Mrs. Berry here? Can I see the bunnies?
Olympia asked, fidgeting. Nope. I slid her the handwriting workbook and a pencil. Mrs. Berry won't be here for another 30 minutes. Until then, we're doing some work on your penmanship. She sighed.
This is silly. I can type on a computer.
We'd had this argument for the last 4 days. She always lost, but it didn't stop her from trying. You can type on a computer, I agreed. But you can't type everything, and handwritten notes and letters are far more personal than those written on a machine. At some point, you'll need to write someone a note, and you'll need a pen and paper for that.
Okay.
She changed seats and sipped from her water bottle.
How many pages?
We'll see. I'd like you to work on joining letters today. I opened the book and flipped to a page with TH written in numerous ways, some solid and some dotted for her to trace. This is a common combination and a good start, plus it's quite an easy one. Look. I took another pencil, turned it upside down, and moved it in the motion.
What if I get it wrong?
Then you keep trying until you get it right. I patted her shoulder. I'll be right here if you need me.
Okay.
She looked at the page.
Then can I see the bunnies?
Then you can see the bunnies. I didn't spend as much time tutoring Olympia as I'd thought I might. She got overwhelmed and stressed out easily, and that usually meant we had to split our work into 2 sessions. That hadn't been the case today, and she'd enjoyed the writing so much that she'd continued on past the allotted half an hour. Mrs. Berry, her nanny, was a kindly older woman whose own children were grown and in university, and she was one of the genuinely kindest women I'd ever met. She loved Olympia as if she were her own flesh and blood, and when she'd come into the room to take over from me, she'd made a big fuss of Olympia's writing. The look on Olympia's face made the hard work worth it. After visiting the baby bunnies, they'd both gone into the village to get some cake for lunch. Mrs. Berry had insisted that such good writing deserved such a good treat, and I'd smiled the entire time as they left. Olympia loved cake. Mrs. Berry rewarding her today would make my job easier tomorrow. She'd be more responsive to writing if she thought there was cake at the end of it. It was a slightly dangerous precedent to be setting, but hey. Sometimes you had to do what you had to do. They'd invited me to join them, but I'd politely declined. Teaching Olympia could be tiring, especially when she was in a distracted mood like she'd been until the very end of our lesson today. Anything from a speck of dust to a plane flying overhead could throw off her focus, and that was part of the reason why I'd declined cake. Who in their right mind declined cake? A woman on a mission, that was who. I had friends who worked with children with extra needs, and I knew there would be some I could contact who might know of resources I could access for Olympia. Focusing and calming exercises were the ones we needed most. I emailed a few of my friends and then went on my own search. Of course, what Olympia truly needed was her autism assessment. There was no doubt in my mind that she would be diagnosed, but her problem was that she was a girl. Diagnosing girls with autism was one of the most difficult things in the world. So many girls slipped through the net because they masked their symptoms and struggles. They didn't always have the issues boys had making friends. In fact, a great deal of their signs were vastly different to boys, and the diagnostic criteria was based on studies carried out on boys. Girls were being left behind, and that was why it had taken Alexander this long to get her diagnosis. He'd been fighting for 5 years for someone to listen to him, and I hoped they'd get their answer by the end of the summer. I found a few calming exercises, including an app that had meditative music on. That was touch and go with Olympia's sensitivity to noise, but it was gentle and soft enough that she might just find it helpful. Besides, I wasn't sure her sensitivity applied to music. The girl was always listening to music, but she couldn't do that during lessons. We'd tried. We'd ended up having an impromptu dance party. When the app downloaded to my phone, I took to my lesson plan to work on that for the remainder of the week. It was hard to make things like reading and writing exciting, but I hoped I was doing it.
"Oh, you're here."
I jolted at the sound of Alexander's voice and pressed my hand to my chest. "Goodness, you scared me." He chuckled and walked into the living room.
"Sorry, am I interrupting you?"
"No, I'm just planning out some things for our lessons." I saved what I was working on and closed my laptop down. "How was your meeting?"
"About as exciting as a bout of hemorrhoids," he replied dryly. "I did get a call from the psychologist, though, about Olympia."
I raised my eyebrows. "Good news?"
"Yes, they're visiting next week to conduct the assessment."
He wrung his hands together.
"It's a very strange feeling."
"I imagine it is after so long, but it'll help her so much, Alex." Sitting down, he nodded slowly.
"I know. You're doing a wonderful job with her. You have no idea how much I appreciate it."
I smiled. "Well, you're not paying me to do a shoddy one."
"That's true."
That put a smile back on his face.
"Where is she, by the way? How was your lesson today? Did she behave herself?"
"That's a lot of questions," I laughed, tucking my feet beneath my butt on the sofa.
"Sorry."
"It's fine." I bit the inside of my cheek to stop myself laughing. Yes, she was perfectly behaved. Our lesson went very well. She did great with her writing, and she actually finished a chapter of a book, despite stopping halfway through and having a moment.
She went back to it.
Of her own accord. She isn't a fan of the book, though, so we did take a gratuitous 5 minutes to find her something she was more interested in.
Well, if she went back to a book she wasn't enjoying, can you imagine what she might do with one she is?
Exactly. Although, I do rather suspect we'll be hearing about fairies and talking rabbits for the next 2 weeks. His lips curled up.
We hear enough about baby bunnies as it is. I doubt ones that can talk are that much of a stretch.
That was very true. The baby bunnies she'd loved so much were a happy accident, in that both rabbits Alexander rescued for her were supposed to be female. Evidently, one was not female. Poor Annie, the male rabbit. She wouldn't change his name either.
So where is she?
Oh, believe it or not, she was enjoying writing so much she did an extra page when Mrs. Berry arrived, so she took her for cake for lunch as a treat, I said. Alexander tilted his head to the side.
That seems like a dangerous precedent to be setting.
My thoughts exactly.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Mine? I asked.
Is there anyone else here?
He smirked. I suppose not, I snorted. Nothing. I was considering taking myself for dinner, but it seems like a lot of work. He leaned back on the sofa, his lips still curved up into that annoying little smirk. Honestly, the man was far too bloody handsome for his own good, and I was going to need him to stop wearing white shirts with rolled-up sleeves. It was affecting my sleep. There were only so many times one could dream about ripping them off him before it became quite improper.
Olympia wanted to go to the aquarium. Why don't you join us?
Alexander offered, undoing the top button of his shirt.
She's been begging me for days, and since my meeting got done earlier, I think today is as good a time as any.
Oh, I've never been to the aquarium here.
It's been a while for us, but she likes the jellyfish. She asked for some for Christmas last year, and it took some explaining that Santa can't bring those on his sleigh.
What was her response to that?
That me and Granny buy her gifts too, so why can't we get her some?
I bit my lower lip and held in a laugh. That was exactly what I'd expected him to say. And what did you say?
Pet shops didn't sell them, but she could have a goldfish.
She doesn't have a goldfish.
I know. It was jellyfish or bust, apparently.
He shrugged and rested his arm across the back of the sofa.
Will you join us? She'll probably talk me into getting something extremely unhealthy for dinner, where there's likely to be ice cream.
Oh, ice cream. Now you're talking. I pushed my hair back from my face. Sure, I haven't really been out much since I got here, and that sounds nice. Plus it might give me some ideas for future lessons to engage her.
No working.
Sorry, I can't turn this off. I tapped my brain. Unless I have to write some on my book, then it won't turn on. His laugh was low and worthy of 1,000 belly butterflies.
How is your book going?
I was in a wonderful mood until you asked that.
Sorry. Should I not bother asking you about the book?
It depends. If it's the first 10,000 words, it's amazing, and the book is amazing, and I'm the greatest author ever. After that, it's all a pile of bloody rubbish that should be burnt at the stake except for that one line that's pure magic and can stay.
That sounds like a terrifying roller coaster.
It is, and that's just the first quarter. Don't even bother asking about the rest, it gets worse. He looked down, laughing, and shook his head.
You really do need to get out, don't you?
I sighed. I really do. Chapter 3. Adelaide. The village town of Whitborough was nestled in the foothills of the expansive Bentley estate, and it was exactly the kind of place you'd see in a cute British TV show, with an overabundance of murders. It was full of adorable little Cotswold-esque rows of cottages and terraced houses with adorable well-tended gardens and paved streets with no driveways. Small alleyways stretched off between end terrace houses that gave access to the back gardens, and little sections of the paths and roads in the village centre were cobbled and uneven, adding to the charm of the streets. Detached farmhouses and cottages were visible as we moved closer to the edge of the village, and we were soon surrounded by rolling green fields with herds of cows and flocks of sheep. The view was broken only by large barns and ponds and the sight of tractors trawling through the fields. Even the dark clouds that slowly let go of misty rain couldn't dull Whitborough's beauty. Unfortunately, we had to venture outside the beautiful village to get to the aquarium, but not too far. Olympia practically bounced in the back seat the entire way, to the point I thought she would break her booster seat. No matter how much she insisted she didn't need it, she was under both the age and the height limit, and that was that. We passed the sign that welcomed us to Chesterbury and took the third exit from the roundabout. Another sign swiftly directed us to the Chesterbury Aquarium, and Alexander made the turn towards the building with a giant fish above the sign. That was one way to grab people's attention, I suppose. A giant clownfish was rather in your face. Alexander parked in an empty space, and we all got out of the car. The car park was almost full, and although I despised the idea of being surrounded by so many people at any one time, I really did need to get out. And although I'd driven from Whitborough several times, I'd never actually stopped and explored. I was going to have to make a point to do that, but for now, the aquarium would suffice. Olympia grabbed my hand and wrapped her fingers around mine. Alexander pulled his phone from the pocket of his jeans and tapped at it, then offered it to the young woman behind the reception desk. She scanned his phone while I pursed my lips. Those were our tickets, and I didn't know he'd already bought them.
You're good to go. Here's a list of the talks for this afternoon in case you'd like to sit in on any. I'd recommend the Shark Talk, and feeding in the auditorium aquarium at 3:30. But it fills up fast, so get there early. She handed him a leaflet. Other than that, if you need to leave for any reason, please see the desk, and we'll stamp your hand so you can get back in easily. Do you have any questions? Can we see the sharks get fed, Papa?
Olympia asked Alexander. He smiled.
Of course we can. Thank you, he said to the woman behind the counter. Come on then, let's go. He ushered us off towards the path that would start our journey through the aquarium, and Olympia bounced from my hand to his and dragged him along.
Jellyfish! I want to see the jellyfish!
She tugged hard on his arm.
Ow, Ollie!
He put his hand on top of hers and stopped, pulling her off the side.
We'll see the jellyfish, but we're not rushing, all right?
She pouted, but nodded.
All right. Can we see the crocodile?
The crocodile? I asked.
There's a caiman. Alexander looked at me with his lips twitching. Miniature crocodile.
Oh. That made so much more sense than a huge-ass crocodile in the middle of a stingray exhibit or something. Oh, I said after a moment. Okay, that makes sense. He laughed and let go of Olympia's hand as she rushed towards the first exhibition. That was actually the caiman. She dropped to her knees and flattened her hands against the glass, only just stopping short of actually pressing her face into it.
Did you think there was a crocodile here?
He fought a smile as we caught up to her. It's an aquarium. It's not that outside the realms of possibility. Shrugging, I put my hands in the pockets of my jeans. It might have been August, but this was England after all. I was trying to figure out where they might put it.
The building is deceptively big. You should see the shark tank. It's absolutely incredible. And the feeding talk is always worth seeing. I think I've seen it 60 times since she discovered her love for sea creatures.
I see him! There he is, Papa, look!
Olympia pressed her fingertip against the glass. He quirked his eyebrows at me and joined her against the glass.
Oh, wow. Good spot. He's hiding.
He is! Addie, look!
I had no choice but to join them. I couldn't see the bloody thing, but I pretended I did all the same. Oh yeah, look at him, he's very cool.
Uh-huh.
Olympia jumped up and moved on, leaving us lagging behind her. Does she ever slow down? I whispered to Alexander. He grinned. Do you need me to answer that? I shook my head in response. No, I did not. You can't see the Cayman, can you? I glanced at him. No idea where he is. Just there, under the water. See his nose poking out between the rocks. I leaned over so I could see from his angle, and sure as heck, there it was. His slimy little nose was just poking out. Oh, now I see him. I think I was at the wrong angle. Probably. Alexander's voice was very close to me. Very, very close. Which made sense, because I practically had my head on his shoulder. I straightened, clearing my throat. Sorry, I didn't realize I was practically taking a nap on you. Laughing, he stood up. Don't worry about it.
Are you coming?
Olympia called from the other side of the room.
Just look at this starfish, it's huge!
We dutifully crossed over to where she was, and oohed and ahed appropriately over the admittedly very large starfish. Olympia was an absolute squirrel as she rushed from exhibition to exhibition, demanding our attention for every single thing. She only slowed down when Alex handed her his phone and told her to take photos of everything she really liked. It didn't bring her down to a normal level of speed, but it did enough that she actually paused at a few of the information plaques that were dotted around. She stopped long enough to study a few of the names, even asking us to pronounce some of the ones she wasn't sure about, and reading them back. She was trying so hard to better her reading, and I couldn't help but smile at her. It looked like a lesson on sea creatures would be on the agenda. I held back largely from the father-daughter time, enjoying my own perusal of the sea life here. It was surprisingly enjoyable to meander through exhibitions that had local British species, and I especially enjoyed the native stingray pool. It was a huge pool with an open top that had a bridge off to the side, so you could look over the top and see them from above. Why were aquariums considered to be a day out for children? I was having the best time. It helped that it was much quieter than I thought it would be. There weren't half as many people as the car park had led me to believe, and perhaps that was because it served more than just the aquarium. We passed through a dark curtain, and Olympia's scream of "Jellyfish!" echoed off the walls, and Alex flinched. Ollie, calm down, he admonished her gently. You'll scare the other animals. We entered a dark room that had a huge floor-to-ceiling center tank with 360-degree viewing. There were tanks all through the room, but she was only interested in the one in the middle that had some ethereal-looking, almost luminescent, semi-translucent jellyfish happily floating around it. Olympia pressed her entire body against the side of the tank, practically hugging it. I don't even think she twitched as she stared at the jellyfish, and shoot, if I knew that was all I needed to calm her down, I'd have found and bookmarked a YouTube video of these things by now. We might as well sit down, Alexander said with amusement lacing his tone. We're going to be here a while. I turned to see him take a seat on a wooden bench, and I sat next to him. It's like that, huh? Yes, we'll be here at least 20 minutes, and I suspect she'll only leave because she wants to see the sharks get fed. He peered over at me with a smile. And that's why she can't have pet jellyfish. She'd never get anything done. I dipped my head and laughed quietly. That makes a lot of sense. I looked back up at her. She hadn't moved an inch. For a child who could never sit still, it was quite remarkable. What are your plans for the weekend? Alex asked, drawing my attention back to him. Mine? Oh, I'm not sure. I think Eva was going to try to get the train up on Sunday if she could get off work. Gabby said she might join her after Charlotte Howard's charity gala this weekend. Alexander grunted. What? Are you not a fan of charity galas? Neither the galas nor Charlotte Howard, he replied dryly. It's not even her gala, it's Frederick's, but it's not as if that's ever stopped her making it all about her.
Meow. Someone's feeling catty.
Alex shot me a look. Were you not invited?
Goodness, no, and I couldn't be happier about it. I sniffed. I'd imagined she was in charge of the guest list, and Eva and I have never gotten along with her. Gabby only does for the sake of keeping up appearances. You're not the only one who thinks she's too big for her boots, you know. He inclined his head in my direction.
It's hardly surprising that Frederick finally proposed to her. I rather think she wore him down.
I think everyone knows she wore him down. It's not a secret that her mother is a catastrophic social climber, especially since her father went to jail for embezzlement.
I suppose they both want to get back to where they believe they belong, socially speaking, of course.
Yes, but if the wedding happens, Charlotte will be a future countess, a solid few steps above just having a little money, isn't it?
Now who's being catty?
I'm a woman. I'm supposed to be catty. Especially when it's someone as vile as Charlotte digging her claws into someone as lovely as Frederick.
Are you jealous, Adelaide?
Of Charlotte? I should think not, and I'd thank you to keep those thoughts to yourself next time.
He chuckled. Fred is quite the catch, and a very good friend of mine. He's the only reason I'll be attending this weekend. God only knows I have no desire to hear Charlotte remind everyone how she's related to Catherine Howard.
Ugh, don't. The woman was queen for 5 minutes before she was beheaded. If you ask me, it was a fitting punishment. I wish I could behead the buggers who have cheated on me. I leaned back and crossed my legs. What? I bet people would be a lot more faithful in relationships if they knew it could literally cost them their head. We didn't utilize swords nearly enough these days.
Oh, please. There was no proof either Anne Boleyn or Catherine Howard cheated on Henry. Besides, he never should have been king.
Actually, there is proof that Catherine Howard was conducting an affair with her cousin and wasn't even a virgin when they married. Then I paused. He never should have been king. Oh dear. Slowly I turned to look at Alex.
Oh no, don't tell me you're a Yorkist. Oh God, you're a Lancastrian, aren't you?
I held up my hands. If you believe a man who killed 2 children just to become King of England was worthy of the title, then I'm not sure I can even talk to you.
There's absolutely no proof Richard killed the princes in the Tower.
There's absolutely no proof he didn't.
I like the theory Margaret Beaufort had a hand in it. It worked out arguably better for her, didn't it?
I rolled my eyes. Oh, come on. Margaret Beaufort was many things, a dirty turncoat among them. But a murderer? How would she have even gotten into the Tower to kill them?
Assassins. She had allies in Richard's camp.
You've been spending too much time on the internet and not in actual history books.
Alex shrugged. I didn't say I thought she did it, just that I like the theory. You have to admit, it's one of the more fascinating ones.
He was right. Of all the theories, it was one of the more exciting ones. But it was such a loose and hole-filled theory. The idea that Henry VII's mother killed the princes in the Tower was rather dramatic, but it simply didn't make sense. Talk about playing the long game. I know the Plantagenets and the Tudors were a bloody bunch, but even that one seemed a little far-fetched. I'll give you that, I said slowly, but I can't give you anything else. Richard was a terrible king and deserved to be overthrown.
Henry was from an illegitimate line. The Yorks had the strongest claim, which was why he married Elizabeth of York, to strengthen his claim.
The entirety of our royal history is based on people killing each other for the throne until things stabilized under the Tudors. Does legitimacy really matter? He sighed.
Spoken like a true Lancastrian.
Oh, do be quiet. You're just mad your guy lost.
Is it time for the sharks yet?
Olympia called without turning her head around.
Are they getting fed? I don't want to miss them, Papa.
Alex checked his watch.
10 minutes. We should probably go and find a seat if you want to get one.
She peeled herself away from the glass with a huge smile on her face.
Come on!
Chapter 4. Alexander. Do you have a date for the gala yet? I slid my gaze away from my laptop and the email I was writing and focused on my mother. I do not, and I will not. Alexander! Ma opened the curtains opposite me, sending sun streaming into my eyes. She quickly rectified her mistake by pulling the blind cord to send the Venetian blind rattling down the window, and the sun was mostly blocked out once more. Your invitation included a +1. It's bad manners not to take a +1. Yes, Ma, but I don't have a +1. I signed off my email and sent it. Besides, I have 1,000 things I'd rather be doing this weekend than travelling to Bath for this charity event Frederick is throwing. She did a double take. Frederick is hosting it. I thought Charlotte was. You and everyone else, I replied dryly, closing down my laptop. But no, it's actually Frederick's. Mum shook her head. That girl has ideas above her station. Terrible manners to be taking over his event like that. Why can't she wait until she's really trapped the poor boy and his countess? Because his father continues to drag out the wedding planning. I think he's hoping he'll die before he has to see Fred marry her. Thomas doesn't exactly get along with her. Not a dreadful plan, all things considered, she muttered. I'm surprised Annabel hasn't attempted to put her in her place yet. I sighed and leaned back, resting my hands on the chair. I spoke to Fred earlier this week. She's largely trying to keep the peace between Charlotte and Thomas. Charlotte discussed moving in with Fred, and Thomas refused to allow it. He said that no child of his will live in sin in the family seat. Didn't he allow his brother and his fiancée to live there before they married? Yes, but for goodness sake, don't let her find that out, or all hell may just break loose. Seems like a perfectly good thing to do to convince poor Frederick to call that wedding off. Mother, I warned. She waved her hand. I'm not going to say anything, Alexander. I'm sure he's more than aware of all her shortcomings. I wasn't so sure, personally. He was rather blinded by love, or lust. By all accounts, they were one and the same with Charlotte Howard and Frederick Dormer. Still, it's polite of you to take a guest, my mother continued. It's for charity, Alexander. I'm aware of that, Ma. I've paid a significant sum for the privilege of attending. I picked up my phone and unlocked it. Put your phone down when I'm talking to you. I did as she said. Thank you. Have you paid for the +1? I replied. I wasn't given much of an option, given Charlotte insisted the money be paid a month ago or the seat would be offered elsewhere. I wasn't going to do it, but she all but threatened to set me up with her cousin. Ma shivered. Oh, yes, that was a very smart decision in that case. She didn't need to tell me that twice. Why don't you ask Adelaide if she'd attend with you? I stilled. Why would I ask Adelaide? Oh, she's part of the same social circle. Gabriella will be there with Miles, presumably. I'm sure Miles would appreciate having someone else he knows. He won't be there. I spoke to Gabriella yesterday. He's apparently fighting with the magpies and his fruit bushes. They've figured out how to break into his fruit cages, and he can't find the entry point, so he's going on a stakeout. Ma blinked at me. I don't know what to say about that dreadful excuse. I shrugged. Either way, I think Uncle Henry is going with her instead. Why don't you come with me? To a gala Charlotte Howard thinks she's running? No, thank you. I'd rather perform cataract surgery on myself without any anesthesia. And everyone wondered why my cousin was so dramatic. It was the women in the Hastings family. They were all so over the top. You could have just said no, Mother. Of course I could have, but it didn't have quite the same ring to it as that one. She held her hand out in front of her and examined her nails. Besides, I promised Olympia she and I would visit the farm this weekend. Edward has graciously allowed her to feed the baby goats. Edward, Don't start. Is there romance in the air? Just because my sister took up with the butler doesn't mean I have designs on romance with the staff myself, Alexander. Please behave. She rested her hands in her lap and sat up straight.
Besides, I have no intentions of remarrying. I like my title far too much. It puts people like Charlotte Howard in her place.
That's another reason I won't ask Adelaide. The two of them do not get along, and I've heard Charlotte is starting to think herself better than others. I have no desire to put Adelaide in a situation that might make her uncomfortable.
There are plenty of other women of our standing you could invite.
I hit my mother with a look. This was a conversation we'd had 1,000 times, and then some. She was more than aware that I had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. Olympia was my priority. While I also knew I had to have a son if the dukedom were to continue, I wasn't going to faff about trying to find someone to marry just to have another baby when my daughter needed me right now. My good friend Matthew Bennet, the current and new Earl of Anglesey, was already going down that particular route. I wished him luck, but for now I was perfectly happy with just me and Olympia.
Do you want to know what I think, Alexander?
My mother asked primly. I consider it a great honour when you bestow your thoughts and opinions on me, mother, I replied, just as tightly. She pursed her lips disapprovingly.
I think you enjoy having Adelaide in the house, and you get along well. I think you're hoping the opportunity will arise for something to happen between the two of you.
That was a lot of thinking. Thank you for sharing, I said, opening my laptop back up. I think Adelaide and Olympia will be done with today's lesson soon. Would you mind checking while I get some work done? She harumphed as she stood up and headed towards my office door. Please close it on your way out. She let it swing shut firmly behind her, and the crash of it closing was only a smidge less than if she'd outright slammed it. How was I supposed to raise a preteen girl not to slam doors if her grandmother made it a terrible habit? I refreshed my email and sighed. Did I like Adelaide? Yes, I did, very much. Did I enjoy her company? Again, yes, I did, although it was somewhat dulled by discovering she was on the wrong side of the Lancastrian/Yorkist argument, but that didn't dull the pleasure I felt when we spent time together. And yes, for the record, I found her to be exceptionally attractive. I may have even considered asking her to the event this weekend, until she'd made her distaste for Charlotte perfectly clear. That didn't mean I harboured hopes of a relationship with her. Although it would no doubt please both our families, Adelaide deserved the freedom to achieve her dreams and start a family of her own when she was ready, not take on one that was already made. No. Despite what my mother thought, I was not going to cross that line with Addie. Not for a second.
Gabriella. Do you have a date for Saturday?
I stared at my phone. Not this again. I'd only had this same conversation with my mother yesterday, and I was still reeling from it. Me. I'm in a meeting.
Gabriella. No, you're not. You got off the phone with Dad 10 minutes ago.
Me. I have another meeting. Gabriella.
How come you can text, then?
Sod it. My cousin was far too smart for her own good. Me. No, I don't have a date. I'm not getting a date. Why?
Gabriella. I spoke to Sarah earlier. Charlotte has 4 separate single women she'll be introducing to eligible bachelors.
At this point, I wasn't going to attend. Me. Didn't I tell her last time I wasn't interested?
Gabriella. She doesn't care. Sarah said she's determined to set her cousin and some of her friends up. She's got a rocket up her arse and it's Destination Duchess for her cousin.
Me. I think I'll be ill this weekend. Gabriella.
Absolutely not. I need someone to hold my hand.
Me. Why couldn't you be my +1? We could have saved us both money.
Gabriella. Because I was supposed to bring Miles, remember? But it's getting rather heated in Season 2, Episode 13 of The Magpie Wars.
Me. Sounds like a cliffhanger is on the way.
Gabriella. Luckily season 3 is already in production.
Me. What are you doing with your spare ticket?
Gabriella. Dad was going to see if he could swing it, but I don't think he can, and Aunt Cat is in London for the weekend with Arthur.
Ah, yes. Arthur. It had come to quite a shock to Uncle Henry, the Duke of Bath, that his sister had been secretly having an affair with their butler. Me. Is your dad over that yet?
Gabriella. He will never be over it.
Me. Will you go alone if you can't find anyone?
Gabriella. Not sure. I might check with Ava. I think she was going to come to see Addie anyway.
Me. Adelaide mentioned it. She was waiting to see about work, I think.
Gabriella. Let me find out. We can always take the twins between us.
Me. Not you as well.
Gabriella. What? What did I do?
Me. Ma has been on at me about taking Adelaide. She seems to think I'm harbouring desires of a relationship with her.
Gabriella. I don't blame you if you are. She's hot.
I rubbed my hand down my face, fighting back a laugh. I could always count on Gabby to make me smile. Me. Oh, that's not the point. I'm not. Taking her would only give her extra ideas.
Gabriella. So take Eva. I'll take Addie.
Me. Why don't you just come with me? It'll save all the hassle. You can probably sell your seats. I think Charlie and Freya missed out.
Gabriella. Let me see what Dad's doing and I'll let you know.
Me. All right, don't take too long, though. And let me know what happens in this episode of the Magpie Wars.
Gabriella. He can text you himself. I'm sick to bloody death of hearing about those magpies.
I laughed and put my phone down on the desk. Gabby and Miles's relationship had had a rocky start, but he and I had clicked the moment we'd met. Since they'd started dating, they'd gone from strength to strength, and he and I had become good friends. Good enough to know that while he probably was battling magpies in the gardens of Arrowhead Estate, there was absolutely no reason why he couldn't attend with her this weekend. Well, I knew the reason. He was still adjusting to being romantically involved with someone who had a title. He'd opened up to me about his upbringing, and I knew our social circle was still foreign and alien to him. Luckily, so did Gabby. She did never push him to do anything he was uncomfortable with, even if that meant indulging his ever-hilarious excuses about why he couldn't put a suit on and pretend to give a damn about rich people shit. His words, not mine. For what it was worth, despite the fact that I myself was a duke, I was far more comfortable hanging out in the gardens with him than I was in a suit. I couldn't stand the fawning at the parties, the people who saw me as nothing more than a title, a means to an end, to societal standing, to fortune. I was rapidly reaching a point when I was going to show up to these things with a fancy bow on my head so I looked like the prize these people thought I was.
Papa, I'm done. Olympia bounced into the living room with Adelaide hot on her heels. Is Mrs. Berry here yet? I'm hungry. Did Mrs. Bell leave me lunch in the kitchen? Can I get a snack?
She was full of beans today. It must have been a good lesson. I laughed and patted the spot next to me on the sofa. First, you can tell me about your morning. Did Adelaide make you run around the garden today? Wipe the cupboards? Sweep the floors? Or, shock horror, clean your bedroom? Adelaide grinned as she sat down on the sofa opposite us. Olympia giggled.
No, Papa. I read a whole chapter all by myself.
A whole chapter? Wow, well done you. She beamed as though I'd just told her she was getting a puppy.
It was great. There's a fairy called Olive, and she has to save her fairy world from an evil witch.
My jaw dropped. An evil witch? Oh no, that sounds awful and dangerous. Ollie nodded solemnly.
It is. She's very mean.
It sounds like a very good book. Is it on the Kindle?
Yes. The new font is helping, I think, Adelaide said, smiling at Olympia. That and the fairies, at least.
Her smile was so warm, and her eyes shone with something that looked a little bit like pride, and that made my own feeling of pride swell up inside me. "And we did some writing, didn't we?" Adelaide continued. "We also agreed that if she reads one chapter every day and does her writing practice, she can use the laptop to write a story of her own." My eyebrows shot up. "A story of your own, huh?" I wrapped my arm around Olympia and pulled her in for a hug. "That sounds like a lot of work." She nodded sagely.
"But Addie is writing a book, and she can type very fast. It looks very easy. I want to try too."
I glanced at Adelaide. She looked like she was going to throw up. I patted Ollie on the arm. "I don't think it's quite as easy as you think it is, Princess, but that's the spirit, I suppose. Right, Adelaide?"
That's the spirit."
I almost laughed at her. "Now to answer your questions," I said to my daughter. "Mrs. Berry has the day off, so you're stuck with me, I'm afraid. And no, there isn't lunch ready, but I believe Boris just let Mrs. Bell in, so if you go to the kitchen and ask her very nicely, I'm sure she'll be able to find you some dippy eggs." She gasped, then jumped up and ran out of the living room. Her footsteps thundered against the wooden floors, and the sound wasn't too dissimilar to a herd of elephants stampeding. At least, that's what I imagined a stampeding herd of elephants sounded like. I turned to look at Adelaide. Now, how on earth did she decide she suddenly wants to write a book?
Chapter 5. Adelaide. I sighed, running my hand through my hair. "I'm really not quite sure," I admitted. She was reading in the armchair, so I thought I'd open my manuscript and edit the first 5 chapters to get them to my agent for his opinion while she was busy. It must have taken me longer than I thought because I found her looking over my shoulder. Alex chuckled. Thankfully, this one has no inappropriate language for her age. My cheeks flushed lightly. The last thing I wanted was for him to find out I didn't just write young adult fiction. He did not need to know that I moonlighted as a spicy romance author under a pen name, thank you very much. Belle St. James would stay my little secret. Amen, thank you, and good night. She asked me what I was doing, so I explained to her that I was writing a book. She asked if she could write one too, and here we are. "I suppose it might keep her out of trouble," he said slowly. "But she's going to make me read it 50 times, isn't she?" I grinned. "Probably, but count yourself lucky. You'll get an edited version. I'll have to turn it into some lessons for her." "You have the patience of a saint, Adelaide." "Not quite, or I'd actually put my degree to work and be a real teacher." "One child is quite enough." "I can't help but agree," I mused. "Are you done for the day now?" I nodded. "Yes, I don't want to overwhelm her. She's making such good progress, and she'll tell me when she's ready for more." "What are your plans now?" I motioned to the laptop on my thighs. "I was going to go out for some lunch, and then write a few thousand words I'm sure to hate in the morning." His lips curled to one side. "You're really hard on yourself, you know that?" "All writers are. It's part of our personalities." I shrugged and crossed my ankles. "Do you want some company for lunch? You can stay here, you know." "Oh, I know, but I realized yesterday I haven't really explored the village much. I've hit a bit of a block, so taking a quiet walk through Whitborough might help me figure some stuff out." Alexander nodded slowly. "If you ever want to talk anything over, I'd be happy to help you." My heart skipped. "Thank you. That's kind of you. I'll keep it in mind." He smiled. "It would be a pleasure. When are you heading out?" I checked the time on my phone. "I think I'll leave in a minute. Any recommendations for a nice lunch spot?" He tilted his head to the side, and his eyes sparkled with pleasure. "I thought you'd never ask. What do you fancy?" "Maybe just a cafe or something. Nothing fancy." "There are 2. Mrs. Bell's Cafe, Busy Brews Coffee on the square, and Map Room Cafe down by the river." "Which one would you recommend?" "I'm partial to Mrs. Bell, naturally, but it tends to be busier at her place. If you're looking for somewhere a bit quieter, definitely go to Mapram Cafe.
He tapped his finger against his chin.
Maggie does the best fresh soup.
Yum. Soup sounded amazing, even if it was warm outside.
Mapram Cafe it is, then. I slid my laptop off my legs and stood up. Would you like me to bring anything back for you? His eyebrows quirked as if they were about to shoot upwards, but he'd stopped them. No. Thank you, though. I held his gaze for a moment longer before I nodded and turned away, leaving him to himself. The look of brief surprise on his face was jarring to me. He had a whole host of staff in this manor house, and from what I'd heard, he was hugely respected in Whitborough. Did nobody ever ask him if he wanted anything? Well, of course they did. What a strange thought for me to have. People asked him daily what he wanted. Did he want these flowers in that room or this? Would he like the new towels in blue or green? Did His Grace want chicken or duck for dinner tonight? But did anyone care what he wanted? Did he want a cream cake at 2:00 in the afternoon? Or was he a pastry kind of man? Would an apple turnover be more likely? No. The Duke of Worcester struck me as a man who snuck cream cakes into bed and got crumbs everywhere. I tucked my laptop into my bag and fetched a light jacket. It was warm, but still a little windy, and there were enough clouds in the sky that rain was a real possibility. If that didn't sum up the British summertime, I wasn't sure what else would. I got into my car and started the engine to make my trip into the village. The roads were predictably quiet, and the only traffic I encountered was that of a rogue pair of ewes who jumped over both the fence and the hedgerow and were happily chewing on some sort of greenery at the side of the road. Unfortunately, sheep weren't exactly known for their manners. They didn't have the best reputation for cooperation, unless you were a sheepdog, and I was not. At least, the last time I checked. It was a good few minutes of me beeping my horn and edging my car forwards traitorously slowly before they moved. Bloody sheep. Always in the way. The rest of my drive was as uneventful as it could be, and I followed the signs down to the car park nearest to the river. It was behind the village hall, and there were only a few spaces left when I pulled in, and I got the feeling I was quite lucky to find even that many. After paying for parking and leaving the display ticket on my dashboard, I slipped the strap of my messenger bag over my shoulder and headed towards the riverfront. It was much chillier down here despite the sun being out, and I was so glad I'd thought to grab a jacket. A breeze wafted off the river and blew my hair over my face and into my mouth. Yum. I loved the taste of hair in the morning. Not. It also wasn't morning, but I digress. Whitborough was truly a beautiful village. I hadn't seen the waterfront area until now, and I wasn't entirely sure the river was wide enough to be considered a river. Perhaps a disused canal was more apt, but it was apparently classified as a river, so whatever. Gorgeous stone bridges provided both pathways and a single-track road over the river, and two older gentlemen leaned over the side of one of the bridges, and I paused for a moment to watch as one of them reeled a fish in from the water. They caught me watching and raised hands in a wave, and I returned the gesture, albeit a little shyly. Oops. I ducked my head down and scurried along the wall until I reached a small row of buildings. They were all painted in different colours, reminiscent of the seaside, which was quite ridiculous, considering we were nowhere near it here. Still, the pastel shades were beautiful all the same. Map Room Cafe was painted a pretty shade of pastel blue, and I paused for a moment outside. The cafe's name was printed black on a standout white sign with beveled edges. Gorgeous metal tables, similar to bistro sets, sat outside the windows under the awnings, and each one had a small glass vase with fresh flowers in. The name did not fit the setting at all, and I was more than a little confused by it. I pushed open the white wooden doors and stepped inside, carefully closing the doors behind me, and froze. On the wall to my right was a map of the world, Not England. Not the United Kingdom. Not even Europe. The entire world. At least the name made some form of sense now. Small Polaroid photos were pinned to various places on the map, and I could just about make out the Eiffel Tower roughly where Paris should be, and there was something that appeared to resemble the Grand Canyon, hovering in the general southwestern area of the United States. Most of the others were too blurry for me to make out from this distance, with the notable exception of the Statue of Liberty pinned to New York.
Are you eating in or taking away, dear?
I turned at the jolly voice with a gentle Welsh lilt and found myself face to face with a woman I wanted to pin as someone in her late 60s. Her hair was the most gorgeous auburn colour, and the loose strands that fell around her face, escaping her bun, gave away the fact it was curly. "Oh, I'd like to eat in, if you have a table, please," I said after a moment. She chuckled and looked around.
Just you?
Just me.
There's one over there in the back corner, just by the spider plant there, you see it?
I followed the direction she was pointing in. Yes.
Go and sit yourself down there, dear, and I'll be right with you.
Thank you very much. I walked away from the map wall and towards a much brighter corner of the cafe. Thankfully, the plant was further away from the table than it had looked from near the door, so I didn't have to worry about bugs dropping into my food. I shuddered as I sat down. The rest of the cafe matched the colour scheme outside. Dark wood flooring, white wooden tables and chairs, blue accessories, even powder blue walls. It all worked, tied in together by the same vibrant mix of colourful fresh flowers on each table. I plucked the menu card from the holder and opened it out. It was exactly the kind of comfort food I was looking for. Soups, various types of sandwiches served on different types of bread, salads, even all-day breakfast options. The soup list was divine. There were classics like tomato soup, mushroom, oxtail, minestrone, plus fancier ones like potato and leek or carrot and coriander. I was a little basic for those fancier ones. I was happy with a good tomato soup and a little bit of basil with some crusty bread, to be honest. I moved the menu to the side, having decided on the most basic soup in the history of the world, and pulled my laptop from my bag. It had a full charge, but I did have the charger with me just in case. If this place even had somewhere I could plug it in. I opened my laptop and fired it up in front of me. Maybe a change of scenery would be what I needed to get words down on this book. It had been the bane of my existence ever since I typed the first words. My agent had insisted this was the best idea, and I now hated myself for agreeing to it. It might have been the best idea of the three I'd proposed, but it didn't mean it was my favourite one. Lesson learned not to give her ideas I didn't like very much.
What can I get for you, dear?
The auburn-haired woman appeared at the side of me for the second time today. Goodness, her footsteps were completely silent. It was a little unnerving. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I picked the menu back up. It's my first time here. What would you recommend?
Oh, first time?
She paused and looked at me with narrowed green eyes.
Aren't you staying at Bentley Manor with the Duke?
You just had to adore villages, didn't you? The privacy one could obtain was outstanding. Yes, I am. Adelaide Astley. I offered her my hand to shake.
Maggie Thomas.
Her hand was warm as she clasped it around mine.
You're tutoring the little un, aren't you?
I wouldn't refer to Olympia as a little un exactly. Olympia? Yes, I am. You're not from around here. Neither are you, I smiled. Maggie gave a huge belly laugh, throwing her head back.
Well played, Adelaide. Forgive me, we're all a tad interested about you.
Well, fortunately, I'm from a village much like this one, so it's not unfamiliar to me. I had a small laugh of my own. But for today, I think I'd just like some food and to get a little work done.
I can't help you with the work, but I can most certainly do the food. Now, did you want a recommendation?
Actually, I think I'll go simple with the tomato soup, I replied. And a lemonade, please. She scribbled it down on a pad of paper.
Good choice. Soft or crusty bread? Crusty, please. Got it. Let me ring that through to the kitchen and I'll get you that lemonade.
Thank you so much. I smiled at her when she disappeared. It soon dropped as I had to turn my attention back to my novel. I saw no clear path to the end. I saw no clear road to the middle. Heck, there wasn't even a crossroads to Chapter 6. I tapped my nails against my laptop and stared at the page. I was stuck roundly in the middle of Chapter 4 and I had nothing. Nada. No inspiration, no drive, no desire. I may as well have been writing a eulogy.
You look troubled, dear,
Maggie said, setting a huge glass of lemonade with ice on a coaster next to my laptop.
Is work not going well?
You could say that, I replied. I need to get some work to my agent, but I'm utterly uninspired and have been for at least 2 weeks.
To your agent? What work is it?
She rested her hand on the back of my chair. I'm a writer. Well, an aspiring writer, really.
Do you write?
Yes, of course I do. Usually.
Then you're a writer. You're only an aspiring writer if you haven't yet written anything, and it looks to me as though you have.
I smiled at her. I suppose you're right.
Of course I am, dear.
Maggie straightened up and looked down at me.
If you're struggling, why not simply write something else?
My agent wants this one.
Yes, but what do you want, Adelaide?
A ping sounded from somewhere in the back of the cafe.
Oh, that'll be your soup.
She patted the table.
Give me a minute.
I nodded, but her words were whirring around my brain until the ones on the screen in front of me blurred. What do you want, Adelaide? What did I want? I clearly didn't want to write this book, did I? At least, not right now. Inspiration was a funny old thing, and in 6 months' time it might strike for this book. But I didn't want to write it today. I saved the document and closed it down to open a new one. Maggie set a bowl of hot tomato soup and a plate of crusty buttered bread on the table next to me and peered over at my page.
Starting something new?
Maybe. You're right. I was writing something I didn't want to write at the moment, and that means I'm not writing anything at all. I pushed the laptop back so I could bring the food closer to me. This smells divine, Maggie. She smiled. Thank you. I'll pass it on.
Can I get you anything else?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Enjoy.
Maggie turned, but she swiftly paused and looked back at me.
Adelaide, are you busy tomorrow night?
I hesitated. I am not.
Do you know of the Pheasant Arms?
Isn't that the pub on the square?
Yes. We have a cross-stitching club that meet there 3 times a week, and our next meeting is tomorrow at 7 p.m.
She tilted her head to the side.
Just 4 of us, and Millie is around your age if I've got you pegged correctly. Late 20s?
I nodded.
Come down if you feel like it. No pressure, but if you're going to be here all summer, you might like some friends.
Maggie's green eyes sparkled with kindness, and her smile was the epitome of genuine friendliness when she leaned in and whispered, "Especially if you're living with Elizabeth." She finished with a wink and swept off towards the door and the young woman who stepped inside.
Yes, my love, how can I help you?
I smiled after her and turned my attention back to my food. Maybe she was right. Maybe some friends and a real break from the manor was what I needed. Chapter 6. Adelaide.
Oh, Mother, do give it a rest.
I quietly closed the door behind me and paused in the hallway.
Alexander, I just think I know what you think. You've been quite forward in telling me exactly what you think about everything for the several days, whether I have asked for your opinion or not. I'm trying desperately hard not to be rude to you, but I'm only going to ask you one more time to please give me a break.
This village is a part of you and your legacy. You simply cannot allow them to put a cafe in the old park.
I cannot waltz into the council building and demand they do as I wish. I'm a duke, not a 15th century king. I have absolutely no power over what the council does, and nor do I wish to have it. My voice is not worth more than anyone else's in Whitborough or the surrounding areas. But it can help us, Alexander. They aren't listening to it. You said you'd write a letter, and we haven't seen it yet. I do not show you everything I do, Mother. You've done it? Yes. I wrote to them after we discussed it and requested that they give it a serious thought before they greenlight any sales. Councillor Basil Doherty called me after and thanked me for my letter, assured me they'd take my thoughts into consideration and wished me well. That's all, and you allowed him to get away with that.
Uh-oh, this was getting heated. Was there any possible way I could sneak up to my room and pretend like I was never here? Or would I have to come up with something else?
There was nothing to get away with. He was perfectly polite and respectful, and it was the answer I was expecting.
Oh, for goodness sake! It was what you were expecting, so you just accepted it! Yep, I was never getting away with this, so I took a step back and quietly opened the door just enough that I could shut it loudly behind me. They weren't terribly far away. The living room, perhaps, or the kitchen at a push.
Mother,
What do you think your father would have done? Would he have accepted it? Would he have rolled over as you are, or would he have done anything?
Silence.
Your father would have— I am not Dad.
I froze. I'd never heard such a harshness in Alex's voice before, and there was a deep bitterness that echoed through the doorways and hit me hard. I clutched tightly to the paper bag from the cafe. I love Dad. Everything he did was incredible. He was a great duke and respected by everyone. But I am not him. I'm not going to do it his way. I'm going to do it my way. The hardness never left his tone, and when there was a moment of silence that lasted longer than the previous one, I took my moment. I shoved the door shut behind me.
Hello? Anyone here?
I called brightly, walking through the vast hallway as though I'd only just stepped inside. I really did feel a little dirty for listening, but it was one of those situations that was a bit like a train wreck. You knew shit was going to go down, but you couldn't tear your eyes or ears away from it. Alexander stalked out of the living room with Elizabeth hot on his heels. They were both flushed, and the tension between them was palpable. It was extremely uncomfortable. Adelaide, you've been gone quite a while. I was going to send out a search party. Alex forced a smile. Is everything all right?
Oh yes, sorry. The food was delicious, and Maggie has been coercing me into numerous things, like dessert and cross-stitching at the pub.
Elizabeth huffed.
Her and that bloody cross-stitch club. It's a front for drunks.
Alex slid his eyes towards her. Regardless of what you think of it, I think it'll be wonderful for Addie to make friends here. 6 weeks is a long time stuck in one place with little enjoyment. Wow. That was a little too bitter, even for me. She huffed again and stalked past him.
I'm going to collect Olympia from the farm and take her to dance class, unless you'd prefer I kept my thoughts about that to myself too?
Oh. I looked away. She does enjoy it when you take her, Alexander replied graciously, and I shall pretend not to notice that she's not hungry and there's McDonald's in the rubbish bin when you come home.
Excellent. Finally, something we can agree on.
She looked to me.
I'm glad you've had a productive day, Adelaide.
I smiled. Thank you. Elizabeth left with a regal sweep towards the back of the manor, and if I didn't know better, I'd say she was a teacher for those pretending to be nobility in movies. We stood in an uncomfortable silence for a moment, until Alex said, You heard every word of our argument, didn't you? I shifted from one foot to the other. I suppose that depends on when it started, doesn't it? He met my gaze, his lips twitching upwards into a tiny smile. Touché. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, I said quickly. I came back, and I didn't know what to do when I heard you fighting. I didn't think I could escape upstairs without being noticed, so— It's fine.
Alex shook his head. I'm sorry you had to overhear it. Would you like some tea? Are you sure? Of course. It sounds like you've had quite the afternoon. Just let me see Olympia off to ballet, and I'll come and make a pot. I can do it. I slipped past him and headed in the direction of the kitchen. No Boris? Yes, he's in the library with Mrs. Anderson, discussing a replacement housekeeper. He smiled. 2 minutes. I nodded and walked down the hall to the kitchen. It was the most beautiful room, aside from the library, and the walk-in pantry that Olympia regularly made a huge mess of was the thing of dreams. Sure, we had a large kitchen and pantry at the hotel, but that was just it. It was a hotel. It wasn't my kitchen. I set my things on the island and ran my fingers across the granite countertops with a sigh. I loved this kitchen, and I really missed cooking. We usually just ate at the hotel, or Mum would cook something for us in our living quarters, but it wasn't me. Maybe I would have to see if Alex would let me loose in his kitchen one day soon. I busied myself making the tea. I could just about hear Alex and Olympia saying goodbye to one another by the door, and by the time he joined me in the kitchen, the tea was steaming in the pot and ready. You didn't have to do that, he said, approaching the island as I set the pot down on a cast-iron teapot stand. Oh, please, I don't spend half as much time in the kitchen as I'd like to. A pot of tea is a small thing. I opened the cupboard with the teacups in. Are we teacup and saucering, or are we drinking tea like people do in the 21st century? Hold on. He retreated to the door and poked his head out of it. He tilted his head to the side and held that position for a moment before he came back to me and walked into the pantry. What the devil was he doing? He emerged seconds later with a large wooden bread bin in his hands. What the— Wait for it. He set it on the island and slid the door upwards, revealing 8 mugs that were most definitely not the kind of things you'd find in a duke's household. Oh my gosh, what are these? I pressed my hand to my mouth and peered in at them. One had "Best Dick Ever" written on the front, but Dick was crossed out and Duke was scribbled on top of it. Let me guess, Gabriella? I was going to give you 3 guesses, but you only needed 1. He smirked as he pulled it out and looked at it. Secret Santa one year. We haven't done it since. My mother believes I've thrown it out. Never. That would be a travesty. I picked up another adorned with 3 letters, U-N-T. Unt? What's that? Put it down and look at the handle. I set it on the counter and bent down to look at it. The handle was black like the letters, and I narrowed my— Oh! Oh! I squeaked. That was not Gabby. He picked it up with a chuckle. No, it was not. That was Fred's idea of a joke on my 21st birthday. And to think, I merely got a wine glass that proclaimed me the best 21-year-old ever. But you're a twin. Exactly. It'd be far more flattering if Eva hadn't also received one. I shrugged and looked back into the bread bin. It was a terribly strange place to keep them all. What if your mum looks in here and finds them? Don't be daft. She doesn't go in the pantry. It's too high up for Olympia, and Boris knows all about it. Boris knows. Boris knows everything. Indeed he does. Boris drawled from the doorway. Are you corrupting the young lady, sir? Alex grinned at him. I don't know. You'll have to ask her and find out for yourself. Would you like some tea? Boris's gaze flickered to the mugs. If you don't mind, except I think I shall stick with a more tasteful cup. He opened a cupboard and pulled out a Chelsea football team mug. If anything is corrupting me, it might be your awful taste in football teams, Boris. Chelsea, really? I shook my head. We might have to rethink this one, sir. We can't be having this kind of dissension in the household. Alex laughed. We all have our faults. Hers happened to be that she hates Chelsea and is a Lancastrian. I would prefer not to get into the discussion of Richard III and Henry VII again, sir. I need to refresh my arguments if we go down that route. Boris poured 3 cups of tea, giving me a mug that was far tamer than the other 2. All right, so it said that I didn't give a flock, accompanied by a nice image of a cartoon flamingo, but still. He gave Alex the one. "Why, Boris, are you on my side?" I asked, stirring milk into my tea. "I am neither here nor there regarding the Plantagenets and the Tudors, Adelaide. I believe both dynasties have their faults and their bright points, but I have not had enough alcohol for His Grace to finagle me into the finer details on this fine afternoon." Boris put 3 spoonfuls of sugar into his tea, added the milk, and collected his mug. I fought a smile and looked down. "Duly noted. Another time, then?" "Indeed. Now, if either of you need anything, I will be found outside in the sunken garden for 15 minutes of peace. Mrs. Anderson will send me to an early grave if I don't disappear." He looked at us both and hovered on Alex. "Do put that back in the pantry before your mother sees them, especially that one." He looked pointedly at the one Alex was using, and I hid my smile behind my mug. He left us alone in the kitchen, and Alex dutifully put the rest of the mugs away and returned the bread bin to its home in the pantry. "He's rather fond of you, isn't he?" I asked. "Boris?" Alex smiled. "Someone in the house has to be." I rolled my eyes and perched on one of the stools. "You say it as though everyone hates you. I know for a fact that isn't true." "No, but they aren't my friends either. That much I know for a fact." He sat down, leaving an empty stool between us. "It's not exactly easy, especially when my focus is on the estate lands and not the inside of the house right now." "That's a lot of work." I sympathized with him. I knew how hard Gabby's dad worked to maintain their estate lands, and it wasn't nearly as big as what Alex had to manage. "Oh, this is for you." I slid the cafe bag towards him. He frowned at me. "For me?" "Yes." He was still frowning. "You look confused. Has nobody ever brought you anything before?" I raised my eyebrows. I was collared by Maggie, so I thought I'd ask her what you like. So here. Slowly he opened the bag and pulled out 2 huge polystyrene tubs of soup, plus a small box. "Soup?" "Potato, leek, and bacon, and—" I paused, biting the inside of my cheek. "And bean and tomato." "And the box?" "A fresh cream eclair." He opened the box to peek in, then looked over at me. "And you got this for me?" "Well, in the interest of being honest, she would only let me pay for the eclair," I replied. "I think she wanted to get rid of the soup. She said it would be good for 3 days in the fridge, so that's on her." I held up my hands. "If you get a dodgy stomach, don't blame me for it." "Duly noted." He paused. "Thank you, Addie. Truly, this was very kind of you." Alex reached over and rested his hand on top of mine, and the warmth of his palm seeped through my skin, sending a fissure of delight over me. Bad. Bad, Adelaide. This was not something we were going to entertain. Not after those damn dreams, where my hand was the most innocent thing he touched. I cleared my throat and slid my hand from under his. "You're welcome. Do you want to talk about what happened with your mum?" "No, but I do wish to hear more about your visit to the cafe. More specifically, the cross-stitch meeting at the pub. Can you even cross-stitch?" "No." I sipped my tea. "I'm a very proficient sewer, but cross-stitching, crochet, knitting, those things have always eluded me. I think I only agreed to attend so I didn't appear rude." "Don't worry. Maggie is the best cross-stitcher I've ever seen, and Millie won't steer you wrong either. We went to school together." "Oh, did you?" I wiggled my eyebrows. "Primary school, Adelaide." He laughed and leaned back. "Although we did have a wedding planned when we were 8, but the pretend priest didn't show up. Turned out he was marrying her to someone else." "The audacity." "I know. Childhood weddings were quite traumatic." "Speak for yourself. At my playground wedding when I was 7, I was stood up and found him plaiting Annabel Lewis's hair behind the frog pond." The worst. I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm sorry you had to see Millie marry a random boy. Thank you. I bet she regrets it now. I grinned. Why? Because you're a duke? He flicked his collar. Well, not to be that person, but... I burst out laughing and leaned forwards on the counter, burying my face in my hands. Humble you are. Settle down, Yoda. I'm merely saying it as it is. Oh, shut up! I shoved him in the arm and shook my head while I laughed. I was going to ignore just how tense his arm was beneath my fingers, thank you very much. Alex met my gaze, and his eyes shone with a silent laughter I wished I could hear in reality. I will not. Now, tell me more about your trip to the cafe. I want to know. Chapter 7. Adelaide. The Pheasant Arms was exactly what one would expect a small village pub to be. Small. At least, that was how it looked from the middle of the square, where I was leaning against the formidable tower that was the town clock. It wasn't a little country pub with a thatched roof and pretty little flower boxes on the windows, but it was pretty enough. It was detached from the other buildings around it, and had Tudor-style cladding across both stories. The entryway was a step out from the rest of the building, and that was a rich red brick that was the same as the chimney stack that protruded from the side of the pub. And I had to go in there. And meet people. I was not good at the whole meeting people thing. I never had been, and I doubted it would ever truly be my forte. I mean, I wasn't trying to become a successful author because I was an extrovert. I could do this, though. I would do this. I had to do this. Lord knows I needed to get out of that miniature castle with all the tension between Elizabeth and Alex. Okay. I was going to do this. I took a deep breath and walked towards the Pheasant Arms, then pushed open the solid oak door. It was only slightly cooler than outside, and I paused as I stepped out of the entryway and into the pub area. A large wooden bar stretched out through the middle of the pub, and each beer pump had a local beer or cider etched onto the bit where the drink logo went. One even had a piece of paper taped over the top of it, announcing one I'd never heard of. The stools were all full, bar one, and one side of the bar had numerous tables that were only half occupied. A large stone fireplace had a bouquet of flowers in the open fire, which made sense since it was summer, and I'd barely had a chance to focus in on the people when I heard my name being called from the direction of the fireplace.
Adelaide, over here!
I turned and caught sight of Maggie's fiery hair. With her orange hair and her pink shirt, she stood out like a homing beacon, and I was very grateful for the fact she was mine right now. She waved me over, and I weaved through a couple of tables to get to the much comfier-looking armchairs they were all occupying. I'm so glad you made it. She wrapped me into a big hug that was rather enthusiastic. She left one arm around my shoulders and turned me to face the group. 5 expectant, curious faces looked up at me. 5? She said there were 4. We've one extra tonight, as Millie's grandpa decided to come, Maggie explained, as if she could read my mind. Sam doesn't always show up. I only came because you promised me chocolate chip cookies, the older man grunted, stabbing a needle through a cross-stitching hoop. Pleasure to meet you, lass. And you, I smiled shyly. This is Millie, Maggie said, motioning to a young woman who really did look the same age as me. She had short, wavy blonde hair that was cut to just below her ears, and one of the kindest smiles I'd seen in a while. It's lovely to meet you, Adelaide, Millie said, beaming at me, and my sincere condolences for having to live at Bentley Manor for the summer. I fought back a laugh. It's not so bad. I'm used to it. Another woman, who looked to be in her late 50s, frowned. Used to it? How can anyone be used to that level of grandeur? Be nice, Helena, Maggie warned. Oh, my uncle is the Duke of Leicester, so it's not that strange, I explained. Ooh, you're one of those. Helena said, nodding. Makes sense. What made sense? Should I be offended? The woman next to her, who could have been my grandmother, tapped Helena on the shoulder. Don't be so rude. Young Alexander has been nothing but kind to us. Nothing good comes of judging someone for the family they were born into. You should know that. She put down her cross-stitching hoop and came over to me, taking my hands. Welcome, Adelaide. I'm Florence. It's lovely to have another face joining us. Have you done much cross-stitching? I'm sorry, but I haven't. I'm a dab hand at sewing, though. Helena snorted. Millie shot her a dark look, but a gentle hand from her grandpa, Sam, stopped her from saying anything. Well, why don't you sit down here with me, dear? We'll get you started. Florence guided me over to the sofa she'd been sitting on and sat me in the space next to her. It's not as difficult as it looks. It would be easier if you had a beginner's pattern with it printed on, but I wasn't told you'd be coming, or I'd have brought you one. Oh, stop it, Maggie said, waving her hand dismissively. It was last minute. If you could call yesterday last minute. I'm here for another few weeks, I said quickly. There's plenty of time. There you go, then, Millie interjected. We can teach her the stitching, Florence. Next time, bring your beginner patterns, and if Adelaide is here, she can try it then. Agreed. Sam turned to me. Drinks time? Adelaide, would you join us for an alcoholic drink? I paused. Oh, yes, a glass of Sauvignon if they have it. Of course they do. Same again, everyone. He looked around and, when faced with a round of nodding heads, slapped his hands against his thighs and stood up. Right, I'll get on that then. Do you want... He waved his hand over his shoulder and sat down at an empty stool at the bar. I glanced at everyone else. Does he... Maggie shook her head. No, dear. We take it in turns usually, but Sam does like to buy all the drinks when he's here. He's got nobody else to buy for, Millie said, albeit a little sadly. He used to come with my grandma when she was alive, and he would always make sure the group had a drink. She paused. We always say he only comes because I do, but I only started coming because Grandma did. Helena reached over and patted her knee. And we are glad to have you, Millie. You're a wonderful cross-stitcher. Millie smiled at her. Thank you. Silence settled over us for a moment, and Florence picked up her crocheted tote bag. She pulled out a cross-stitch ring with the material already pulled tightly and set it on my lap, then produced a blue skein of what I assumed was cross-stitching thread. Adelaide, let's get started with you, shall we? So, cross-stitching was hard. Really hard. After I'd gotten myself knotted up 3 times, much to Helena's amusement, Maggie had suggested to Florence that I only use 1 string to practice with. That had resulted in an astronomically easier time of it for me, and I'd actually managed to get some kind of cross-stitch going. It had taken me an hour, but whatever. It was all the same, wasn't it? At least I'd tried it, and I'd succeeded, to an extent. At least I hadn't failed on a catastrophic level. That was something, especially since Helena had been giggling and snorting at me all night. I'd spent the whole night trying not to take it personally, and I was thankful when she finally retired and left the rest of us to it once we'd downed tools. Never mind her, Millie said, zipping up her bag. She's jaded towards the aristocracy, and I'm sure she assumed you're one of them. I am, but I'm not, I said slowly. I mean, that's my friend's circle, but I'm not. Maggie frowned, reaching for her new glass of wine. How can you not be? Technically speaking, I clarified, my mum is titled, but she didn't marry into the nobility, so me and my sister don't carry titles of our own. Interesting, Florence said, the last of us to still be stitching. She wanted to finish that colour, she'd said. So she married a commoner, is what you're saying? Yes. I don't really like referring to my father that way for obvious reasons. She smiled at me. I can imagine you don't. So how do you know Alex? Millie asked, sitting back. You're tutoring Olympia, aren't you? His cousin is my best friend. Gabriella? Yes, do you know her? We've met in passing. Millie smiled. She's lovely. Is there anything she ever does wrong? You'd be surprised, I grinned. We live in Arrowwoods too. My parents run the hotel in the village, so we grew up together. I was as surprised as anyone when Alex asked me to tutor Olympia. Are you not qualified? Maggie asked, tilting her head to the side. I explained that I was, and gave them the same reasoning that I'd given Alex. I wasn't a fan of too many kids, and wanted to pursue a writing career over a teaching one, but I enjoyed one-on-one tutoring. Millie nodded slowly. That makes a lot of sense. She's a sweet kid. She comes into the restaurant often and has the best manners of any child I've ever met. Oh, you have a restaurant? Grandpa does. She grinned at Sam. But it's a family-run thing, really. You should come and have dinner one night. Bring Alex. It's not like that. I shook my head. Sam stood up with another slap to his thighs. It will be after another glass of wine. Oh, no, I have to drive back. One is probably already too much, I protested. Nonsense. Florence tied off her stitching and set the hoop back into her bag. Alexander will collect you. I dare say he's expecting this. I held up my hands. I can't ask him to collect me. He has too many things to do other than babysit me. Ask him. Maggie nodded her head towards my phone on the table in the middle of our little sofa circle. I bet he will. I can't. Fine, I will. Millie picked up her phone and tapped at the screen. My jaw dropped. You cannot. She peered up with a grin. Oops, too late. Oh, my gosh. I cupped the lower half of my face with my hands as I stared at her. This was why I didn't associate with people. I had no control over them. They did very silly things like this. He replied. Millie's grin got even wider, if it were at all possible. Oh no, what did he say? She held out her phone. I didn't want to see this, did I? Ugh. I took the phone and peered at the screen. Alex, I assumed you'd all corrupt her. What time shall I rescue her? Corruption is a strong word, Florence sniffed, peering over my shoulder. I'm quite offended by that. He says it as if we're leading a coup against the Palace of Westminster, Maggie responded, crossing her ankles and resting her hands on her knees. Do I look like a lady who'd lead a coup against the government? Millie paused. Didn't you get arrested in the 70s for leading a march in favour of gay rights in Cardiff? Didn't you threaten to burn down Cardiff Castle unless they listened to you? My eyebrows shot up and I turned to look at Maggie. Her gaze darted from side to side. I have no idea what you're talking about, Millie. Perhaps you've had enough alcohol for tonight. Florence threw back her head and laughed. Yes, she did, and she was threatened with arrest 15 years ago, shortly after she moved here, because she was the ringleader of a feisty little group who wanted the council to fill the potholes. Well, there's a movement I can get behind even now, Millie said, slowly tapping away at her phone. I've had to get my suspension looked at twice in 6 months thanks to the potholes on Cobblestone Lane. That's the cobblestones on Cobblestone Lane doing that to your car. Sam set a tray of drinks in the middle of the table. I told you to stop going down there. Grandpa, shh. I laughed and accepted the glass of wine Sam handed me. Thank you, that's very kind of you. He winked at me and sat down after distributing all the drinks. So, is His Grace coming to collect our newest member? He is, Millie answered. We have exactly 1 hour to corrupt Adelaide and send her back a changed woman. Florence laughed and sipped her whiskey. It'll take more than an hour for all that, Millie. We'll need a good week, at least. I don't know, I said slowly. I'm easily convinced. Excellent. Maggie rubbed her hands together. Let the corruption begin. Chapter 8. Adelaide. Okay. Florence looked to Millie. Clint Eastwood, Pierce Brosnan, Daniel Craig. Millie threw her hands out. They could all be my dad. Maggie fell back in her chair, laughing. Too late, Florence declared, waving an arm around. You must answer. This is gross, she muttered. Like playing snog, marry, kill with a woman in her late 70s was completely normal.
Oh, shit. I guess. Snog Daniel Craig, marry Clint Eastwood, and kill Brosnan. I nodded slowly. That's what I'd do. Kill Pierce? Marry Clint? Why would you do that? Maggie exploded. If I marry Clint, I can get close to his son, Scott, then divorce Clint, take half his money, and marry Scott Eastwood. Millie tapped a finger against her temple. Smart, see? Yes. I gripped my wineglass. That. I like a girl who thinks on her toes, Florence replied approvingly. Your turn, Millie. She leaned forward and waved her finger in my direction, albeit in a slightly wobbly way. Snog, marry, kill. Okay, I nodded. Hit me. She pursed her lips and looked around with a glimmer of concentration in her eye. All right, I've got it. Liam Hemsworth, Prince William, and Alexander. Ooh. Maggie and Florence slowly turned to me with both their mouths shaped in a little O. That's not fair. It's not supposed to be anyone we know. Isn't the point of this to talk about unrealistic situations? I met their gazes one by one, and my stomach dropped. Oh, fine. I mean, I guess I'd have to marry Prince William, kill... I shut my eyes and wrinkled my face up. Oh, my God. Kill Liam Hemsworth and snog Alexander, I said quickly, so quickly that the words all rushed into one long sentence. It was more like, kill Liam Hemsworth and snog Alexander. Wow. A horribly familiar voice said from behind me. I'm not marriage material, huh? Oh, no. Oh, shit. A slow grin broke out across Millie's face, and I knew she'd set me up. I turned and rested my arm on the back of the sofa and smiled up at Alexander. No offense, but he's going to be king, and it was better than killing you. I'd never hear the end of that from Gabby. Alex ran his tongue over his lower lip. Fair enough. It's hard to argue with you on those excellent points. He glanced at the ladies. You appear to have had fun tonight. We've corrupted her, Maggie said, leaning forward. You're welcome. I shook my head quickly and grabbed my things. And I think this is my cue. I have a lesson to teach in the morning after all. I hugged everyone as they stood to say goodbye to me. Thank you so much for inviting me, Maggie. It was lovely to meet you all. Sunday. Florence clasped my hands. We're meeting again on Sunday at 4. If you're able, you should come again. I looked at the empty glasses on the table. I'm not sure I can handle another night of this. Oh no, we don't drink on the Lord's Day. She might not, Millie said, but after 3 hours in church and lunch with my grandmother on my mum's side, I sure as heck do. My lips twitched at the flash of disapproval in the look Florence sent her way. I'll see what I can do. My sister might be coming. I'll let you know. I'll give her your number, Alex assured Millie. I'm sure she'll need to get out after spending the weekend with my mother while I'm not here. I stepped behind him and nodded, mouthing a yes to Maggie, who didn't give me away. I saw that, Alex said, turning to look at me. I clicked my tongue and looked away, whistling innocently. I'd be offended if I didn't feel the same way. He laughed and put his hand on my shoulder. Thank you for welcoming her, ladies. Maggie winked at him. Well, she's going to be here a while, isn't she? Millie threw a napkin at her. And we're leaving. Alex steered me towards the door, and I waved enthusiastically at the 3 remaining women as he literally pushed me out of the door and back onto the little village square. I was not surprised by that at all. Are all the women in this village trying to marry you off? I shot him an amused look as we walked towards the car park. You'd be surprised, he replied wryly. If they don't have a daughter, they try to marry me off to their best friend's daughter. I learned early on not to accept any offers to dinner parties, or any parties, really. Wow. Do you not spend any time in the village? Occasionally. There are some wealthier residents in the village who would like to see their daughters, nieces, or granddaughters marry up. And the problem with wealth is that when you have a lot of money, the only way to have more in society is to marry into a higher societal class.
The next one up from me is royal, and there aren't many single ones of those left."
I tilted my head. I suppose you're right. Is there really a divide here? He unlocked his car and looked over the top of it before he nodded and got in. I slipped into the passenger seat and waited for him to speak again. After he'd pulled out of the car park, he said,
"There's quite the divide. About 90 years ago, my grandfather had some financial difficulties and was forced to sell off some of the unused farmland the estate owned. Back then, many politicians and wealthy families were hearing rumblings of the war and wanted to get out of the city, so they snapped up the country land for second homes."
"Really?"
"Yes. They were sold off in increments of 2 to 5 acres, and they were able to build small country estates before the war started. Over time, they built onto them. Some created businesses, and their families inherited them. Most are lived in full-time now, and they're the wealthier residents. But you have to remember that a good portion of the people who live in Whitborough either live in the village itself or live on the land we own and are farmers."
Alex turned off, away from the village.
"I'd say a good 40% of people rent from the estate."
"Wow, that's a lot."
"It is. My grandfather was able to turn the manor's fortunes around after selling off some of the land, and my father was exceptionally good with numbers from a very young age. Grandfather took advantage of that, and then Papa invested well and bought up some property in the village when prices were low."
He indicated right and turned onto a single-track road I'd never seen before.
"He saved a lot of people from eviction by automatically renting the properties to them, and for those who couldn't afford all the rent, he had them do labor on our own personal farmland by way of payment."
"That makes sense. He'd have to pay people anyway."
"Exactly. Thankfully, it's not something I have to deal with, as the agreements he put in place avoided that happening. New laws also work heavily in the favor of renters, which means it's harder to evict people. But I wouldn't want to evict anyone callously. I'd rather help them if they needed it."
I peered over at him. "You're a good man, Alexander." He laughed, turning the car left.
"I try to be. I try to follow the example set by my ancestors. After all, my grandfather sold off land to ensure the farmers didn't have to relocate. I've turned more acres into farmland since then, and we now have 27 small farms and smallholdings on the estate that all turn a profit."
"Impressive. I can see why Henry holds your opinion in high regard."
"Uncle Henry would be served far better if Gabriella were able to inherit the dukedom,"
Alex said quietly, turning into the gates to the estate. That was faster than the route I'd taken into the village. He'd have to show me that in the daylight. And, sober. I dare say he wouldn't hesitate to agree with you.
Alex grunted. "My younger cousin is a lazy arse who needs a slap upside the head. If, God forbid, anything should happen to Uncle Henry and he had to inherit tomorrow, he'd be absolutely bollocksed because he's a bloody moron."
Apparently, I'd hit a touchy spot. "I find myself hard-pressed to disagree with you," I said softly. "I completely agree. It's a shame that the law favours male primogeniture. Gabriella is much better placed to inherit Arrowwood Hall, and I dare say Olympia is with Bentley Manor." He pulled into the garage and sighed.
"Yes, well, that's another matter, isn't it?"
He turned off the engine and looked at me with a tight smile.
"Come on, let's get you a cup of tea and some ibuprofen before you go to bed."
"Excellent idea." I got out of the car, almost slipping on the loose gravel. I'm really not that drunk."
"No, that's why you almost fell out of the car."
"I did not fall out of the car. It's the gravel. I lost my footing. See? It's easy." I made a show of digging my foot into the gravel to make my point, and slipped again.
"That's enough of that."
Alex grabbed my elbow with a chuckle.
"Just walk normally. How badly did they corrupt you?"
3 glasses of wine. I paused. I think there was a horny devil in there too.
"A what now?"
"A horny devil. It's a shot, Mr. Prim and Proper." His smirk flashed in his eyes.
"And what would your mother, Lady Victoria, say if she could see you now?"
I grinned. She'd ask me why I didn't invite her. His laugh was so deep and rich that it rolled right over my skin, and a shiver ran down the back of my neck. Do you know what? You're probably right. He opened the door and held it for me. I stepped into Bentley Manor and let out a long sigh. This place was, weirdly, starting to feel a little bit like home, and I was relieved to be back after a somewhat unexpected night. Alex glanced at me as he locked the door. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were starting to feel at home here. Well, I'm not really at home at a pub. You could have fooled me. I swatted his arm. Stop it! I wouldn't have gone by choice, but after Maggie invited me, I felt it would be rude to turn her down. He waved me into the kitchen. Maggie is known for her strong-arming techniques. She does rather fancy herself as the welcoming committee in town. And you sent me to her cafe, knowing my aversion to people, the audacity. I tried to warn him, Boris said, but he didn't listen. Maggie is quite audacious. He picked up the teapot and poured the rich brown liquid into 2 large teacups that were sitting on fancy saucers. I guessed that Alex's naughty mugs were back in their bread bin prison in the pantry. Shame. I should have liked to try another one. Here you go, sir. Adelaide, your ibuprofen is on the saucer for you. Boris set both teacups in front of us. If you'll not be needing anything else, I'll retire to my bedroom, sir. Alex nodded. Thank you, Boris. I appreciate you preparing a pot of tea for us this evening. Thank you, I added. It's delicious. Boris smiled at me. You're most welcome, Adelaide. I will see you both in the morning. Please put your teacups by the sink. With that last instruction, Boris swept out of the kitchen with silent footsteps and disappeared somewhere into the hallways. I peered after him, holding the blister packet of ibuprofen in my hand. Where does he go? Alex stared at me. What on earth do you mean? Where does he go? I repeated. He just disappears every evening. Does he live here, in the house? Does he have his own space? Does he live in the village? Is he beamed up by aliens once a night? I'm going to pretend you didn't venture into conspiracy theory territory at the end of that and confirm that Boris does live on site. My father renovated an old caretaker's cottage near to the main house, and Boris has lived there ever since. Doesn't he have a family? Alex hesitated. That's not my story to tell, I'm afraid. Oh. I looked down. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just, perhaps don't bring it up to Boris, yes? He considers us his family, and I'm more than happy to return the sentiment. I understand. I smiled sadly at him. I'll not ask again. He might talk to you. He appears to have taken a shine to you. He met my gaze. I can't imagine why. My cheeks flushed lightly. I like Boris. He's always kind to me. Of course he is. It's because you're so bloody nice to him. Stop it. No, you are. I've never known anyone to be as nice to working staff as you are. I leaned forward on the table. Well, it might have escaped your notice, but my parents run a hotel. Being nice to staff is kind of something I have to deal with. I find it gets things done a lot faster than being a dick. He raised his teacup in agreement. Work staff and household staff are 2 different things. Depends how you look at it, I suppose. Staff are staff, regardless of what they do. Quite frankly, I don't think it matters if someone cleans your toilet or handles your most private affairs. They both deserve the same treatment. Alex inclined his head. I suppose you are, once again, completely correct in your assessment. Of course I am. I'm a woman. I pride myself on being right. Naturally. He picked up his teacup and finished his tea. Right. I'm off to bed, if you think you can manage it up the stairs by yourself. I rolled my eyes. I'm perfectly fine, thank you. I think I might head to the library and get some writing done. Really? Now? Of course. My best work is done at night time, and after wine, if the way my brain is whirring is any indication. His lips tugged up into a small smile. Good night, Adelaide. I cradled my teacup. Good night. With a small nod he turned and left, leaving me alone in the large, almost cavernous kitchen. I looked down into my teacup with a pause. He didn't have to do that tonight. He didn't have to come and get me. I could have gotten a taxi back. But he did it. Why?
Alexander? Alex?
I jumped off the stool and rushed after him, catching him partway up the stairs. You didn't break a teacup, did you? He looked down at me with wide eyes. I did not. I fought back a smile. I just wanted to say thank you for coming to get me tonight. You didn't have to. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You've been working hard. You deserved some time to yourself. I can take you to get your car in the morning, or Peter can come with me and drive it back. Oh. He can drive mine, and I'll drive yours. I'll be fine in the morning. I'll drink plenty of water while I write, I promise. I wrapped my arms around my waist. You're definitely going to the gala this weekend? Alex sighed. I am. Gabby is taking Eva as her +1, so I thought she could come back with me on Sunday and you can spend the day together. Oh. Do you not want to? No, of course I do. I can't remember the last time we were apart for this long. I trailed off and bit down on my lower lip. Do you still need a +1? He tilted his head and his brow furrowed into a questioning expression. I do not have a +1. What if I be it? Pardon? I'll do it. I'll be your +1. I stepped forward. Look, I know Charlotte wants to set you up with her cousin. How do you know that? Please, I know everything. It's quite the burden to bear. But of course. I held up my hands. It stops her doing that. You've already paid for it, and I can spend the night with my sister and my best friend, and you can do as you please. Why would you do that? You don't like Charlotte. I don't, and that's why I can imagine that her cousin won't be better company for you. He held out his hand and wiggled it in a maybe motion. Look, I'm not going to offer again. It saves your arse. We don't have lessons on a weekend anyway, so it won't affect my work with Olympia. Are you sure? I know Charlotte tends to look down on those whom she deems to be beneath her, societally speaking. Well, given that my mother is titled, and I'm descended from a prestigious aristocratic bloodline, she can crane her neck up to look at me, can't she? Alex dropped his head and coughed to cover a laugh. Wine makes you feisty. We have a very contentious relationship. He didn't bother hiding this laugh, and it escaped him a deep, rich chuckle. All right. Thank you, Addie. I would appreciate you coming in to save the day. I am rather a fan of white horses. All right. I assume we'll have to stop in at Arrow Woods. I chewed the inside of my cheek. I don't have anything suitable here, no. It's not a million miles away. I'll call Uncle Henry in the morning and see if he's free. If he is, we can talk business while you get ready. You don't mind? Of course not. In fact, driving an extra 20 minutes to Arrow Woods is a small price to pay for not having Charlotte hook me up with her cousin. He grinned. We'll sort out the particulars in the morning. Good night. Good night, Alex. I turned and walked back into the kitchen, pausing to look back at him when I reached the doorway. I just got a peek at his arse before he reached the top of the stairs, and turned left to the next set that would take him to his bedroom. I sighed. Damn it. I really would snog the crap out of him. Chapter 9. Adelaide. I knew the moment we approached Arrow Woods, just from the canopy the trees formed over the road. It was the most idyllic, quintessentially British country road in the world, and it took everything in me not to press my face against the window like a child. It had only been 2 weeks since I'd left for Bentley Manor, yet it felt like forever. I'd never, ever gone longer than 2 weeks without seeing my sister in person. It felt as though a part of me had been ripped away, and it sounded weird, but the closer I got to the village that was my home, the more I felt as though I was being put back together. It was such a strange thing to put into words, but the twin bond was unlike any other. I knew when Evangeline was hurting, or when something was wrong, just as she did with me. She even had sympathy pains when I had appendicitis and needed to get my appendix removed. They were so bad she was even tested for it herself. and that was without considering that my parents and my best friend in the world were also here. Don't get me wrong, I loved Bentley Manor, and while it was starting to feel a bit like home, it would never be home. Alexander peered over at me. You look happy. I dipped my chin and smiled. There's something about home, isn't there? I suppose there is. Do you want me to take you to the hotel first? Please. Eva and Gabby are meeting me there. They're going to help me find a dress, then we're getting our hair done. No problem at all. Will you change here or in Bath? In Bath. No use risking creasing a dress for no reason. Words to live by. He chuckled and turned onto the road where the little Arrow Woods sign was. I couldn't help but sigh happily as we crossed into the village. I knew that within minutes I would be at the Fox and Hound, my parents' hotel, and my usual home. I took a deep breath as we hit the village, and Alex turned down the main road. Of course, he knew this like the back of his hand. He'd spent so much of his childhood here, and a great deal of his adulthood, too. His mum was his Uncle Henry's sister, and she liked to return and visit often since the death of his father. They were a close-knit family, and I hoped I'd have the same relationship with my own when the time came for me to find someone and move out and get married. Here we are. Alex pulled up in front of the Fox and Hound and smiled at me. We need to leave at 5 o'clock sharp, and I'll pick you up from there, then make a pit stop at Arrow Wood so Gabby can get her things. Then she and Eva will drive up together. I may drive with them if you don't mind. It'll be nice to spend some extra time with them. Of course not. He smiled. Then I'll head straight to Bath and meet you there before we check in. Perfect. I grabbed my bag and looked over at him. Are you sure? I'm sure. Have fun with them. He reached over and squeezed my knee, sending a little shiver up my thigh. I'll see you later. Yes, later. I climbed out of the car and held my bag against my stomach. Let us know when you're planning on leaving. I'll make sure we're at Arrowwood to leave at the same time. With Gabriella in tow. Good luck with that. I heard that. I turned at the sound of my best friend's voice and grinned when I saw her striding out of the hotel, beelining for the car. Gabby! Addie! She wrapped me in the biggest hug known to man before she quickly released me and rushed to the side of the car. You, Alexander, should watch your mouth. He grinned at his cousin. When do you ever come on time? Why don't you ask Miles? He'll confirm that I always come on time. I clapped my hand over my mouth. And that's enough of you for this morning, Alex said, starting the engine back up. Imagine how I feel. She's so needy, even Miles is dropping her off here so she'll leave his vegetable garden alone, said a new voice. I turned, and my gaze fell upon the mirror image of myself. Eva! I ran up the stairs and threw myself at my twin sister. She wrapped her arms around my waist and held me tightly. Addie, I missed you. I missed you too, I said, my voice growing thick. Gabby scoffed. 2 weeks. It's been 2 bloody weeks, and you'd think it had been 2 years. Shut up, we shouted in unison. Gabby laughed and leaned into the open car window, grinning at us. What time do you want us ready to leave, cousin dearest? Alex stared flatly at her. 5 sharp. It'll take us 30 to 40 minutes to get to the hotel in rush hour, and then we have to get ready and get to the Coventry Manor. Right. The hotel Charlotte had insisted the gala be held at. Apparently, Frederick's father had refused to allow their family seat near Coventry to be the host of it, so she'd picked the next best thing. Not to be pedantic, but picking a hotel called the Coventry Manor wasn't exactly endearing herself to the Earl of Coventry. It wasn't the path to the future in-laws' hearts I'd choose anyway. Don't worry, Eva reassured him, hanging onto my arm. I promise we won't be late. Ellen booked the afternoon for us in the salon, so we'll be ready when you need us to be. 5 at Arrow Wood, yes? He sighed. If I have to say that one more time, I might as well erect a sign in the front of the hotel. That might be helpful, she teased. For now, off you go. We have to find Adelaide a dress that will intimidate every single unattached woman that Charlotte is determined to set you up with. I gripped her arm. Wait, ta-ta, cousin, Gabby said, skipping up the steps. She grabbed my other arm, and between her and my sister, I was swept into the hotel before I could protest anything more than a minor stutter of shock.
"Let's go," Eva said. "We've already raided all the wardrobes and set out a bunch of dresses for you. There's an emerald green one that's amazing," Gabby continued as we went up the stairs and turned down the hall to the huge wing that made up our living quarters. "I didn't even know it was in my wardrobe." Honestly, it's the best one," Eva said, cutting me off. She unlocked the door to our private residence. "I think you'll choose that one. It'll suit your complexion so well. Does anyone—" "And we raided all your shoes and found your favourite black heels, so you know your feet won't hurt." Gabby steered me inside and shut the door behind us. "Hello?" I shrugged them off and waved my hands. "Why am I dressing to intimidate other women? I'm only going to end up falling over these long skirts and making a fool of myself." Eva grinned. "Not this skirt. Will you just trust us, please?" It was 2 against 1. I was already resigning myself to the fact I was going to have to wear this dress, no matter what it looked like, because they'd already decided it for me. They both turned and went up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and I trudged along behind them. How had this happened? "So, what's it like living with Alex?" Gabby asked. "It's a busy house." "No busier than the hotel, really." I gripped the straps of my bag tightly, although I have somehow ended up joining a cross-stitching club at the local pub, and I'm not entirely sure how it happened. Eva laughed. "You? Cross-stitching? Now there's something I'd like to see." "It's surprisingly cathartic," I replied. "I've only practiced stitching, and then ended up in a very uncomfortable game of snog, marry, kill, but it's nice to get out of the house once in a while." Gabby stopped at the top and looked down at me. "You're settling in up there, aren't you? You're finding new friends and all sorts." Eva gasped. "You're going to leave me?" "Oh, for goodness sake, stop being so dramatic. I'm not leaving Arrow Woods. I have another 4 weeks tutoring Olympia. Do you expect me to stay inside Bentley Manor and never leave?" I rolled my eyes. "Well, no," my sister said, "but you and Alex look awfully comfortable together." "I should hope so. I'm living in his house. It'd be quite awkward if we weren't comfortable around one another." I pushed past them both and headed down the hall to my bedroom. "That's not what she meant, and you know it," Gabby said, following me. "Don't tell me you're getting feelings for my cousin." Oh, I was getting feelings all right. Usually at 2 a.m., while I should be asleep. I wasn't about to share that little nugget, though. "I have absolutely no romantic inclinations towards Alexander," I said firmly, opening my bedroom door, "so you can discard any thoughts you may have that I do." "So if someone approaches you tonight, you'd be open to talking to them?" Eva asked, with her eyebrows raised. "I suppose I would." I paused. "Why? What do you know that I don't?" "Timothy Hargreaves will be there," Gabby said quickly, earning herself a shove from my sister. "Dad was meeting with him and Gregory when I met him after college this week, and he was asking after you. He wanted to know if you'd be there this weekend." I swallowed. Timothy Hargreaves was the next Earl of Devonshire, devastatingly handsome and incredibly sweet. We'd only met a few times, and the last time we'd seen each other we'd agreed to go out for a drink. We never had, for various reasons. He was also what my mother would refer to as a real bloody catch. "What did you tell him?" I asked. "I told him I wasn't sure, but if you were going to go, I would be sure to pass on the message." She pulled her phone out of the pocket of her dress. Of course Gabriella's dress had pockets, and held it out to me. "He gave me his number to pass on to you." "Oh." I frowned at the phone. Eva tilted her head. "What's wrong? Are you not interested?" "Oh, yes, I suppose. We did say the last time we saw each other that we would go for a drink, but it never happened." I took Gabby's phone and typed in the passcode, then reached for my own from my bag. "Caught me by surprise, that's all." Gabby eyed me curiously. "Sorry," she said slowly. "I should have mentioned it before now." "No, it's fine." I tapped his number into my phone and added him as a contact. Should I text him? Eva nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, let him know you'll be there and you'd like to take him up on the offer of that drink." "I will be there with Alex, technically. Isn't that a little rude and inappropriate?" Gabby shrugged. "Perhaps, but you're not there as anything more than friends.
You said yourself that you'd agreed to spend most of the evening apart anyway. Yes, we hadn't we? All right then. I opened a new text message and selected him as the recipient, then tapped out a quick message telling him Gabby had given me his number and that I would be at the gala tonight. There, done. Now show me these dresses before I change my mind about going altogether. I tossed my phone on my bed and walked over to my wardrobe. They opened the doors and pulled out a selection of dresses that just so happened to all be together, and carefully laid each one out on the bed in front of me. There were loads of colours, one black gown I recognised from Gabby's birthday 2 years ago, a red wraparound midi dress that could be dressed up or down, a navy blue satin number that was going to hug my hips far too tightly today, and a pale yellow chiffon gown that still had the labels on, and the green one that was partially hidden by the black one. First things first, what are you two wearing? Red, Gabby said. I picked up the red dress and handed it to her. Then no. Eva? Torn between a cream strapless jumpsuit and a dark pink halter-neck gown. If you go cream, that rules this out. I handed her the pale yellow one. Far too similar in shade. What's the green one you both want me to wear? Gabby hung the red one back in the wardrobe and pulled out another dress. It's not entirely your usual style, she said hesitantly. I bought it and I've never worn it, and honestly, I don't think I have the boobs to pull it off. I turned to look at it. She was right. The emerald green silk number was not my style, and I was about to say as much when Eva interrupted me. Think about it like this. This will definitely get Timothy's attention if he's really interested in you. I swallowed. I'll try it on, that's all I'm promising. Gabby handed me the dress with a grin, and I walked into my bathroom to try it. There wasn't a chance in hell this dress was going to suit me, but I would give them the benefit of the doubt. Trying it on would at least make it look like I'd tried, so that was what I'd do. I quickly changed out of my clothes and eyed the dress. It had thin spaghetti straps and the kind of neckline that would potentially spill over a proper bra, so I would need both a strapless bra and some tape to stop the silk sliding over the bra cups. With a deep breath, I removed it from the hanger and slipped it over my head. It fit me like a glove, and I immediately understood Gabby's point about the boobs. Mine were bigger, and they filled the chest out, so I knew I wouldn't need tape. The tie at the waist gave the illusion that my waist was smaller than it was, and the draped skirt was flattering all the way down. The back dragged slightly on the floor, but with heels it would be no problem, and the way the skirt was draped meant it wouldn't trip at the front. Damn it. I wasn't one to toot my own horn, but this dress really was amazing on me. Ah! I hated it when they were right. Are you done? Eva yelled. We don't have all day. We have a hair appointment in 30 minutes and I'm hungry. She was always hungry. She'd be fine. I opened the door and stepped out of the bathroom, holding out my hands. Well, what do you think? They both grinned. This was the one, then. Chapter 10. Adelaide. We were going to be late. Not that I was even remotely surprised by that. I should have known that getting ready with my sister and Gabriella would result in us running behind schedule, but I had hoped that we might be even a little bit on time. No. We may as well have opened the wardrobe and wandered into Narnia. Come on, I said, sitting on the bed. We have to go. Why? Are you desperate to see Timothy? Eva teased from the bathroom. No, I just don't want to hear it from Alex when we're late. Gabby stepped out of the bathroom, still in her robe. You're ready. Why don't you go down and get in? We're all sitting together anyway because we got seats at the same table. Are you sure? Yes, you're ready, and we're going to be another 10 minutes at least. I sighed and stood up, fiddling with the clasp on my bracelet. Fine. We'll meet you inside. Perfect. Eva popped her head out. We won't be long. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my clutch and phone, then left them alone to finish getting ready. I didn't even know what they had to do except get changed. Either way, I made my way to the lifts and hit the button to go down. It didn't take long for it to arrive, and it was empty when I stepped in, but that didn't last long. The lift stopped on the next floor down, and the doors slowly opened to reveal the one person everyone wanted me to see. Timothy stepped into the lift with a wide smile on his face.
Adelaide, fancy running into you here.
The worst opening line ever. Timothy, it's lovely to see you again.
You look beautiful.
My cheeks flushed. I wasn't good at the complimenting thing. Thank you. You look great yourself. He grinned at me.
What are you doing with yourself lately? I heard you were staying with Alexander at Bentley Manor.
I am. I'm tutoring his daughter this summer, I explained.
Do you still write?
I was impressed he remembered that. I do. I try to, at least, but I think I might have gotten over a pretty severe case of writer's block finally. The lift shuddered to a stop, and when the doors opened, he gestured for me to go first.
You'll have to tell me more about it later over a drink, if you'd like.
It really wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. He was exceptionally handsome, with his short black hair and vibrant blue eyes, and he was tall and built like a person who visited the gym on a regular basis. Also, it wasn't like I had any other options on the horizon, was it? A drink wouldn't hurt. I would like that, I smiled.
I'll come and find you after the auction.
I'll keep my eye out for you. Timothy reached for my hand and pressed a soft kiss against it.
I'll see you later, Adelaide.
See you later. I stepped away into the lobby to look for Alex. Where were the butterflies? Timothy was handsome. He was gracious. He was a real gentleman. I was attracted to him. So why hadn't I felt anything when he'd kissed my hand? I sighed and looked up, catching sight of Alex. He was leaning against the back of a sofa, legs crossed at the ankles, staring at his phone in front of him. His shoes were shiny, his black trousers perfectly pressed, and the velvet suit jacket he wore was so perfectly tailored to him that it might well have been a second skin. And the little bow tie that peeked out from under his dipped chin. Oh, look, I found the butterflies. Sigh. This was going to be a long evening, wasn't it? As if he could feel me staring, he peered up and caught my gaze. Slowly he lifted his chin and lowered his hands, still gripping onto his phone tightly, and I thought all the breath might be snatched from my body when something unidentifiable flashed through his eyes. It was slow and torturous, the way his gaze glanced over my body, taking in everything, from the heels on my shoes to the clinched waist of my dress and the dark curls that were styled to sweep over one shoulder. The lump in my throat was thick and heavy, and I forced myself to swallow it back. Anything to distract from the fact I had goosebumps trailing up my arms. Alex pushed off the sofa and tucked his phone in his trouser pocket as he walked towards me, with long, purposeful strides. He stopped only a couple of feet away from me, and the blue of his eyes seemed momentarily overwhelming.
Adelaide.
His voice was lower than usual. It was gravelly, grittier than I was accustomed to hearing.
You look.
What? I looked what? Bad? Good? Was the dress too much? Was my hair wrong? Was my lipstick smudged? When he didn't say anything after a moment, I said, "Do I look okay?" I was worried the neckline was too much, but Eva and Gabby didn't really give me a choice, and I wasn't entirely sure if a shorter dress was acceptable, as I didn't have the dress code, but...
Breathtaking.
What? Alex smiled.
You look breathtaking.
Oh. I pushed some hair from my face as my cheeks flamed. Thank you. He didn't say anything, but his smile kept widening. My heart was pounding. Why was my heart pounding? My heart had no business doing that, nor did the butterflies in my stomach have any reason to be fluttering about so recklessly. This wasn't the man who was supposed to make me feel good tonight. But here I was, feeling something for Alexander that I had absolutely no place feeling. "Well, don't you scrub up well?" Eva said from behind me, her heels clicking against the tiled floor. Look at you in your little velvet jacket. Eva, I said sternly. She grinned and kissed him on the cheek. Won't you look like quite the gentleman entering with 3 ladies on your arm tonight? Oh, good. She was in her flirty, playful mood. No man in that room would be safe from my man-eating sister. She needed to come with the occasional warning. I thought you were wearing the pink dress, I said, looking in confusion at the cream jumpsuit with flared legs. I was going to, she mused, but my boobs looked better in this one. Gabby sighed. She changed 4 times. You didn't have to wait for us, you know. We said we'd meet you inside. Oh, we were just... I looked at Alex. Checking on Olympia, he said without missing a beat. She wanted to say goodnight, then requested Adelaide show her dress. I nodded. She was quite insistent. I think she might want it for herself. Eva's lips twitched. Right. I couldn't lie to her. She knew. I was in so much trouble right now. Shall we go in? Alex said, offering me his arm. I slipped my hand into the crook of his elbow. After you. He motioned for Gabby and Eva to go first. Ladies first. Gabby pursed her lips and grabbed Eva's hand. Such a gentleman. He smirked at me. Let's go. Fortunately, when we arrived, we were ever so slightly late, and Charlotte and Fred had already taken their seats. We were shown to ours by a member of staff, and after apologizing to our table for being late and greeting them all, we settled into a comfortable conversation until our food was brought out. Eva magically managed to make her way through 3 courses without spilling anything on her clothing. Quite the feat if you knew my sister's eating habits, and even managed to charm one of the single young men who'd attended with his brother and 2 sisters. After dinner came the charity auction. I didn't bid on anything, but Alex found himself the winner of 5 horse-riding lessons with a top horse trainer that he promptly declared would be Olympia's birthday present this year. Gabriella won some rare roses for her rose garden that she grumbled Miles would likely try and steal, and Eva just had fun running everyone else up. Like I said, she was in one of those moods. Evangeline was the kind of person who would be kidnapped and returned within the hour. The ransom would be paid to our parents to please take her back. When that was all said and done, it was time to be the nice upper-class girl my mother raised me as. My sister would take care of the hellion side. Adelaide! Charlotte approached me with her arms out. She wore a slinky silver dress that I had to admit complemented her blonde hair perfectly. It was also cold, like her personality, but there we were. It's so lovely you could come. No, it wasn't. Charlotte, what a wonderful evening you've pulled together. It seems to be a real success. I embraced her before pulling back. Dinner was lovely. She pressed a hand to her chest with mock humility. Thank you. The steak was a bit dry, though, Eva said, resting her elbow on my shoulder. Shame. Charlotte's smile froze. Eva, always a pleasure. No, it's not. See? Hellion. Adelaide. Fred grinned at me, and we kissed each other's cheeks. What a lovely colour on you. Thank you, Fred. It's lovely to see you. Eva, I see you're behaving yourself, he said, turning to my sister. Eva grinned and kissed his cheek. When don't I? Literally all the time. Charlotte narrowed her eyes at her. Fred, I see someone waving for us. He looked over our heads. I don't see anyone, darling. They've stopped now. Let's go. She gripped his arm and he left with her, with one shout to Alex that he'd catch up with him later. Eva, do try to behave yourself, I said softly. There's no use getting in an argument with her tonight. I am behaving myself, she said, holding on to her almost empty champagne flute. The steak was dry. Alex fought back a laugh. That's because you had it well done. Most well-done steaks are dry, Eva. She sniffed at him. Excuse me for ensuring my meat is actually dead before I eat it, unlike your cut, which was still mooing on your plate. She finished her champagne. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm getting another drink. Gabby, are you coming? She waved her hand. No, I'm fine.
I'll bring you one back.
With that, Eva sashayed through the crowd, drawing her usual amount of attention from men, both single and married alike. Alex shook his head.
How on earth do you live with her?
It's quite simple. She got all the confidence and extroverted traits, and I got all the opposite. We balance each other out.
I can see that.
His lips twitched.
You handled Charlotte well. She, not so much.
Eva isn't terribly good at hiding her emotions, I said slowly. If her mouth doesn't say it, her face will. So she just lets her mouth say it anyway. Best to cut to the chase and all that. We sat back down at the table and Alex chuckled.
If it works for her, it works for her. Alexander, I thought I heard your voice.
I turned to see the newcomer to our conversation. I vaguely recognized him, but I couldn't place him nor put a name to his face. It was a very nice face, all things considered.
Matt.
Alex stood back up and clasped hands with him, and they did that clap-on-the-shoulder thing that men did. I'd never understood that. Just shake hands.
How are you? I'm glad you made it,
Alex said.
Well, thank you. Busy, of course. Yourself? I'm very well, thanks. You've met my cousin, Gabriella?
He motioned to her on his left.
Yes, we've met. Lady Gabriella, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Matthew nodded his head. Gabby stood to accept his greeting of a kiss on the cheek. Please, just Gabriella, Lord Bennet.
Then just Matt.
He smiled at her.
And I don't suppose you've met my +1 for the evening, Adelaide.
Alex indicated to me, and I stood up.
Adelaide, this is Matthew Bennet, the Earl of Anglesey. Matt, this is Adelaide Astley, daughter of Lady Victoria Astley, and niece of the Duke of Leicester.
It's lovely to meet you, Lord Bennet, I said politely. He took my hand and kissed it.
The pleasure is all mine, Miss Astley. Do please call me Matt.
Then please call me Adelaide, I returned with a smile to match his.
You look rather familiar. I do believe I was just accosted at the bar by someone who looks very similar to you.
I grimaced as Gabby laughed. Cream jumpsuit?
Yes.
That'll be my twin sister, Evangeline. Sorry about her. I think there were limited manners on offer the day we were born, and God skipped her over. He laughed and threw his head back.
On the contrary, I quite enjoyed it. I've half a mind to return to the bar and see if she'll do it again.
Alex laughed.
He's a bit like Eva. Don't worry about him.
Oh, no. I didn't need two of them around.
Come and sit with us for a moment,
Alex said to Matt.
Let's catch up.
Everyone moved to sit, but Timothy chose that moment to announce himself.
Adelaide, terribly sorry to interrupt. Tim, of course not.
Matt clapped him on the shoulder, then sat down.
You're all acquainted, I assume?
We are, Alex said, a little tightly, looking up at him.
It's been a while. How are you? Very well, thank you. And yourself?
Small talk was such a bore.
Yes, fine, thank you. You know my cousin, Gabriella? We saw each other just this week.
Timothy kissed her hand.
Thank you for passing my number on, by the way.
Gabby smiled. Of course, I said I would, and a lady always keeps her word.
I don't suppose I could be rude and steal Adelaide away from you, could I? I do owe her a drink and have for quite some time now.
Of course, Alex said, his tone just as tight as it was before. Did they not get along? I'll find you soon, I said, touching Gabby's shoulder. If I don't see you again, it was a pleasure to meet you, Matt. He dipped his head towards me.
The pleasure was all mine.
I held up my hand and turned away. Timothy put his hand on my back to guide me and pointed towards the bar.
Just over there. I've saved us a spot nearby.
Perfect.
Chapter 11. Alexander. Timothy fucking Hargreaves. Of all the men in this room she could be having a drink with, it was that bastard. Not that it was any of my business. Adelaide was here as nothing more than my friend, and she was at perfect liberty to have a drink with whomever she pleased. I just hated that it was that rotten bastard. My stomach tightened as I watched them walk away together. Her in that bloody dress that had me thinking things I shouldn't be thinking about was bad enough without watching Tim put his hands on her. All he was doing was pressing his hand to her back to guide her to the bar, but I wanted to rip his fingers off one by one and throw them at him.
Alexander, you're drooling.
I jerked my head around to see Gabriella pull a strawberry out of a fresh glass of champagne.
You can see it from the other side of the room,
Eva noted, tilting her head to the side and staring at me curiously.
I can't decide if he's drooling or frothing with anger.
What on earth are you talking about? I said, grabbing my glass. You're being ridiculous.
I don't know, mate,
Matt said, staring after Adelaide and Tim. You do look like you want to throw something at him. Can't stand the man, I replied. Never have been able to, not since that rugby game in year 10. Gabby frowned.
The one where you broke your arm?
He broke my arm.
You have a grudge on him because he broke your arm.
You wouldn't hold a grudge if someone did? I queried. Eva grinned, leaning back in her chair.
I don't think it's about the broken arm. I think it's about who is on his arm.
I shot her a look. I don't know where you're going with this, but I dare say you're going to find yourself at a dead end.
You do know you've been staring at her all night, don't you? Eva continued. And when we came down and found you in the lobby, I thought we were interrupting something quite private.
Stop causing trouble.
Absolutely not, it's in my nature. But I hardly think this is causing trouble. Trouble would be me convincing my sister Tim is the perfect guy for her, and I think he's about as interesting as a bag of wet sand on a beach. He's a nice guy,
Gabby said slowly.
So was Ted Bundy.
Matt choked on his drink. Did you just compare him to a serial killer? Eva looked up innocently.
I was merely making a point that people liked Ted Bundy, too. Being a nice guy doesn't mean anything, does it?
Gabby shook her head slowly.
I think I'm going to get another drink. I just brought you one. Yes, but Alex looks like his head is going to explode, so I think I'll take him with me.
She got up and tapped me on the shoulder, so I finished the rest of the red wine I'd been drinking and left the empty glass on the table. I was going to need something stronger right now. I'd known all along that bringing Adelaide here would be a terrible idea. I was used to seeing her in leggings and oversized t-shirts, everyday summer dresses and usually her pajamas, especially first thing on a morning. Seeing her dressed up like this, with that dress and red lips and a more carefree demeanor than usual? No. This had been a terrible mistake. I didn't need to think of her in the way that I currently was. These visions of her naked on a bed and the dress on the floor were completely unwelcome, especially since we had to share a bed tonight. Unless she didn't leave with me. Shit. Fuck, no. I wasn't going to think that. I couldn't think of her with Tim in that way. This night was borderline intolerable as it was. I deliberately didn't look for them when we reached the bar, and Gabby took one look at me before she ordered whiskey for me. She was my cousin, but she may as well have been my sister for how well she knew me. The whiskey and a glass of white wine were put on the bar in front of us, and she handed him money and told him to keep the change.
Drink this,
she slid the whiskey to me,
and start talking.
There's nothing to talk about. I sipped. Truly, there isn't.
Really? Because you've been giving her fuck me eyes all night, and don't think I haven't noticed that she's doing the same thing right back. What's going on there?
Nothing. I put the glass down and looked at her. And I am being completely honest with you when I say that. Nothing is going on between me and Adelaide. Gabby stared at me. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm trying to figure out how stupid you think I am, she mused. You clearly feel something more than friendship for her.
I grabbed her elbow and dragged her away from the bar, barely giving her enough time to pick up her glass. I found a quiet corner of the room and pulled her there, positioning myself so I could see if anyone would approach us. Look, it's all irrelevant. She's living with me right now as Olympia's tutor. It would be completely inappropriate to pursue anything with her. I straightened. Besides, she's clearly interested in Tim. Gabby made a noise that was halfway between a grunt and a squeal.
I'm not so sure. I only passed on his number to be polite, but she was shell-shocked when I brought it up, so... No, Alexander, I'm not sure she is clearly interested in him.
I rolled my shoulders and glanced around, catching sight of them together at a table where they were laughing. Yes, it looks like she's having the worst time. Gabby slid her gaze in their direction.
Oh, come on. Stop being like this. Yes, she's Olympia's tutor, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you were honest about how you feel.
Everyone is putting words into my mouth. First Ma did, now you.
Alex.
I turned back to her with my jaw clenched. Yes, I find her very attractive. Yes, I do find myself having feelings stronger than friendship for her. But it's all a moot point. I won't be acting on it, and I'd prefer if we didn't discuss it any further. She rolled her eyes.
Fine. Let's go back to the table before Eva and Matthew eat each other alive.
I snorted. I think that's exactly what they both intend to happen.
I'm done. Gabby finished her wine and grabbed her clutch. I'm going to call Miles and see how his magpie stakeout went. You know he wasn't staking out magpies,
Adelaide said dryly.
I know, but I'm going to play along and pretend like he was. It's a small concession to make.
She looked around.
It was the right choice. He'd have hated this.
I fought back a smile. He absolutely would have. I'd already texted him a photo and he'd replied that it looked bloody awful. I wasn't going to disagree with him.
Good night.
Gabby kissed me on the cheek and squeezed Adelaide's shoulder, then disappeared. Adelaide turned to me.
Just us left, then?
Just us. I nodded slowly. I'm surprised I'm not alone. Your mini-date with Tim not go well? She side-eyed me.
I'm hungry.
We can order room service.
No, I've had too much wine for that fancy crap. You know what I need?
I can guess.
A huge pizza, a kebab, and chips.
I dropped my head and pinched the bridge of my nose. You want me to go and find all that for you? Don't we have apps for that now? She laughed and stood up.
No, don't be daft. We'll go together, and you can tell me why you hate Tim so much.
I followed after her. I do not hate him.
Every time you looked at him tonight, you had a face like you just swallowed a quart of vinegar.
She led me out into the lobby and peered over her shoulder.
And I want to know why.
There's a sofa there, Addie.
Oops, thank you.
She made a swift diversion to avoid the sofa. Perhaps you should consider watching where you're going?
Valid advice.
She got to the doors before me and waited.
Come on, I'm starving.
Aren't you going to be cold out there? It's past 11. It's not going to be as warm as you think it is. She waved her hand and grabbed my arm.
It'll be fine, come on.
The doorman who'd been here all night stepped forward and opened the door for us. Adelaide beamed at him.
Thank you, George.
You're quite welcome, Miss Astley. Lord Worcester. He nodded to me and closed the door after us.
Ooh.
Addie stopped right in front of me.
Maybe I should go and get a jacket.
Absolutely not. I'm not waiting out here for 20 minutes while you get lost. I unbuttoned my suit jacket and slipped it off. Here.
Well, that's yours. You'll get cold.
Excellent. Then I can guilt-trip you about it later. I draped it over her shoulders. She smiled up at me.
Thank you.
Any time. I put my hand on her back and guided her down the pavement. Do you even know anywhere around here to get the food you want?
Actually, I do. I've stayed here before and there's a place right around the corner. Turn right.
We turned right. Of course you have. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm bloody hungry too.
That'll be the whiskey? Oh, explains why you're not cold.
She laughed and slipped her arms into my jacket so she was wearing it properly.
Help! This road has some cobbles.
You're in heels.
Well observed. That's why I said help.
She grabbed my arm and hung off it, carefully navigating the cobbles. Isn't there another route to this place? Or another place?
Yes, but this is a shortcut.
I watched as she balanced on one large stone before hopping onto the flat pavement again.
That was fun. She grinned, still holding onto my arm. Thanks for the jacket. It is cold out here. Oh, look, we're here.
All right. She was a cute drunk. Let's get you some food. I held open the door for her and we stepped into the takeaway shop. Adelaide placed her order while I added something on for me, and then I paid for it, much to her chagrin. She insisted she'd get it next time, but I wasn't entirely sure there would be a next time. It was only 4 weeks until she was supposed to go home, and we didn't have a takeaway like this in Whitborough. We headed back to the hotel when our food was ready, and Adelaide once again attached herself to my arm to walk over the cobbles. Again, she didn't let go when we were clear of the other side, and I didn't mind. She was a cute drunk, but also a bit of a clumsy one. A flash caught my attention outside the hotel, and I stopped us short of turning the corner. "Hold on," I said quietly, extracting my arm for her and peering around. Someone had called the media, and in the 15 minutes since we'd gone, a small group of photographers had assembled behind a rope fence. The fence hadn't been there before, and I was thankful for the fast decision-making the hotel security had clearly made. As aristocrats, we weren't celebrities by any means. Unfortunately, we were still a point of interest, especially the younger crowd, and the line between celebrity and nobility was slowly blurring. I also knew exactly who'd called the media. Charlotte. Chapter 12. Alexander.
What's wrong?
Addie asked. The media's here. I think Charlotte called them.
Oh, bollocks. It's funny how they never show up if she isn't at an event, but every time she is.
She sighed.
Give me a second.
She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Are you all right?
If I get photographed while drunk and hanging off you like a 2-bit Instagram influencer with fake boobs, my mother will have my guts for garters.
She opened her eyes.
Let's go. I'm sure we both know the drill. Head down, don't look at the camera, walk like you don't know they're there.
I offered her my arm again, and somehow she was able to walk in a perfectly straight line alongside me, with her hand only just hooked through the crook of my elbow. We made it to the door through the flashes, and George quickly ushered us inside.
Are you all right?
He asked us when we were out of shot of the cameras. I nodded. Yes, thank you. You don't know how they knew this event was happening tonight, do you? As far as I was aware, it was quite private.
We do not, Lord Worcester. I believe security are trying to find out right now.
Thank you. I would appreciate a note if you do happen to find out.
Of course. If you'll excuse me, I must get back to the door. If there's anything you need, please let reception know.
We will, thank you. I guided Addie towards the lift. Not that we really need the confirmation. Addie scoffed.
I don't know why you asked.
I thought I might be able to get it in writing and show Fred.
Oh, you snake.
I laughed and took us both into the lift, pressing the button for our floor. You can let go of me now, you know.
No, I think I'll hold on to you as long as I'm in these shoes. That fresh air did not do me any favours.
I glanced at her. I'm still wondering why you're with me and not Tim.
You are not going to let that go, are you?
Absolutely not. I'm terribly nosy. She rolled her eyes. The lift came to a jolting stop, and she had to grip the rail to ensure she didn't fall over.
And that's why I kept hold of you.
Fair point. I led her out of the lift and down the hall to our room, where she plucked the room key from her clutch bag and tapped it against the brick above the handle. The little light turned green and we both entered, with Addie stopping up short.
That's my suitcase.
I smirked. Yes, I had the porter bring it down as I'd assumed you'd forgotten. She peered up at me and let go of my arm, only just making it to the bed.
You pay far too much attention to the little things.
Perhaps, but in my opinion it's the little things that should be paid attention to. I set our food down and undid the top button of my shirt. Like how you say you aren't as confident as Eva, but I've seen nothing but confidence, and how the number of sugars you have in your morning tea depends on how much sleep you had the night before. She paused midway through removing her shoe to look at me, tilting her head ever so slightly so that she was peering through her lashes. Or how you've discreetly hidden bookmarks around the house so everyone will stop dog-earing the pages of books. Her lips twitched. How the first words to leave your mouth every morning are always, "Good morning, how did you sleep? Would you like some tea?" Only for Boris to tell you he's got it, prompting you to pour him a secret cup when you think nobody's watching you.
You pay attention to that stuff?
Of course I do. If you want to get to know a person, pay attention to how they act when they think nobody is watching. That's how you know who they really are. Adelaide's tongue flicked out across her lips.
Very astute of you.
That's how I know that you changed your kebab to a large one at the very last minute when you realised I didn't order one for myself, and you put the garlic mayonnaise on the side because you know I don't like it. She dropped her head, but I could see the smile on her face.
Guilty?
There you are then. Now, might I suggest you take off that rather wonderful dress before you get all manner of grease and sauce on it? She got up, now barefoot, and unzipped her suitcase. She pulled out a set of pyjamas from it and stopped in front of me on the way to her bathroom.
Very saucy, Your Grace.
Go and get changed. I laughed and carried the bag to the bed, where I made sure to fetch a blanket from the sofa to stretch out over it. These sheets were white, and it seemed like a terrible idea to eat greasy takeaway food on them. Addie emerged from the bathroom after I'd opened all the food and laid it out, and her pyjamas were not quite as covering as I'd hoped they would be. A strappy top and shorts. I knew what happened to boobs when they slept in tops that were not full t-shirts. For her part, she was completely unbothered by the fact she was wearing not a lot of pyjamas compared to usual. Or a bra. She climbed onto the bed next to me and stopped.
Wait, there's only one bed?
Yes. I booked my room when I was coming alone, I said slowly. I tried to call yesterday to amend it, but they didn't have any with 2 beds. I can sleep on the sofa if you'd prefer. She looked over at the sofa.
No, it looks dreadful. It's fine. Besides, it's not like anything will happen, right?
Exactly. Now, while we eat, I want to know about Tim. Start talking.
Oh, I can't believe this. Okay, fine. Is there a mini fridge? I'll pay for the wine. I need another drink for this.
We were going to have to agree to disagree here, but at least she was safe in the room. She opened the mini fridge and grabbed a drink for both of us. She handed me the little bottle of whiskey and a glass, then poured her own wine into the world's smallest wine glass before bringing it back to the bed and having a big drink. Then she took a bite of a slice of pizza and paused to eat it.
He's perfectly nice, very sweet, and a complete gentleman.
I waited. She took another bite of pizza. But, I prompted,
he's just so bloody boring.
I couldn't help but laugh. Now, boring was subjective. Some people found chess boring, for example, where I found it to be a fantastic sport and the peak of logic. Others found books and reading boring, where Adelaide clearly disagreed. We both enjoyed our royal history, and I knew many people who thought it a drag. But for this, yes, I had to agree with her. Timothy Hargreaves was most definitely boring.
He's not that bad, surely. I see you're smiling, Alexander.
She waved a chip at me, then grabbed a slice of kebab meat and shoved both in her mouth at the same time.
Don't act like you aren't loving this, she said when she was done eating. I know you are. I saw you glaring at him. I saw you staring at my arse.
In my defense, you have a fantastic arse, especially in that dress.
Thank you. I agree.
Our eyes met and we both burst into laughter.
This is so ridiculous,
Addie said, stifling her giggles with her hands.
Oh my God, what is happening right now?
2 friends finding a middle ground, I suggested.
More like you deflecting from being a miserable git whenever his name was mentioned.
She threw a chip at me.
Why don't you like him?
He broke my arm in a rugby game when I was 15, I replied, and I like to hold a grudge. She paused. That's a very fair grudge to hold, to be honest. I'd do it myself. I also know him to be a complete womanizer, and I wasn't happy he was dragging you into that. Yes, that was a little nugget I hadn't shared with everyone earlier. Timothy Hargreaves had never really committed to anyone as far as I knew, and that was fine. If that was how he wanted to live his life, then really, fine. I just didn't want him involving Adelaide in that. Was that partly because I had my own confusing feelings for her? I didn't really want to address that right now. Oh, I know, Addie said quite flippantly. He was looking at every single woman who walked past our table. I'm not an idiot. I know you aren't. I wasn't trying to say that. I was just warning you before you went any further. Mm-hmm. She turned her attention to the kebab and grabbed a plastic fork to stab into the meat. Did Charlotte manage to carry out her nefarious matchmaking plans with you? She did not, I replied, although I suspect the media might have something to do with the fact she was trying to. Gabby was anticipating it, so every time Charlotte spoke to me and introduced me to someone, she came and rescued me after a few minutes. She paused and looked at me. Did she really think you'd leave with one of her cousins you just met? I don't know. Her cousins were all really nice people and quite pretty, and I felt bad for judging them just because they're related to her, but she should have known better. She made another little grunting noise and grabbed a handful of chips. Do you think you'll ever get married? I stilled, staring at the kebab box between us. I'm sorry, she said quickly. That was wrong of me to ask. It's none of my business. I've never given it much thought. I leaned back against the headboard and looked at her. I've certainly never woken up and decided I want to pursue a relationship. I suppose I always assumed it would happen when the time is right. Adelaide nodded slowly. I know it's hard. I really shouldn't have asked, sorry. It's fine, honestly. It's a valid question, especially since you live in my house right now. My lips tugged into a smile. It'll happen when it happens. I have time, and right now Olympia and the estate are my priority. That makes sense. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Stop apologizing. Never. I'm British. It's what we do. You should know that. She closed the box that had the kebab in it. Are you done? I nodded and helped her clean up the food. We boxed it all up and put it on the desk. Then I removed the blanket while she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. I tossed it on the sofa and knocked on the door. I need to brush mine. Mind if I come in? Addie opened the door with her toothbrush sticking out of her mouth and grinned a very foamy smile. I shook my head and fought a smile as I grabbed my brush and added my toothpaste. We stood side by side in front of the sink, and something warm rushed through me when I glanced into the mirror. Adelaide finished brushing her teeth and started wiping her face with makeup wipes. Our elbows bumped a few times as we both moved our arms to prepare for bed, and the longer we stood there going about our respective routines, the more comfortable it felt. And that feeling in itself was discombobulating, to say the least. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so comfortable with somebody, doing something as mundane as a nighttime routine in a bathroom with her. It was alarmingly intimate. I suppose the mundane things like that always were. They were the things that happened more than 6 months into a relationship, if not longer. And they were the signs that you were close enough to do that kind of stuff. Pass toilet paper hand to hand instead of throwing it through the door. Buy feminine hygiene products for your partner. Wash the clothes left at your house. Brush your teeth side by side. I shook off those feelings as I finished brushing my teeth and rinsed the toothbrush off. Adelaide was done brushing out her hair right when I was, and she tied it up into a loose knot on top of her head. Does the TV work in here? She asked, walking back into the bedroom. I shut off the light. It should do. If not, I want to know why. She laughed and turned it on using the remote as she climbed under the covers. I did not want to share that bed with her. Not because it was horrible to me, but because I was still wrangling with the intimate feelings I'd just had in the bathroom. There was a sentence I never thought would pass through my brain. She looked over at me.
I promise I won't bite if you get into this bed.
I shook my head and shut off the light, then used the illumination from the TV to get into the bed next to her. It was terribly awkward. We were both as close to the edges of the mattress as we could be, and there was a giant gaping space in the bed between us. I looked over at it, and so did she. Addie pressed her hand to her mouth, and her entire body shook with what I was pretty sure was silent laughter.
This is daft.
Well, yes. I shuffled over to the middle of my side, and she did the same, meaning we were lying in the double bed as was intended. What do you want to watch?
I don't know. I've been eyeing up The Queen's Gambit on Netflix. Have you watched it?
I have not. I don't watch much TV. She navigated to the Netflix app on the television and logged in using our room information, then typed the show's name into the search bar. Oh, it's about chess. I propped myself up on my elbow. Is it good?
Gabby said so, and my mum loves it. A lot of the hotel guests raved about it when it first came out too, but I didn't have a chance to watch it.
She looked over at me.
Want to watch it?
Yes, I love chess. She raised her eyebrows.
You do? I didn't know that. Do you play?
I hesitated. Was she a potential chess opponent? I was banned from the local tournaments because I kept kicking everyone's arse, and the only people left who would play me were Boris and Gabby. Gabby only did it because she was so bad that she didn't care if she lost or not. Do you play? I shot back at her.
I do. I don't know if I'm any good, but I play.
I play too. We should have a game or two when we get back. She smiled.
So, can we watch this?
Yes, let's. I lay back down in the bed and fluffed up the pillow so I could watch, and Adelaide hit play. What even happens in this show? She looked at me and rolled her eyes.
Just watch it, Alexander.
Chapter 13. Adelaide. The bed was empty when I woke up. I propped myself up and wiped sleep from my eyes, looking around the huge hotel room. Where was Alex? And what time was it? I rolled over and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. It wasn't even 8 yet, and that explained why I still felt so tired. I really hadn't had enough sleep. All I remembered at the end of the night was falling asleep midway through the second episode of The Queen's Gambit, and it was a miracle I'd made it that far. I was pretty sure Alex had fallen asleep right after episode 1. He was a terrible TV-watching partner. I sat up and looked around again. Alex? I waited for a response. Nothing. So he wasn't in the bathroom either. Where was he? I had no messages from him, or anyone else that would say where he was, and worry snaked its way through my body as the clock ticked over on my phone, and there was nothing from him. Me. Where are you? ? I sent the text and put my phone down. Worried or not, my bladder was not going to hold out much longer, and I was going to blame that on the sheer amount of wine I'd consumed last night. It was a miracle I didn't have more than the most minor of headaches. I guessed that was what crappy takeaway foods did for you, soaked it all up while you slept. Thankfully, I did have a strip of paracetamol and ibuprofen in my toiletries bag, so I popped 2 pills of each out of the blister strips and fetched a bottle of water from the mini fridge so I could take them. Literally the only bright spot right now was that my boob hadn't popped out of my pajama top. The lock clicked on the door, and I started, almost dropping the water bottle. Alex stepped inside, with a bag from a nearby bakery in his hand, and looked up at me. "Oh, you're awake. I didn't disturb you when I left, did I?" "No, I've not been awake long." I looked at the bag in his hand. "Isn't there room service?" "Yes, but I went to speak to George before he finished his shift, and he was eating from here. It smelt so good I had to go and get some. A pot of tea is on its way up, though." He set the bag on the table right as there was a knock at the door. "Ah, that'll be the tea." I grabbed a cardigan and threw it on, so my nipples weren't quite so prominently on view, my thanks to the air conditioning unit, and peered around Alex. "Gabby, what are you doing here? Have you seen this?" she asked, holding something out. "Seen what?" I wrapped the cardigan around me. "What's going on?"
"Come in," Alex said. "Where's Eva?"
"Matthew's room, I assume," Gabby replied, closing the door behind her. I texted her, but she hasn't replied yet. "What's going on?" I walked over to them and reached for the phone, but Alex snatched it away. He met my eyes.
"Remember those photographers last night?"
"I think I'm still seeing stars thanks to all their flashes. What about them?" Gabby grimaced. "Hope you don't see Charlotte on your way out. You're the lead story on all the society pages." I stared at them. "We're a what now?" "You're dating," she said quickly. "According to Richard Andrews, at least." "We're not." Alex winced and handed me the phone.
"Apparently, we're hot."
"We're not." I slowly took it from him and tapped in Gabby's passcode, then stared at the screen. Yep, there it was, in big, bold, black letters. Was this a news app or a newspaper from the 1950s? I blinked. It was still there. "Alexander, the Duke of Worcester, and Adelaide Astley are the aristocracy's hot new couple." "Is it just him? Everyone knows Richard talks shit," I said, tapping back to the bloody Google search she'd done. I answered my own question. It was not just Richard Andrews. Literally all the society pages were discussing our supposed new relationship. This was not good. I stepped back and sat down on the edge of the bed. "Oh dear, that's one way to put it," Gabby said. "What were you even doing? Wait, you got takeaway? You didn't get me anything?"
"Is that really your concern right now?"
Alex asked her. "There's leftovers in there. It's cold, but help yourself." I stared at the wall. "Oh, goodness. What do we do now?" "Let me in!" Eva's voice sounded outside the door right before she hammered against it.
"Bloody hell."
Alex rushed over there and quickly opened it.
"Are you trying to wake the entire hotel?"
"Gabby said it was an emergency. What's going on?" She tugged up the top of her jumpsuit and, wow. She really had come directly from Matt's room. Gabby snorted. "I love that you took the time to get changed." I pointed to my suitcase. "Clothes in there." "Thank you. Give me 2 seconds." Eva rushed over, grabbed a pair of leggings and an oversized t-shirt, and hurried into the bathroom. We didn't move until she re-emerged, using my makeup wipes to remove hers from last night. "What's going on?" Alex explained quickly and gave her Gabby's phone. Eva gave a low whistle. "Bollocks! That's a better way to put it," Gabby said, shoving some cold kebab meat in her mouth. "Oh, is that leftover pizza over there?" My sister quickly turned her attention to it and stole the box, then sat on the sofa. "Is that really what you're both concerned about? The entire media now thinks we're seeing each other," I pointed out. Eva shrugged. "What can you do? The media runs bullshit stories all the time, Addie. You should have known not to leave together. They weren't there when we left. They shouldn't have been there at all. You looked cozy." It was cold, so Alex gave me his dinner jacket, and it's not like I was sober and wearing flats, okay? "You were very poised."
"Charlotte called them,"
Alex said, leaning against the wall and interrupting us, and thank God for that, or we'd argue all day.
"I spoke to George this morning."
He confirmed it. My eyebrows shot up. I wasn't expecting them to actually find out. He nodded.
"I asked him last night, and that was why I was up early. He called the room and told me they'd found out what happened."
"That bitch!" Eva frowned. "Why the fuck would she call the Paps? This was supposed to be a private event. That was why so many people were here. Did everyone even stay at the hotel, or were they photographed?" "Both," Gabby replied, licking her fingers. "That was how I ended up finding the articles about these two. I got a Google alert on my name, and the only photos came from inside the room, so this makes sense if it was Charlotte." I frowned. and I knew my expression perfectly mirrored my twins. Inside the room? How was that possible? Someone sold photos. She shrugged. I don't know. Either that or she smuggled someone in and said they were her cousin. She had a lot of her own personal friends and family there.
It wouldn't have been difficult for her to do that,
Alex agreed, nodding sagely.
We know she's in this greatly for herself, and this is exactly why Fred's father refused to allow the event to be held at the estate. He doesn't trust her, and this won't help her cause. This place is notoriously private, and this won't go down well with the owners. It's why we stay here.
That much was true. I almost always stayed here whenever I had to come to Bath, and I knew it was a favourite of so many people in the upper class because of its discretion. Not only was this a huge breach of our expected privacy, but it would potentially dent the hotel's reputation. Charlotte was in big trouble. Okay, and that's great, I said. But what do we do about this? It's only a matter of time before Mum and everyone starts asking what's going on. What do we do? You have two options. Eva closed the pizza box and went to the mini fridge for a bottle of water. Was she going to pay for that? I doubted it. Which are? You issue a denial. She looked at Alex. You have lawyers on retainer, plus a public relations expert. Send a formal denial to all the papers who have published it, state that you're just friends, and threaten legal action if they continue to publish such untruths. Alex shoved his hands in his pockets.
That seems extreme.
Or you play along with it. I stared at her. We what? You play along. Eva paraphrased. We're living together, Eva. They're going to go from this to marriage in 24 hours. She shrugged. It's up to you, but I'd play along. You're only there for another 4 weeks, and it's not like either of you will be going on dates in bloody Whitborough, is it?
Didn't need to be quite so rude,
Alex muttered. Oh, come on, she shot back. Where are you going to go? The crochet club? It's the cross-stitch club. I threw a pillow at her. We can't pretend to be in a relationship. That's completely ridiculous. Nobody said anything. I looked at Alex. You can't seriously agree with her. He hesitated. Oh my gosh, you do! You agree with her! I turned to Gabby. Do you? Well, Gabby trailed off. I do think there's a third option. You could just ignore it, but that would probably work better if you weren't living in the same house. It might be easier to simply go along with it. But that means lying to everyone. I don't think we can do that. Elizabeth would know the truth, Eva pointed out, and it's not like our parents would tell anyone. I couldn't ask them to lie to anyone. This is just too complicated. Alex stepped forward.
They have a point, Adelaide.
You seriously agree with them? I jumped up and stared around at everyone. How can all three of you think this is a good idea? Not to mention that I was literally with another guy for like an hour last night, and that's a situation I have to deal with too.
You didn't like him. You can use me to get out of it.
You didn't like him? Eva exclaimed. I thought you did. That's not the point. I hugged myself. He's going to know it's fake too. This is messy.
Well,
Alex looked around and threw his hands up.
Why don't we just ignore it? Everyone is aware that you're living with me and tutoring Olympia. We can allow everyone to draw their own conclusions from there. We won't confirm or deny anything. Leave it ambiguous.
And my parents? What then? What about when my mother calls me and demands to know if it's true? What about Olympia, Alex? She's old enough to listen to the news. Do you really want to have to explain this to her? Nobody answered. Alex looked away. Exactly. It's so simple until it's laid out. Give me your room key, I said to Gabby, holding out my hand. I need 10 minutes to myself. She handed it over without argument, and I wrapped my cardigan even tighter around myself and left, shutting the door behind me with a louder bang than I'd intended. This was insane. It wasn't just me, was it? The whole idea was crazy. Avoidance, denying, admitting, lying. What kind of wacko pretended to be in a relationship? Not me, that was who. I let myself into their room and sat on the bed that was made up. It was clearly Eva's, and had I known she was really spending the entire night with Matt, I'd have crashed Gabby's room and taken this bed rather than sleep next to Alexander all night. I didn't have to explain those particular dreams, did I? The only saving grace was that I hadn't woken up in a hot sweat. I buried my head in my hands. This was all a disaster. This was all supposed to be simple. Fuck Charlotte and her need for attention. She'd literally messed up my life. I crawled under the covers and pulled the duvet up to my chin. The windows gave me a gorgeous view of the old architecture of Bath, and I could just about see the old Roman baths from here. I didn't know what to do. Stupid Adelaide. Stupid past Adelaide for offering to come here. Nothing good ever came of messing with things you shouldn't mess with. For me, being someone's +1 had never been a good thing. There'd been the time that his ex-girlfriend had shown up, and they'd fought. There was another time a different guy had gotten back together with his ex, and then the time I found that someone else's ex was pregnant. Now I was facing being someone's fake girlfriend. This was not how my life was supposed to go. I just wanted to tutor Olympia, write my book, and go home at the end of the month without anything untoward happening. The dirty dreams about Alexander screwing me against a bookshelf were really quite enough drama, thank you very much. The room door opened, and I glanced in its direction. Eva. Of course. She blew out a long breath and sat down next to where my legs were. This was unexpected. No shit, I muttered. Addie, how can you think this is a good idea? I'm the worst actress in the world, Eva. I was fired from being Mary in the school Christmas play, for goodness sake. She turned and rested her hand on my leg. I know. Then why? Why do you think this could possibly be a good thing? She sighed. Mum's going to kill me for telling you this. I propped myself up on my elbow. Telling me what? Eva swallowed. The hotel is struggling, Addie. Dad says we have 6 months of trading without a cash injection, if we're lucky. That doesn't make sense. The hotel is always full. Running costs have skyrocketed. Mum and Dad don't want to raise the prices any more than they have to. Country hotels aren't things they once were. They're all over the place. There's a huge wedding on the cards that could buy more time, but it's not secured yet. They're looking between us and 2 other places. My heart clenched. We'd run that hotel my entire life. They couldn't lose it. Not now. Not after everything we'd all put into it, especially my parents. And the media attention for me and Alex in a relationship would equal more interest in me. And by default. More interest in the hotel, Eva confirmed. You and I are on the fringes of this society. We're relatively unknown, but we're still quite interesting to the society pages. The reporters will go digging for information on you and pull up the hotel. I stared at the pristine white sheets. That's a huge assumption, Eva. She shook her head. It's not. I knew about those articles, Addie. Mum already texted me a link to one. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you pretend like you didn't know? I don't want anyone to know about the hotel. Neither do Mum or Dad, so you have to keep this secret. She squeezed my leg through the sheets. You can tell Alex if you must, but nobody else. It won't save the hotel, but it could buy us some time. If it fails? It's 4 weeks, Addie. 4 weeks and you come home anyway. Most of the time you'll be in Bentley Manor, and the Paps can't get anywhere near that place. All you need is the new relationship excitement, then the drama of you moving out and you breaking up. 3 knocks sounded at the door, and Gabby's voice filtered through. Addie, your mum has called you 5 times. Eva stared at me, and I held her gaze for what felt like forever, before I flopped onto my back with a sigh. Let her in, I said. I'll tell Mum what she wants to hear. I was so going to regret this. Chapter 14. Adelaide. There were several things I'd let my sister talk me into during my life that I'd come to regret. I remember being 15 and nervous for a date with my crush at the beach with some friends. She insisted a bikini would fit me, even though I didn't think it covered my boobs. I was right. It popped out right in front of him after a wave caught me, and I could never look him in the eye again. When we were 8, she insisted we wouldn't get caught sneaking into the greenhouse and stealing all the strawberries. Spoiler alert, we got caught. At 16, she was adamant Mum wouldn't know if we told her we were staying at a friend's house, but were actually camping and getting drunk in a random field. Unsurprisingly, Mum found out, and we were in big trouble. And that was only a few of the situations she'd gotten me into. She didn't have the best track record, which was why I was seriously wondering why I'd agreed to this harebrained scheme. Thankfully, Alex was a lot more pragmatic than I was. I tended to be a bit of a dreamer with my head above the clouds, hard to avoid when you had fictional people talking to you in your head, while he was very down to earth, always 2 feet on the ground. Once Gabby and Eva had left us alone to talk, and I'd explained what was going on with the hotel, Alex had pointed out that it would be largely easy to fake a relationship. We didn't really go anywhere together, and it wasn't like we were in London, where the Paps hung out trying to catch a glimpse of people. There were no events either of us had to attend, and if the media made it to Whitborough, they wouldn't even get close to the actual house because the estate was so vast. We were just going to have to get his mum to play along for us. She knew we weren't seeing each other because she, lived in the same house, so we were going to need her on board for this. As far as Elizabeth was concerned, though, we were simply letting the media believe what they wanted to believe, and we were neither denying nor confirming it. If my parents didn't want to tell me about the financial issues with the hotel, there wasn't a chance they'd want anyone else to know, especially not their friends. I still wasn't happy about this, but I didn't appear to have a choice. If it bought some time for my parents, then it was a small sacrifice, really. Besides, it wasn't like I knew anyone outside of the cross-stitching club. They would be easy to convince, since Millie had already talked me into admitting I'd snog him, so I wasn't worried about them. Either way, the drive from Bath to Whitborough was spent largely with Alex talking me down and us figuring out how this was going to work and laying ground rules. Under no circumstances was Olympia to be brought into it. If there was a chance we'd be seen with her, we couldn't be together. It was a slim chance anyway, because aside from the aquarium, we'd never been out as a group, but it was worth saying. At least he'd always protected her privacy, and the papers couldn't print photos of her face. They had to be blurred out, so at least there was that. Also, she couldn't be a part of it, because kids sucked at lying, especially Olympia. I wasn't sure I'd ever be happy about the situation, but it wasn't as bad as it could be, and I was grateful for that at least.
Papa!
Olympia came running through the house in her Wellington boots, leaving a huge trail of wet, muddy footprints on the wooden floor behind her. She launched herself at Alex, and he didn't even have time to put down our cases before she had her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Oomph! He let go of the cases and enveloped her in a huge hug. Hey, princess, have you been good for Granny?
I'm always good.
She leaned back and grinned up at him.
Did you get me anything?
Something for your birthday. He tapped her on the nose. And no, I'm not telling you what it is. It's only 2 months away.
Oh, I wanted to know.
I laughed, and she turned to look at me, her face lighting up.
You came back!
She rushed from Alex to me and hugged me just as tightly. Of course I came back. I bent down, still laughing, and wrapped her in a hug. I have to teach you for another 4 weeks, silly.
Really?
She turned to Alex. He glanced at me, fighting a chuckle. I did say the whole summer, Ollie. Did you forget that?
I thought summer was over, and I could go back to school now.
No, 4 weeks left of the summer break, I'm afraid.
But Addie stays the whole summer.
Yes, Addie stays the whole summer. She looked at me. Happiness shone in her eyes, and a warm wave of affection washed through me when I looked at her. Gosh, she was just the sweetest child in the world.
Can I read my book today?
Olympia paused.
Please?
You want to read your book? I asked, my eyebrows raising. Really?
Yes, I couldn't find it. I drew a picture of fairies for the library and wanted my book, but I didn't know where it was.
Sweetie, you can read your book whenever you like. Oh, my heart. All you had to do was ask Granny to call your daddy, and I'd have said where it was.
Oh.
It was such a tiny, small oh, like she really hadn't thought about that.
Can I have it now?
Alex extracted her from me with a low laugh. Okay, let's make a deal. Why don't you give me and Adelaide 10 minutes to get in and settle after our drive, and then she will get you your book. Olympia looked down at her feet and scuffed her boot along the floor.
I suppose.
And in the meantime, you will take off your boots and put them in the mudroom. Then you will ask either Miss Edwards or Boris to help you get a mop and bucket so you might clear up the mess you've left behind. She slowly turned her head to look behind her at the trail of muddy footprints.
Oopsie.
Oopsie indeed, Alex said slowly, straightening up. Ah, Claire, we were just talking about you. Claire, one of the 3 housekeepers, paused with an armful of sheets in her hand. Sir? Olympia forgot to remove her boots and has left quite a mess along the floor. Claire's head slowly turned as her gaze followed the mess.
Ah, I see. Let me pop these sheets in the cupboard and I'll clean it up.
No, please, if you wouldn't mind helping her fetch a bucket and mop, I'll be down in a moment to supervise her cleaning it up. A small smile tugged at Claire's lips.
I don't mind helping her, sir.
I'll only be a few minutes, he assured her, then tapped Ollie on the shoulder. Go and remove your boots, please. Olympia took them off there and then raced through the hall to the back mudroom, dropped them off, and appeared back in record time. Claire smiled.
Come on then, Olympia. You can help me put these away and then we'll get to clearing up your mess. Yes, Miss Edwards.
Olympia followed after her.
Do you want me to carry some of those for you?
Ah, no, thank you. These are clean, and your hands are most definitely not. Olympia giggled, and that was all we heard as they disappeared down the hall. I couldn't help but grin after them. I love that you do that, I told Alex as we grabbed our stuff to go to our rooms. I've got it, he said, taking my suitcase. Do what? Make her clean it up. It would be so easy to just let Claire do it. Absolutely not. I know she won't be able to do it all herself, and she'll never get it to Claire's standard, so she'll go over it again later today. He chuckled. But it's the principle of the situation. Ollie knows she needs to take her boots off in the mudroom, and she didn't, so she has to clean up her mess. My mum did that with us, too. She lives an exceptionally privileged life here, but that doesn't mean she's going to grow up expecting everyone to do everything for her. If she makes a mess, she has to clean it up. I can cook and clean, after all. You just don't have to. Alex dropped his head back, laughing, and set my suitcase outside my bedroom door. Exactly, but neither do you right now. Point well made, I acquiesced, wrapping my arms around my waist. Thank you for this weekend. All things considered, it was a lot of fun. His blue eyes twinkled with amusement. Thank you for saving me from Charlotte's band of merry bachelorettes. Any time, good sir. I pushed my bedroom door open. And thank you for carrying my case up. He tipped an invisible hat. I'm going to drop this off and take Olympia for a treat at Maggie's when she's cleaned up. Would you like me to bring you anything back? Those eclairs were nice. I can give you the money for them. Absolutely not. He winked and turned away. See you later. I watched as he walked down the hall and turned away, rolling his case along the floor after him. Slowly, I let out a deep breath and leaned against the doorframe, then closed my eyes. I was not going to make another 4 weeks. Someone cleared their throat from behind me, and I jerked around to look at them. Elizabeth. I pressed my hand against my chest, You startled me. Sorry about that, dear. Were you taking a nap standing up? Her eyebrows shot up in question. No, just decompressing after a busy night. I smiled at her. How was your time with Olympia? As insane as one would expect when a child has infinite energy. Her eyes twinkled, belying the weariness in her voice. And that didn't change when I saw this. She held out a newspaper that was folded lengthways. I don't need to look at that, I admitted warily. They printed that fast. She tucked the paper against her body, and I grimaced when I saw the photo of me and Alexander. Not because it was a bad one. It wasn't. Not by any means. As far as paparazzi photos went, it was rather good, actually. I just didn't want to be the one who had to have this conversation with her. 20 minutes, Elizabeth said. That should be enough time for you to handle your dirty laundry and meet me in the library for a pot of tea, don't you think? I nodded. Absolutely. I will see you there. Bollocks. Chapter 15. Adelaide. Me. Help me, your mother is about to hold me hostage in the library. Me. Not a drill, she had a newspaper, help. Me. Call 999, this is an emergency. I quickly sent those to Alex in the hope he'd see it and rescue me, then sent another to Gabby asking when she'd get here. Eva had decided to go home instead of coming here and having to drive home later, but Gabby wanted to stay the night to evaluate a portion of the gardens Alex wanted to make public. His gardens were no Arrowwood estate gardens, I could say that much. Gabriella would take care of that rather swiftly. I just needed someone to help me right now. Someone. Anyone. I'd even take Boris. The butler, not the politician. Just to make that clear. By the time I got to the library from my room, nobody had ridden in on a white horse in a suit of armour to save me. Awfully rude, if you considered the fact there were several suits of armour in this place. The horse might have been tough to come by, but the armour was not. What did a girl have to do to live out that age-old fantasy, huh? I hovered in the doorway and peered into the library. Elizabeth was sitting with her back to me on the sofa, with her shoulders slightly hunched, and I hesitated even now. I did not want to have this conversation. I know you're there, Adelaide, Elizabeth said without turning around. You may as well come and sit down. Bugger it. I shuffled in. Do pick up your feet, dear, you'll scuff the floors. Well, that told me, didn't it? I really did do as I was told and picked up my feet. It felt somewhat as though I'd been scolded by my own mother, even my grandmother. I'd always shuffled along and scuffed my feet against the ground when I'd been uncomfortable, and apparently I still did that now. Oops. I was going to have to work on being more conscious about that. Elizabeth looked over her shoulder. Much better. I hoped my face didn't betray me by letting her know how much I detested being told about my little nervous habit. You wanted to talk? Yes, please take a seat. It didn't matter who I was. It didn't matter that my mum had been best friends with Elizabeth for as long as I could remember, or that I was entirely at home at her ancestral home of Arrowwood Hall. Elizabeth Winthrop-Bentley, née Hastings, would always be terrifying to me. She really did have that aura about her, one that showed how very regal she was, how put together she was, and how she could rip apart anyone in a second. And the woman. Well, the woman in question had 2 cats on her lap. I perched on the arm of the opposite sofa. They're new, I stated. She ran a hand down each of their backs. Phoebe is on the bookshelf over there. Phoebe? Who named a cat Phoebe? Wait, there was another one. I jerked my head around and stared at the black cat who was lounging happily on a shelf. Her tail hung down over the edge and curled at the end. Might I ask where they came from? I turned my attention back to Elizabeth. The cat rescue. Is that an actual rescue or a Catherine rescue? The last time anyone in the Hastings family claimed a rescue, it was her sister and Gabby's Aunt Cat. She'd procured herself a dog she'd found, who she'd actually rescued from a shelter. So she said. Personally, I still doubted that a little bit. An actual rescue, Elizabeth continued. Alexander has yet to discover them. 3 is a little excessive, no? One can never have too many cats. Given that the housekeepers would be the ones scooping their shit out the litter boxes, one had to question the truth in that statement. And how exactly do you expect Alex to respond to the fact there are 3 cats in the house? I raised my eyebrows, and there was a sinking feeling in my stomach that said this was the real reason she'd called me to the library. Yes, Mother. I, too, find myself incredibly interested in your answer to that. Oops. It didn't matter now, evidently. We were about to find out. Elizabeth shot daggers at me and stood, pushing the other 2 cats from her lap. Did you call him here? Uh-oh. I was in a lot of trouble. Mother, you have 3 cats out of nowhere. Do not blame this on Adelaide, Alex said, drawing level with me. What are you doing with 3 cats? Elizabeth glared in my direction. I asked you to speak with me, not him. I wrapped my arms around myself. Discomfort crept across my arms in the form of goosebumps that were anything but pleasurable, and all I wanted was to dive beneath the nearest blanket and hide for a week. Alex stepped in front of me. I have an exceptional amount of respect for you, Ma, but you will not make our guest uncomfortable. You will, however, explain to me why you brought 3 cats into the house without discussion. This is my house, too. You are not the only one living in it. What if a member of staff has an allergy? Have you thought of that? Not to mention Ollie has been asking for one for bloody months, and I told her no, something you knew. Well, then I get grandma points. No, you most certainly do not. I told her no, until such a time she can prove herself responsible enough to do everything taking care of a cat entails, and you've gone behind my back. My vision blurred as she shot back a retort, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. It was a devastatingly loud thud, and my entire body vibrated with it. Their argument was muted and humming with uncertainty, as far as my mind was concerned, and I rubbed my hands over my face in the hope it would help clear something inside me. Stop it! They both froze and turned to look at me, and a flash of shock crossed Elizabeth's expression. I threw out my hands and looked at both of them. Just, please, stop arguing for 5 minutes. Neither moved nor said a word, so I took that as my cue. Yes, Elizabeth, I did ask Alex to come. You cornered me outside my room with a newspaper showing a photo of us, and I assumed you wanted a conversation about that, not 3 cats. I finished on a slightly weaker note than I'd started, and eyed the black cat who was currently surveying me with immense displeasure. Maybe. I wasn't sure. Cats rarely looked impressed. And the fighting is just insane, I said after a moment. How are you going to explain it to Olympia if she catches you? I don't know what issue you have with each other right now, nor is it any of my business, but for goodness sake, if you must fight, there's a few 100 acres out there for you to do it where nobody else has to listen to you. I passed my gaze between them both. Are you done? Alex asked, amusement tinging his tone. I am not, I continued. Alex, I am incredibly sorry I disturbed you for a conversation in which your mother was apparently going to wrangle me into helping her hide the cats. Elizabeth, if that was your intention, I do not appreciate it. Alex turned his attention to his mother. Was it? Elizabeth shifted her weight from one foot to the other and scooped the tortoiseshell cat up from the sofa. Perhaps. He pinched the bridge of his nose and briefly closed his eyes. How on earth did you expect to hide 3 bloody cats? I don't know,
Why do you think I was going to ask Adelaide? If I knew, I obviously wasn't going to bring her into it. Why do you think I'd know? I can't even hide Christmas presents, I said. I'm the person who goes shopping and then tells everyone I've bought them a present before promptly offering to tell them what it is. If I can't hide a candle from my mother, I sure as heck can't hide 3 cats.
Elizabeth stroked the cat. That's valuable information for next time.
Next time? No.
Alex shook his head and waved his hands side to side.
Good God. I may as well move Aunt Cat in so you can start a rescued animal commune.
Absolutely not. My sister is insane.
At least she only showed up with 1 dog, not 3 cats.
Dogs are overrated, far too needy. Cats mostly look after themselves.
Do they, Ma? And who is going to scoop out the litter trays? Feed them every morning? I do not pay Boris or the housekeeping team to do either of those things.
The cat jumped out of Elizabeth's arms and elegantly landed on all 4 paws on the sofa, where it promptly circled 6 times, rubbed its butt against the cushion, and plopped down into a ball. Lovely. I'll do it, Elizabeth answered him. I brought the cats here, so I shall take care of them. I've already set up an empty bathroom with litter trays and a scratching post so they can settle in. Alex made a point of looking around the library.
They look relatively settled to me.
Overnight, and when they're unsupervised, I don't want them damaging the woodwork. No, we couldn't have that now, could we? Alex closed his eyes and sighed.
Mother, we cannot keep the cats.
She took a step back and pressed her hand against her chest. Whatever do you mean? Of course we can. This is their home now.
No. Please collect them all and put them in the bathroom you said you had ready, and you will return them to the rescue centre tomorrow.
He hit her with a firm glare as she opened her mouth to argue.
No. Do not argue with me,
he said, harsher than I'd heard him speak to her.
I've already explained the situation with Olympia, and you knew how I felt. You went behind my back, and whether you like it or not, this is my house, and I make the rules where she is concerned.
Elizabeth pressed her lips into a thin line.
I will not return them, Alexander. Then I'll arrange for one of the empty cottages to be cleaned and prepared for you, and you and your merry band of scratching bandits can move out there.
Oh. Oh, dear. He really did not want these cats, did he?
You would kick me out of my own home. Kicking you out implies I'd be leaving you homeless.
He took a step back.
I would be homeless myself before I would do that to you, and you know it.
She didn't respond, but there was a flash of regret in her eyes.
Those are your options. Return them, or you can move into one of the cottages on the estate until such a time I'm satisfied that Olympia is responsible enough to take care of them.
Papa,
Olympia rushed into the library at the exact moment he finished his sentence. She drew up short when she saw us all standing and staring at each other, and slowly flicked her gaze between us all.
What are you talking about? Oh my gosh, is that a cat?
Alex dropped his chin to his chest.
Granny, is that a cat?
Olympia asked, rushing over to the bookshelf where the black one was eyeing her with curiosity. She held her hand out ever so gently to let the cat sniff her fingers.
Oh, she's pretty. Is it a she? Is it ours? Can we keep it?
Granny is looking after her friend's 3 cats for the night,
Alex said, turning around to look at her.
They're going home tomorrow.
Oh. Olympia's shoulders sagged. I understand.
She's going to put them in one of the empty bathrooms now, so they don't cause trouble. Isn't that right, Mother?
Elizabeth's jaw twitched, but she forced a smile for Olympia's benefit. Yes, sweetheart, that's right. My friend asked me to watch them tonight, and I thought they would be fine here, but Papa would like them away from the library.
Can I play with them in the bathroom?
Olympia asked, scratching the cat under her chin.
Perhaps for a little while, later.
Alex replied gently.
Come on. Have you seen Peter yet today? How are the baby rabbits doing? Are they ready to find new homes yet? Shall we go and check?
He quickly ushered her out of the library and shot a look back in our direction that said those cats had better be out of the library by the time he got back. Elizabeth sighed. Well, that went well, all things considered. Really? I peered at her in confusion. You think that went well? Yes. She grinned at me. He told me to get rid of them tomorrow. There's still time. Oh dear. This couldn't possibly go wrong. Chapter 16. Adelaide. There was something beautiful about the wee hours, the ones where nobody was awake, when there was nothing but the whispered hooting of owls through the darkness, the rummaging of nocturnal wildlife, the calming whoosh of a gentle breeze against the window panes. It was commonly referred to as the witching hours, but I always associated those with the hours before 3 in the morning. My personal witching hours were between 6 and 8 in the morning, and 10 and midnight on an evening. That was when the words seemed to magically appear, and there was little chance of being interrupted. 11:30 was the current time on the clock, and my fingers had been moving consistently across the keys for at least the past hour. Shelving my previous work had been the best decision I'd made in a long time, and by the end of the night, I'd have the first 5 chapters completed to send to my agent. I really hoped she wouldn't mind that I'd changed the book. But this one was just clicking. It wasn't even like I had a plan. I had a vague outline of how things were going to go, and I was winging the rest of it. It was working. I put in a page break and typed the header for Chapter 5. Staying up much past midnight was going to be highly irresponsible of me, and I just knew I would regret it tomorrow when I had to tutor Olympia. Unfortunately for me, my brain didn't care. I adjusted my position on the sofa and crossed my legs, then set my laptop balancing on my knees. It wasn't the healthiest position to write in, and it was yet another thing I'd regret in the morning when my neck and shoulders were screaming at me. But a girl had to do what a girl had to do. I cracked my knuckles and got back to it, pausing only to reach for my glass of wine to sip. The bottle was half empty, and that really was my limit. Tutoring Olympia while tired was one thing. Doing it even a little bit hungover sounded like my idea of hell. Oh, God, I loved this book. Everything about it was magical. Given that I was past those first 10,000 words, this was nothing short of a miracle. It usually all went to shit then. The library door opened, and I looked in that direction. Alex was standing there completely still, staring at me.
Shit, Adelaide, sorry. I didn't know you were in here.
I waved a hand. It's fine, I'm just getting some writing done.
I'll leave you to it.
Don't be daft. As long as you don't talk my ear off, I can't say I'd be against the company.
No plans to talk.
He held up a book and a glass of wine.
Just read.
I smiled. Perfect company, then.
Are you sure?
Alex, this is your house. If anything, I'm the one who should be leaving you in peace. Unfortunately, this sofa is very comfortable, and I have no intention of going anywhere else. With a laugh, he clicked the door shut behind him.
It's your home for as long as you're here.
Well, yes, and I appreciate that very much. I smiled again. But it's still yours, and I won't be offended if you tell me to bugger off.
I wouldn't dream of it.
He grinned and sat on the sofa on the other side of the coffee table.
I'll stop talking now.
He put his glass on the side table, swung his feet up onto the sofa, and opened his book. He was wearing green checked pajama bottoms and a red t-shirt that fit entirely too well. Surely that wasn't comfortable to sleep in. Did he sleep in those clothes? Damn it. That was not where my brain was supposed to go. Especially not when he looked like a weirdly sexy Christmas tree. Oh, no. I wasn't going to write another word, was I? How was I supposed to focus with him lying on the sofa opposite me? He turned a page of his book, and the swish of it seemed to scream at me. All in all, this was a terrible idea, and I needed to get out of here as quickly as possible before I truly descended into some form of madness. The dirty dreams where he bent me over desks and slammed me against walls to kiss me were bad enough. I didn't need any of those thoughts consuming my waking hours, too. I peered over at him. He was focused entirely on the book. His brow was ever so slightly furrowed, and his lips twitched and pursed as he read the words on the page in front of him. Why was it so bloody sexy to see a man read? Ugh. At least one of us was focused here. I forced my attention back to my manuscript and made myself start typing again. The problem with being a writer was that it was always exceptionally obvious when you weren't, writing. The tap-tap of the keys, or lack of, was a giveaway. I supposed I could just randomly hit the keys and pretend that I was writing something. It seemed like a catastrophic waste of energy, though. Tap, 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 ugh. This was going nowhere. I saved the document and closed my laptop. Alex looked up right as I sighed.
I'm sorry. I disturbed you, didn't I?
It's fine. I was starting to dry up anyway. It's late. One of those things was a lie.
It's one of those days. I think I've read the same page 6 times now.
He closed the book and put it down on the sofa next to him. Are you all right? You're not usually up this late. I know. I always am. His lips twitched.
It's just been a rough week or so, with my mum harping on at me and getting those bloody cats.
I grimaced. Talk about an unpleasant surprise.
We spoke again this evening, and it wasn't the most enjoyable. I never thought I'd have to draw lines with my mother regarding who makes decisions in this house, especially when it still feels like hers.
I can imagine that's difficult to do, but she has to respect your wishes as Ollie's father. If you said no cats, that means no cats.
Yes, well, I think we're both more than aware that I will eventually get suckered in and lose this fight, but I'm going to go down swinging.
He chuckled.
And hey, maybe it'll be a good thing for Olympia.
Cats are supposed to be good for kids with autism, you know. Everyone thinks of dogs as the best emotional support animals, but for kids who need calm and quiet, cats are the perfect companion.
That's another reason I'll probably lose.
His lips twitched.
And then there's Olympia's assessment this week.
Ah, of course. I forgot about that, I admitted. It's Wednesday, isn't it? He nodded. I'll look at my plans so we can take Wednesday off. It's going to be stressful enough as it is for her.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Of course. I smiled, sliding my laptop onto the cushion next to me. Want to play that game of chess? Alex's eyebrows shot up.
Sure. I'll try to go easy on you.
Laughing, I carried my wineglass over to the ornately carved mahogany chessboard in the bay window. It was the most perfect spot for it, and looked out over the private gardens that Gabriella was currently redesigning for her college course. They're going to look so good when they're done, I said. The gardens.
They are. She sent me her preliminary plans this evening. I'll show them to you tomorrow.
Alex sat opposite me and set his glass on the windowsill.
Are you sure? It's a bit late to play properly.
Yes, my brain won't shut off anyway. Too many things whirring around it. If I start reading a book, I won't sleep at all, and the same goes for a TV show. Chess might as well do it. Besides, you seem like you have a lot on your mind.
I think you're starting to spend too much time with me, Adelaide. I don't appreciate how easily you're able to read me.
I grinned. I hate people, but I love watching people. Spend enough time doing it, and you'd be surprised how easy it is to figure humans out. He motioned for me to take the first move.
I suppose that's a handy skill to have as a writer.
Yes, but really, I'm just terribly nosy.
Again, handy for a writer.
Well, when you look at it that way, it is rather positive, isn't it? I reached for my wine and frowned at the board. Wait, how did you do that? Alex grinned.
There's a reason nobody plays chess with me, Adelaide.
I looked at the positions of the pieces in awe. We'd only had a few turns each, and I wasn't even sure how I was supposed to get out of this. What the actual fuck? I whispered. He didn't even have the decency to look ashamed.
Do you want some help?
Absolutely not. I'd rather lose with dignity than win any other way. I took another drink of my wine and hovered my spare hand over the board. Damn it. This match was already lost. I didn't have to be a Grand Master to know that. What kind of hinky chess magic did this man possess? I'm quite offended by this, I said, making my move. I'm rather used to winning, and I know you've already won. Not necessarily, Alex replied, his eyes scanning the board before he quickly moved a piece. Chess is a funny old thing, but I would be surprised if you could beat me. I settled down and set about playing, and the worst part of this was that I could see the moves he was going to make. I knew what he was doing. His opening had been exquisite, and had I recognized what he was doing, I might not have found myself 2 moves behind. Alas, I was. Bloody hell. He was going to make mincemeat of me. Who was he? Magnus frigging Carlsen? Ugh. I considered myself to be a very competent chess player, and that knowledge meant that I rather suspected that he was going easy on me right now to give me a chance. How infuriating. Alex made his move, and it left his knight forking my queen and my bishop. Ho-hum. This was quite the conundrum. I didn't want to lose my queen, so I had to move her. But where? Bollocks to it. Gritting my teeth, I moved her into what I felt was the best possible position on the board. Alex glanced over at me. A smile played with his lips, and he effortlessly moved his knight to take my bishop. The bastard! At least my queen was safe. My king, unfortunately, was not. How to sum up British history in a couple of sentences? A few more turns later, and it was over. He checkmated me with ease, and if I were a lesser woman, I'd have flipped the darn chess table on his head. Well, that was rude, I said after a moment. Did you have to do it so quickly? Alex laughed and leaned back in the chair. Sorry, I so rarely get to play against new opponents that I couldn't resist. Boris really is the only person who'll play me, and that's only because he's the person who taught me how to play in the first place. I wrinkled my nose as I grabbed my glass and got up. Aren't there chess clubs local to here? Local tournaments or the like? I know there are some in Somerset and Devon. Yes, Alex said slowly, following me to the sofa and sitting down next to me. Unfortunately, I've been banned from the local club. You've been banned? What did you do? Sneak in red-hot Doritos? Was it too much for their delicate sensibilities? He laughed. I kept beating them all, every time, so they banned me. That's rude. Not really. You were more competition than they were. Thank you. No, really, you're a very good player. You just weren't paying attention. I waved my wineglass. That'll do it. I'm so annoyed I didn't see your opening move sequence until it was too late. It was such a simple one, too. I did try to keep it easy. Alex rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe we'll play again, when it's not midnight. I agree. If anything, now I'm desperate to beat your ass. He grinned at me, leaning on the back of the sofa. Good luck. I haven't lost a game in almost 2 years. Well, you're going to. I prodded his shoulder. I don't like losing, and I'm rather stubborn. My mother used to tell me it was a terrible combination of qualities, but the older I get, the more I realize they're really quite complementary. He laughed, swatting my hand away from him. Well, thank you for the game. It was fun to play against someone new. You're welcome. I haven't played in a while. It was fun. I smiled at him, even if I did lose. He returned the smile, and for a moment, the heaviest of silences hung in the air. There was a second, maybe 2 seconds, where it felt as though there was something tangible that fizzled between us. Enough that my stomach knotted in anticipation of something, anything happening. But nothing did. It was just as well, really. Alex cleared his throat and sat up straight. It's getting late. Nodding in agreement, I got up, throwing the last small mouthful of wine back before I headed for the door. You're right. I've already stayed up far too late as it is, especially when I have work to do tomorrow. It's entirely my fault, Alex said, following me out of the library. He paused to turn off the lights, then drew level with me as we approached the stairs. Start half an hour late tomorrow. Olympia can see the animals. Start half an hour late? I laughed quietly. Alex, we've started every single lesson at the same time ever since I got here. The one time I was 5 minutes late, Olympia was sitting at the table in the library like an old schoolmistress, demanding to know where I was. Doesn't she try to get you to delay the start of your lesson on a regular basis? Almost daily, I confirmed. One day I'll agree just to see what she does. So why not do it tomorrow? Because I suspect I shall be far too tired to have 30 minutes of lecturing from a 10-year-old about why I'm late. I stopped outside my bedroom and smiled. Think about it. Do you really believe it's the best choice? He didn't even hesitate. No, I suppose the routine you've fallen into does bring her a lot of comfort. Especially in the summer break where there isn't a routine at all. Exactly. I'll just have to switch out my morning tea for a coffee instead. And give Boris a heart attack. Well, he doesn't need the routine, does he? I grinned and gripped the door handle. He laughed. Best to keep him on his toes, I think. I agree. He checked his watch. Bedtime. I'll see you in the morning, Addie. Thank you for pretending I didn't fuck up your writing mojo tonight. I dipped my head to hide a smile, and Alex leaned forwards. I would swear on my deathbed that his lips were intended for my cheek, that it was designed to be nothing more than a friendly peck goodnight, like the kind of quick kiss on a cheek you'd give your best friend, or your aunt, or something equally innocent. But, by some strange twist of fate, I happened to lift my chin right as he turned his face, and his mouth made contact with me. My mouth, his lips, they were against mine. And they were soft and smooth and warm and all the things I'd ever dreamed they would be. It lasted but a second before we both jerked away, and I gripped the door handle so tightly that the metal cut into my palm. My heart thumped against my ribs, and my traitorous lips were tingling with the memory of his. Oh dear. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex started. No, it's fine. I moved, and we just, you know. I cleared my throat, putting an end to the rambling, and smiled. It happens. It doesn't mean anything. Right, of course. He rubbed the back of his neck and then, with a smile, held out his hands. Hug instead. That sounded like a terrible idea. So naturally I agreed. I wrapped my arms around his waist while his circled my shoulders. His body was firm, and I could feel the rapid beating of his heart when I pressed my head against his chest. Why was his heart beating like that? Thank you for keeping me company after I messed you up tonight, he said in a low voice. I didn't know I needed it. I smiled and peered up at him. It was fun. I just have to figure out how to beat you now. Good luck with that. His lips curved as he looked back down at me. For a second, everything stopped. There was just him and I, with nothing but a whisper of space between our lips, and our bodies pressed right against each other. My stomach clenched with anticipation, and I drew in a sharp breath. Alex, God help me for doing this, he murmured, and kissed me again. This time it was deliberate, and it was clear in the way he kissed me. It wasn't the shocked pause of before. It was firmer and deeper, real in a way that tugged at a hidden part of me. He drew me even closer to him, and I flattened my hands against his muscular back, until we were so close that not even air could pass between us. Alex cupped the back of my neck, and tingles ran down my spine as his fingertips brushed against my skin. I didn't want to wake up from this dream. Oh, gosh, it was the realest one I'd had yet, and it was almost as though it was real. Holy, this wasn't a dream, not this time. I was actually kissing Alexander. No, 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 no! I broke off the kiss and pushed away from him, killing all contact between us. My heart was beating a mile a minute, and every single breath I took was shuddery and uneven, and I flattened my hands against my stomach as I stepped back against my door. I took a deep breath. We shouldn't be doing that. I'm sorry,
No, I'm sorry. You're right.
Alex swallowed and looked away.
Good night, Adelaide.
He turned his back to me and walked down the hall. He ran his hand through his hair and dropped his head, and a heavy mixture of guilt and regret trickled through my body. Alex, He disappeared without a word before I could say anything else, and I slumped back against the door, closing my eyes. What a mess.
Chapter 17. Adelaide.
Oh, Adelaide, there you are!
Mrs. Berry rushed into the library where I was trying and failing to write. She looked awfully harried with her hair sticking up at all angles, and she tugged on her dress as she approached me. "Mrs. Berry, is everything all right?" I said, standing up.
My daughter's water has just broken, and the hospital wants her brought in, she said hurriedly. Her husband is in London for work and might not get back in time. There's been a terrible crash on the motorway, and it's closed both ways. I cannot find Alexander or Elizabeth anywhere to tell them, but I need to drop my grandson off to my husband and take Angela to the hospital. She's only 34 weeks. I know you're done for the day and you're working on your book, but can you watch Olympia?
Oh my gosh, of course, absolutely. I shut down my laptop and tucked the chair back in, quickly following her out. Is there anything I can do to help you?
No, sweetheart, but thank you for asking. I will try to call Alexander when I get her to the labour ward, but if I don't, would you tell him I might not be able to make it tomorrow?
Of course I can. I passed her handbag from the hooks and opened the door for her. Are you all right to drive?
Yes, my goodness, you're sweet.
She touched my arm.
Olympia is upstairs. Are you sure you—
Yes, I'm sure. Please go. Don't worry about calling. I'll make sure everyone knows what's going on. If you need anything at all, let me know, and I'll see what I can do to help. All right? Your husband too.
Thank you, sweetheart.
She squeezed my arm before she rushed out of the door and across the circular driveway to where the household staff all parked their cars. She got into hers and pulled away, and I waved her goodbye before stepping inside and closing the door behind me. Time to find Olympia. And, well, everyone else. Where was everyone? And why did everyone in this place have a tendency to disappear? I trudged upstairs to Olympia's bedroom and knocked on the door. Olympia, are you in there?
Oh, no,
she called from inside.
Wait, don't come in.
I stilled. Are you all right? Do you need any help?
No, I'm fine.
There was a shuffle and the sound of her muttering something unintelligible. Are you sure?
Yes, wait a second. Oof, ouch!
What on earth was she doing in there?
Stupid bed.
Ah. I put money on her stubbing her toe. There was the sound of a door shutting, and seconds later she opened her bedroom door.
Hi, Addie. Did Mrs. Berry leave?
I eyed her. Yes, to take her daughter to the hospital to have her baby. What have you been doing in here?
Nothing.
Olympia looked at me with wide eyes, quickly diverting her gaze over my shoulder.
Are you in charge now?
Mm-hmm. I'm in charge. I peered over the top of her head. Can I see your room? Olympia.
Fine.
She sighed and stepped to the side, and I quickly moved into her room before she could change her mind. It was strangely normal for a child who'd just made a fuss about me coming in. Taylor Swift played quietly from the bright pink CD player on her windowsill, and her stuffed animals filled the fireplace that was no longer in operation. Her double bed was made, with the exception of a pillow that was at the wrong end, next to her Nintendo Switch that had a Pokémon dancing on the screen. It was too tidy. Except, Olympia, why is there a ball of wool under your bed?
Mrs. Berry was teaching me knitting, she said, sitting on her bed. I shoved it under there while trying to tidy up.
Right. I don't trust you, I mused, fighting a smile. Where's your dad, or Grandma? She shrugged.
I don't know. I think Papa is working, and Granny said this morning she was going to pick something up.
Right. I don't suppose you know when either of them will be back. She shook her head.
Don't worry, Boris will be here all day.
I'll go and find him, I think. Are you all right up here for a while?
Yep, she replied brightly. I'm playing Pokémon.
She picked up the switch and waved it in my direction, and I saw the Pokémon in question was Eevee. Ah, I used to love that one. Right. Would you like some water? I'll bring you some up.
Yes, please.
She crossed her legs, put the pillow on her lap, and turned her attention to the switch. Don't lean over like that, I said without thinking. You'll hurt your neck. Lean against your headboard instead. Olympia glanced at me before she shuffled back and put a pillow behind her, then bent her knees and rested her switch on top of them.
Like this?
Yes, thank you. I don't want you to get sore. I hesitated. I'll be right back.
Okay.
She was no longer looking at me, so I backed out of the room and pulled her door closed, quickly knocking it away from the latch so I could push it open without her noticing. And then I waited. A few minutes passed before the sounds of her bed creaking eked through the door and the music from her switch stopped. Taylor Swift still played in the background, but that was broken by the opening of what I thought was her wardrobe door.
Oh, Phoebe, that was a close one,
Olympia said softly. Phoebe? The cat? She had the bloody cat in her room. Olympia! I pushed the door open and gasped at her. She was standing in front of the wardrobe, horror splashed across her features, with her arms wrapped around the black cat, who, to her credit, eyed me with the same disdain she had yesterday in the library.
You spied on me!
Olympia shouted. You lied to me. I pointed to the cat. You told me you weren't doing anything. She averted her gaze. Olympia, why is the cat in your bedroom? She didn't reply, just kept holding on to the cat. Phoebe was very compliant, I'd give her that. She was just sort of hanging there, in her arms, and she didn't even wriggle. Either tell me why she's in your bedroom or I'm going to tell your dad when he gets back.
Oh no, don't tell him!
She dropped the cat, and I quickly shoved the door shut behind me. I did not need to be chasing a cat around this manner, thank you very much. You have one chance to tell me the truth. I folded my arms across my chest. I thought they were supposed to be leaving with Granny this morning. They were going back to her friend's house. I quickly corrected myself, remembering the story she'd been told.
They're still here, Addie, in the bathroom, all three, but I like this one.
She sat down on the floor where Phoebe crept out from under the bed and accepted her pets with a very loud purr.
She's soft and cuddly.
She's also not supposed to be here, sweetheart. I walked slowly to sit on the edge of her bed. As lovely as she is, your daddy would be quite upset that you've broken the rules and taken her out of the bathroom where she's supposed to be.
Are you going to tell him?
I sighed. No, but I do have to take her back to the bathroom.
Now?
I'm afraid so. He could return at any minute.
Okay.
She looked sadly down at the cat, and it broke my heart to get up and take Phoebe from her arms. I'm sorry, Ollie, but I don't make the rules here. You know that. I'd let you keep her if I could.
I know.
Her voice was tiny, and she didn't look up as I carried Phoebe out of the room and shut the door behind me. Gosh, I felt so cruel. It wasn't as though she'd done anything wrong, but I couldn't in good conscience allow her to keep the cat in her room when Alex hadn't permitted it. Things were weird enough between us as it was. He'd left before I'd come downstairs this morning, and I had no idea where he was all day. Not that it was any of my business. But the way he'd kissed me last night, well, you didn't kiss someone like that if your life wasn't any of their business. I needed to talk to him. We needed to talk and clear the air, because it wasn't going to work out otherwise. Obviously, the clearing needed to be that it was a one-time mistake and couldn't happen again. It was a stark overstep in our relationship, and it didn't matter how much I'd regretted stopping it. It didn't matter that a part of me wished I'd taken him into my room instead of pushing him away. No, not at all. It had been a terrible mistake to even let that go along for as long as we had, and now a line had to be drawn. A big, thick, black line
in permanent marker, so permanent that not even your great-great-grandmother's foolproof stain remedy could fix it.
"What are you doing?"
I jerked at the sound of Elizabeth's voice and pressed my hand to my chest.
Jesus, you scared me.
"Why do you have Phoebe?"
"Isn't that an excellent question?" I shot back, adjusting my grip on the feline. "Why is she still here, My friend wasn't home." Her eyes sparkled. "Why is she out of the bathroom?" "Ask your granddaughter," I replied dryly, handing her the cat. "And on that note, I'm out. Mrs. Berry had to take her daughter to the hospital since her water broke, so she had to leave."
Elizabeth frowned. "Angela's in labour. Isn't she early? Wait, hold on for a moment, dear."
She hurried down the hall and disappeared into a bathroom with the cat, and re-emerged 2 minutes later.
"Had to fill their water bowl," she said by way of explanation. "Alexander doesn't know about the cats, does he?"
"No idea. I haven't seen him today."
"Oh, what's this about Angela?"
"Her water broke. Mrs. Berry said she's only 35 weeks. I summed up the rest of what she'd told me.
"Oh dear, poor thing. Of course she had to leave."
She preceded me into the kitchen where she looked around.
"Where is Boris?" "Here, Mom."
Boris appeared from the pantry with a box of tea bags in his hand.
"I was about to finish the tea canister." "Oh, perfect timing then. We'll take a pot in the conservatory, please." "Of course. Hello, Adelaide."
He nodded at me. "Hi, Boris," I replied brightly, passing him on the way to the conservatory off the kitchen. "How's your day been?"
"Satisfactory,"
he returned.
"And your own?"
"Surprising." He gave me a curious look, but didn't ask me to elaborate.
"So let me get this straight," Elizabeth said, sitting on one of the sofas and resting one hand on top of the other on her knee. "Angela is early, her husband is stuck on the motorway, and Sylvia might not be back tomorrow."
"That about sums it up," I replied, sitting on an armchair opposite her. "She said she couldn't contact you or Alexander, so she asked if I'd pass the message on. I think her not being here tomorrow might be more about her watching her grandson than anything else, though." She nodded. "Of course. My phone is out of battery, and as for Alex, well, I couldn't tell you where he is. I'll call her house this evening and let either her or Stanley know that she's fine to take a couple of days off. I believe we'd agreed she'd take a week off when the baby was born anyway to be on hand, so it's not a bother." Wow. If only all employers were that understanding. "That's kind of you," I said as Boris brought the tea tray in. "When my sister's co-worker was pregnant, her boss tried to argue that she was even entitled to maternity leave."
"I can't stand people like that. No, we must look after our own. Thank you, Boris, that will be all."
Elizabeth took control of pouring the tea as Boris bowed his head and left us alone, closing the double doors behind him. I still wasn't used to her old-school way of doing things. If Boris ever made me tea, I always asked him to join me for a cup, and so did Alex. Different generations, I guessed. It was fascinating.
"Dylan, that's Angela's husband, is Scottish, and his parents still live near Aberdeen somewhere. He moved to London for his career, met Angela, and moved back here with her 4 years ago when she was pregnant with their son. Their only support network is Sylvia and Stanley. Sugar?"
When I nodded for one, she dropped the cube in my teacup.
"This country still doesn't allow fathers enough time off work after the birth of their children, so if Sylvia needs some time off to assist them with a new baby, then I'm perfectly fine with that. She's been the nanny to my granddaughter for 10 years. I'm sure we can survive without her for a week or so while she tends to her own family."
I smiled at her and thanked her for the tea. "She's been with you that long?"
"Yes, ever since Olympia was a few months old. Nothing major at that point, you understand, as her mother was still with us, but she was a great help while my husband was ill."
I dropped my gaze. "Sorry."
"Whatever for, dear? Reminding me of my wonderful husband? No, that's never anything to apologize for."
"For bringing up Olympia's mum."
"You didn't. I did."
She sipped her tea.
"I admit we don't discuss her often."
"Was she not a good person?" Elizabeth tilted her head to the side. "Sorry, it's none of my business. I'm just curious, that's all. You don't have to answer." A small smile played on her lips, and she set her teacup down on the saucer. "People can't be split into good and bad, Adelaide. We like to think of ourselves as that, but really, we all live our lives in shades of grey. It's simply that some of the things we do are lighter greys, while some are darker. Nobody is truly good, and nobody is truly evil." As true as that may be, it doesn't answer the question. She laughed and she leaned back, more relaxed than I'd ever seen her. "It does not, no. Natalie wasn't a bad person. She and Alexander were very young, and in my opinion, weren't a relationship that would last. He made some very reckless decisions before his father took ill, and as far as Arthur and I were concerned, Natalie was nothing more than a fling, until she fell pregnant." I watched on as Elizabeth sighed and picked up her teacup again. "There was a time when he considered marrying her. Really, when it was the only option, if only even for a short time. The heir to the dukedom must be a male born of the body, in wedlock, as I'm sure you know." I nodded. Neither of them were particularly keen on the idea, but Alex understood the situation, so we came to a compromise. They would find out the gender, and if the baby was a boy, they would get married, and after a year separate. Natalie would live on the estate, and we would pay for everything for the boy. If the baby was a girl, nothing needed to change. Elizabeth looked out of the window. "Of course, we have Olympia, so nothing changed." What if it had been wrong? Natalie had more invasive testing. There was a hereditary illness in her family. It was recommended she be tested for, so it was done at the same time. I don't remember what it was, but it didn't affect females, so Olympia is fine. She cradled her teacup. They broke up not long after Olympia was born, but we continued with our agreement, just without the marriage. Natalie lived on the estate and was well looked after, but they did part ways when Olympia was barely walking. I swallowed. Then, of course, when Olympia was 5... She trailed off, then sighed. Natalie had long taken advantage of her position as the mother of Lady Olympia Winthrop-Bentley, only child of the future Duke of Worcester, and it opened more doors for her than I was comfortable with. She rose to quite a high position in society and in fashion, and she was on her way back from an event in London. I didn't want to know where this was going. She misjudged her champagne consumption and made a very bad decision. So had another driver that night, and she had a collision before she'd even left the city. Oh no. The other driver died immediately, but Natalie passed from her injuries a week later in hospital. Elizabeth looked at me, a hint of sadness in her eyes. It was an accident that stemmed from 2 people who decided to make very bad decisions, and in the end, it cost them both their lives. I'm sorry. It must have been so difficult for you. At the time, yes. Arthur was extremely ill, and Alex had to face the reality of both inheriting the estate, the dukedom, and being a single father. Somehow, with the help of our family, we got through it. But she sighed and gave me a small smile. He swore for a long time after that if he married her, it wouldn't have happened. I'd imagine that if he were there, they might both have been in the car. Exactly. Better for Olympia to have one parent than none at all. She sipped from her teacup. Not that it made it any easier for us all, and especially not Olympia. She toes the line of having memories of her, but I'm not sure they're entirely clear. She tried to avoid talking about her at all costs, and so does Alex. She's quite literal about it, and that can be tough. I understand that. It's difficult to talk to children about loss, especially those with special needs. Autistic children especially find it hard to recognize and understand emotions, so Olympia likely struggles to connect that emotion with the reality of her mother's death. For her, she's dead, and she might need professional assistance to help her with the feelings that surround that. Elizabeth smiled at me. You are an exceptionally wonderful person, Adelaide. I'm not sure you know that. Oh, thank you. But I'm sure that's not true. We all live in shades of grey, don't we? She laughed and set her empty cup down. Touché, Adelaide, touché. Smiling, I set down my cup. I'll go and check on Olympia. I stood and paused at the door. Elizabeth? Yes, dear. Thank you for telling me all that. I hope I didn't overstep the line by asking. Of course not. Perhaps you might have access to some resources for that help, for Olympia. She peered over at me. If it's not too much trouble. It never is, I responded. I love your granddaughter. I think she is an incredible child with the ability to do even more incredible things. I'll reach out to some friends in the area who might be able to point us in the right direction. She nodded. Thank you. I know Alex will appreciate it. I'm sure he will. I smiled one more time and ducked out of the door. One more thing, Adelaide. Of course. I turned back to her. Thank you for everything you are doing for my family. I know your mum is very proud of you for all you're achieving. Elizabeth's smile was almost teary, and the sheen in her eyes tugged at my heart. And I want you to know that if my son ever sees fit to marry anyone, I hope with all my heart that she might be lucky enough to be half the woman you are. A thick lump formed in my throat, and the tears that pricked the back of my eyes stung. I couldn't reply. If I did, I would cry. So I did all I could do. I pressed my lips into a flat line, nodded, and disappeared as quickly as I possibly could. Chapter 18. Adelaide. Eva. Hotel is fully booked. Me. Really? Eva. Yes, all week. By all accounts, people think they can come here and get a glimpse of you both. Mostly full of under 25-year-olds who spend too much time on TikTok. I'm not correcting them. Me. False advertising. Eva. That's what Photoshop is for, dear sister. Me. You are savage, Evangeline. Eva. Thank you. How's the sexy Duke? Have you banged him yet? Me. How's the Earl? Eva. No idea. Haven't texted him back yet. Me. And you wonder why people call you a man-eater? Eva. Would I be a woman-eater if I was a lesbian? Me. I'd assume so. Eva. What would I be if I were bi? Me. Ask Twitter. Eva. Lord, no. I'd rather gouge my eyeballs out with a rusty spoon than do that. Me. Oh, you do still have some brains then. Eva. Don't you have anything better to do? Me. I do. You text me first, remember? Eva. Balls. Me. Exactly. Eva. I miss you. Me. Miss you too. It's not much longer. Eva. 3 weeks, Addie. 3 weeks. Just slice out my kidney, why don't you? Me. Too messy. Eva. You're away for our birthday. Do you know how many birthdays we've spent apart? None. Me. ... Eva. None, Adelaide. None. Me. You're being codependent right now. Eva. We're twins. We are codependent. Me. We'll have to spend them apart one day. Eva. Not this time. I'm going to speak to your fancy man and demand he returns you to sender for our birthday. Me. He's not my fancy man. Eva. The papers say differently. Me. Get a bloody hobby, Evangeline. I tossed my phone down onto my bed and stared out of the window. I had the prettiest view of the woodland that stretched out to the side of the manor, and a flock of birds took flight from somewhere within it. They looped through the air until they disappeared into tiny black dots. Eva was right. I'd almost forgotten that our birthday was coming up, and we really had never spent it apart. It was one of those things about being a twin, and despite the fact we were edging ever closer to 30, we still did a lot of things together. That's why this whole thing with me being here was a lot. I was wondering if it was starting to take a toll on me. I'd only seen her once in 3 weeks, and we hadn't spent that much time together at the gala weekend. I wondered if Alex wouldn't mind if I went home for my birthday. I would have to ask him, if we ever spoke to one another again. Oh, that was a little dramatic. Of course we would speak again, It might just take us a little time to get back to normal. As it were, I didn't have much more time on my hands to think about that. I needed to get out of the house more than ever, and Millie had texted me earlier to let me know that the cross-stitch club was meeting tonight. That was exactly where I was heading now. There was still no sign of Alex as I made my way through the house and out to my car, pausing only to let Boris know I was going out, just in case anyone asked. The drive into Whitborough was as easy as always, and there was no traffic in the shape of sheep this time around, nor tractors, and that was perhaps rarer than the former. There were always tractors, and they were always moving things like sheep and hay bales when you were running 10 minutes late, and could not afford to go 10 miles an hour on a single-track road with 0 overtaking places. Not that I was bitter about that or anything. Finding a parking space was a little tougher than last time, on account of the fact we were smack bang in the middle of August, and the village was surrounded by staycation lovers who wanted a bit of a countryside break before the school year restarted in September. After putting my parking ticket on the dashboard, I walked through the village to the Pheasant Arms. I opened the door and wrinkled my nose. It was catastrophically busy here, and this was a far cry from the previous meeting. Was it even possible to cross-stitch in this noise and mess? Was everyone here yet? How would I even know? Oh, Jesus, this was a nightmare. I should have known better than to come out, no matter how badly I needed to get out of Bentley Manor. Sleepy little English towns were just that, until they weren't. Which was far too frequently, in my opinion.
Adelaide!
I turned at the sound of Millie's voice and found her waving at me from their usual spot in front of the fire. Grateful that she'd been looking out for me, I shoved my way through the crowd. Florence made Helena move along the sofa, something she wasn't all too pleased about, although I rather suspected Helena wasn't too pleased about many things where I was concerned, and I plopped my backside in the empty spot. Gosh, it's mental here. What's going on? I asked, setting my handbag by my feet.
There's a small music festival not far away, Millie explained. It's why Grandpa stayed at home tonight. Too many people.
I peered over the back of the sofa and looked around. She was right. The crowd was largely younger people, and not so many kids. How terrible. Maggie chuckled. Spoken like a true country girl. Helena snorted. Florence side-eyed her. Something to say, Helena? No? Then be quiet, she concluded. I bit my lower lip to stop myself laughing. Sure, Florence looked all sweet and nice, and like the kind of gentle grandmother who knitted baby booties and hats to donate to the local NICU ward, but she had a wicked tongue. I knew I didn't want to get on her bad side. There's no need to be so rude, Helena replied, prodding her needle through her cross-stitch design. That's why I told you to be quiet, Florence promptly shot back, drawing herself a stern glare from the other woman. Maggie chuckled and pulled a ring out of her bag. Adelaide, dear, I remembered a training pattern for you. It's rather garish and childlike, but it's the simplest one I had. I took the cross-stitching hoop she offered me and studied the design that was printed on the cloth. A rainbow. Well, fortunately I know a 10-year-old who happens to be rather fond of rainbows. I grinned. Thank you, Maggie. It's sweet of you. Can you get started by yourself? She passed me 5 skeins of cross-stitching thread and a case with needles in. Or do you need a hand? I'll help you, dear, Florence said, setting hers down. Oh, good. Maggie assembled the hoop. That can be a bit tricky at first. Now. Florence guided me through getting set up and starting, including the best way to start, in her opinion. It turned out that everyone had a different way of doing it. Not that Helena offered her way, naturally, and it didn't take me long to find a bit of a rhythm. Following a pattern was harder than I'd thought it would be. It was one thing to randomly stitch everywhere. It was another entirely to do what it said on the bit of fabric thingy I had to stitch on. Dear God, how did these guys do it without a printed pattern? I'd barely gotten through a quarter of the red part of the rainbow when Helena spoke up. So, Adelaide, she said with a snideness in her voice that made me bristle. I saw online that you're seeing the Duke. Well, you know what Abraham Lincoln once said, don't you? I replied brightly. What? Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Millie giggled, dipping her head. Abraham Lincoln died before the internet, Helena said, peering over at me. I fought a smile. That's the joke. It's not very funny. Not to you, Millie said dryly. I thought it was. You have a questionable sense of humour, Helena replied. Better to have a questionable one than not one at all. I had to agree with that. But now that we find ourselves on the subject, Millie said, turning her attention back to me and paying Helena's ever-present glare no mind. We did see it in the papers and online. I was going to text you, but Maggie told me not to. I said, you tell us in your own good time, Maggie confirmed, leaning over. Watch that stitch, dear. I glanced down. I was about to double-cross a stitch. Thank you. Now, answer the question. I shook my head, laughing. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Florence cackled while Millie frowned at me. That's not an answer, Millie pouted. I can neither confirm nor deny the reports, I said carefully, dropping my gaze so none of them could draw the truth out of me. It isn't true, Helena deduced, truthfully too. Oh, really? Millie asked. If it weren't true, she'd say so. If you ask me, it's something they're trying to keep to themselves, but the papers have run away with the story like they usually do. Maggie snorted. The papers? Running away with the story? Surely not. Well, there was that time Arthur Miller's duck went on her jollies from his farm, and the local paper reported a platypus on the loose, Florence recounted, smiling dreamily as she looked up. That was rather fun. Imagine having 100 people searching for a platypus. In Whitborough? Maggie asked, chuckling. Who on earth would think there would be a platypus in Whitborough? It could have escaped from the zoo. Helena picked up her glass of wine and sipped. You never know. 70 miles away. Behave, Helena. We've taken rather a wild turn from Adelaide and Alexander to a duck-turned-platypus, haven't we? Maggie didn't miss a trick as she expertly cross-stitched what I now knew was a rooster. I don't believe we got an answer. And you shan't receive one, I replied primly. As I said, I can neither confirm nor deny what is in the papers. I'm here to escape Bentley Manor for a while. Would anyone mind if we discussed something else? Like the weather, perhaps? It does look rather grim for the next few days. Millie set down her hoop and picked up her glass. Has anyone seen that thunderstorm we're due in 2 days? I don't know if the allotments will survive it. It looks like a bad one. And just like that, Millie saved my arse. Thank you for saving me, I said, pausing behind my car. You didn't have to do that. Millie grinned. Saving you? What do you mean? I nudged her. Come on, the thunderstorm. Talk about a British deflection. She laughed and shrugged, putting her hands in the pockets of her cardigan. I have absolutely no idea what you mean. Millie, you're a treasure. I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her cheek. For what it's worth, I really can't tell you either way. I figured as much. She squeezed me before she stepped back. Look, it's none of anyone's business. I haven't spoken to Alex properly in years, but I know he's a good man, a truly good man who loves his family. She smiled. He's had a lot of hurt in his life, but regardless of that, oh, Addie, whether your relationship is real, media-made, or something you want to keep secret, I'm sure there's a very good reason for it. I swallowed. I barely knew Millie, yet she understood. There is, I said after a moment. And I will not force the subject, she said softly, holding on to my hands. I know we don't know one another very well, but I'd like to think we're friends, or could be. I know you're not here for long, but if you need to talk to anyone, I'm here. Thank you. I pulled her into another warm hug before stepping back. I should get back before it gets dark. I don't fancy driving on those roads at night. Good decision. She tucked her tote bag under her arm and waved as she headed towards her car. I'll see you next time? I think so. I waved and got into my car. It was much quieter now than it had been when I'd gotten here, and that made the drive out of the car park and through Whitborough much more enjoyable. I did make it back to Bentley Manor before darkness started to fall, and I wasn't the only one who'd made it back. Alexander's car was here. Knowing how astutely he'd avoided me all day, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd already gone to bed to ensure we didn't run into one another. I wouldn't blame him if he had. After a couple of hours with Helena, I was more than ready to go to bed myself. She was exhausting. I got out of the car and let myself into the house. It was eerily quiet, and I carefully pushed the door closed without making more than the barest of clicks as the latch sealed. Where was everyone? All right, so I assumed Olympia was in bed, as it was past 9 o'clock. But that didn't explain the absence of everyone else. Actually, Elizabeth usually retired to her bedroom at this time, as did Boris. Never mind. I'd answered my own questions. I was hungry, so after taking off my shoes and putting them in the closet near the front door, I took my bag into the kitchen with me to get something to eat. I settled on a sandwich and a packet of custard creams. Yes, the entire packet. Don't judge me. I sat at the counter and opened my phone to catch up on Instagram while I ate. It was all the same old bullshit. I congratulated a friend whose boyfriend had proposed on the beach at sunset, watched a quick reel on the best way to clean your toilet, and mindlessly liked a few photos of friends at dinners or parties or in nice new clothes. See? Same old bullshit. Also, everyone knew how to clean a toilet. If you couldn't pick up a toilet brush, I wanted to know why. And what did everyone have against sunrise? Propose at sunrise instead, damn it. After the sandwich, I debated making a cup of tea to dip more custard creams in, but the sound of approaching footsteps made me pause. Those footsteps belonged to Alexander. How did I know that? That was weird. I shoved a custard cream in my mouth and was just about to bite into a second when he walked into the kitchen and paused. He glanced down at the packet in front of me and looked back up at my obviously full mouth with his lips twitching to one side. "What one?" I asked through the mouthful of biscuit and held out the packet. "No, you keep those." He strode into the kitchen and checked the water level in the kettle. "Would you like a side of tea with your custard creams?" You know, I was just considering making one. Is that a yes? Yes, please. I grinned before biting down into another biscuit. Alex set about making 2 cups of tea, and I continued my mindless scrolling on my phone until he set a mug on a coaster in front of me. "Here you go." "Ooh, thank you." I grabbed another biscuit and dipped it in the hot tea. No. There was not a limit to the number of custard creams one could consume in a single sitting. You know, in case you were wondering. "Sure you don't want one?" I asked, offering him the packet again. Alex shook his head and rested his forearms on the island. "No, thank you. I'm more of a bourbon or a chocolate digestive kind of guy." "Ooh, I love bourbons. Are you why I couldn't find those in the pantry?" "Yes, I hide them or everyone else eats them." He glanced at the half-eaten packet of custard creams. "It sounds like you're judging me right now," I replied slowly, yet my hand still reached out for another biscuit. He noticed, and his lips tugged into a small smile. "Do you care?" "Not particularly." I retrieved the biscuit I was after and dipped it in my tea again. Unfortunately for me, the worst happened. It broke in two. Half of my custard cream broke off and sank sadly to the bottom of my mug. "No!" I stared into the mug and then looked up at Alex. "I've been betrayed by a biscuit." "You should put that on a t-shirt," he retorted, lifting his own mug of biscuitless tea to his lips and sipping. "Well, that was rude." I sighed. I bet that was a perfectly good cup, too. "Hey, do you think I can scoop it out with a spoon?" I jumped up from the stool. Frowning, Alex exchanged his mug for mine and swept it away before I could grab a spoon to test my theory. "Hey!" "I'm making you another one," he replied, carrying it to the sink. "It's just a little biscuit."
Chapter 19. Alexander. "It's just a little biscuit," she said. Ignoring her protest, I tipped the entire cup into the sink. A stodgy lump of biscuit slapped against the stainless steel, and Adelaide wrinkled her nose up.
Maybe not,
she relented, peering over my arm into the sink.
That's quite a lot of biscuit.
I glanced down at her. Exactly. Now, let me make you another.
I can do it. It was my own fault for pushing the biscuit gods.
I waved her off and reboiled the kettle, then made her tea the way she liked it. Here you go. Adelaide took the mug from me, looking into it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just don't piss the biscuit gods off again.
I don't plan on it.
She took a step back before she paused.
Alex, can we talk?
I should have known that question was coming. Shit. If she didn't ask, I was going to. That was the only reason I was in the kitchen, after all. I didn't usually make myself late-night cups of tea. Anyone who thought drinking alcohol alone was sad had never sat with a cup of tea in the dark. I suspected that if I didn't find her, she might have gone searching for me. I knew we had to have a conversation about what had happened last night, but that didn't mean I wanted to. I had no idea what I was supposed to say to her. I couldn't apologize. I didn't regret kissing her. I couldn't wish to take it back because it wasn't the truth. I couldn't say that I wanted to change what had happened because I was not going to lie to her. Kissing Adelaide had been simultaneously the worst and best decision of my life. And whatever I said to her depended on what she wanted to say to me. I knew deep down inside me that the part of me that I'd buried after Natalie's death was coming back to life. That little part of us all that allows us to love and be loved. Mine was waking up. Because of Adelaide. And that fucking terrified me. Yes, of course. Do you want to go somewhere else? I asked, picking up my mug. We might be less likely to be disturbed elsewhere. Ma is still awake, I believe. She nodded.
The library?
Lead the way. I motioned for her to go ahead of me and followed her into the library. I switched the light on and pulled the door closed behind me in the hope we could talk in private. Just because nobody was around now didn't mean it would stay that way. Adelaide sipped from her tea and set it down before she chose her spot on the sofa and tucked her legs beneath her. I joined her on the sofa, keeping my mug close to me, and turned to face her.
You've been avoiding me all day, she said matter-of-factly.
I suppose I have, I admitted. There was no use arguing with her. I wasn't sure if you would want to speak to me today.
Alexander, we're both adults.
She tucked her hair behind her ear.
But, yes, I wasn't sure if you'd want to speak to me either. Although replying to a text wouldn't have gone amiss.
Sorry. My lips twitched. She cleared her throat but didn't say anything, and an awkward silence hung in the air between us. I didn't know what to say to her. I wasn't going to lie to her, that much I'd decided. 1,000 times, even if it made everything awkward. I couldn't tell her that I regretted it. I regretted walking away from her. That was it. I'm sorry if my actions made you uncomfortable, I finally said after a few minutes. It wasn't my intention. Adelaide stared at me for a second, then dropped her head and laughed. What? I don't know, she said, pressing her hand to her mouth and looking at me. I guess that wasn't the apology I was expecting from you. Is it the one you wanted?
I didn't want an apology at all. I merely wanted to discuss what happened, but if you feel inclined to give me one, you go ahead.
Then that's the apology you'll get. I met her eyes. I'm not going to apologize for something I'm not sorry for. She swallowed.
So you don't regret kissing me last night?
I do not. Her lips parted into a small O shape, but she didn't say anything. Hence the apology being worded the way it was. I'm not sorry I kissed you, Adelaide, but I am extremely sorry if my doing so made you uncomfortable in any way. It won't happen again. Her gaze dropped to her hands where she was fidgeting with the tassels on one of the cushions, and she pulled it onto her lap so she could continue toying with it. You didn't make me uncomfortable, she said slowly. And if I'm honest, it wasn't like I immediately stopped it, was it? But you did. Eventually, yes, she replied, but only because I didn't want it to go further than what it was. I tilted my head to the side and my eyebrows rose in question. Adelaide took a deep breath and met my eyes. Alex, I would have to be blind not to be attracted to you, but it has to stop there. Just an attraction. Technically speaking, I'm your employee, and I'm really only here for Olympia. Anything more is completely inappropriate. I agree. You agree with me? I do. I agree that anything between us has to stop at an attraction. I rested my arm on the back of the sofa, gazing at her. Although I do hope this situation doesn't stop us being friends. Of course not. She shook her head. I'm becoming quite accustomed to our late-night chats and future chess matches. Something inside me twisted painfully. As am I. Adelaide smiled at me, and I returned the gesture. At least we'd cleared the air, and we'd accepted that our mutual attraction had to be the limit of our relationship. And that was fine. That was good. Did I really want to pursue a relationship right now? No, I didn't. I was busy. I had a lot on my hands between the estate and my family. That didn't leave a lot of time for romance, and that was all right with me. Completely all right. Not a problem. All right. I think I'm going to go to bed. Adelaide took a big drink of her tea and set the mug back down before she stood up. Good night. Good night, Addie. She smiled and, after tucking her chin against her chest, slipped past me and walked towards the door. I turned my head to look out of the window. There wasn't a great deal to see, as it wasn't quite dark enough for the outdoor lighting to come on, but was a little too dark for me to see clearly. Great. Fine. That was all cleared up, wasn't it? Yes. Excellent. Bloody brilliant. Why don't you regret it? Adelaide stalked back over to me and looked down at me. Kissing me, why the bloody hell can't you regret it? I jerked around to look at her. Because I don't. Would you prefer if I lied to you? No, yes, no. She threw her hands out. Oh, I don't know. Why doesn't that matter? Why couldn't you just say that you did? I'd never know if it was a lie. Why does it matter that I didn't lie? I asked, raising my eyebrows. Oh, you're the one who said our relationship can never progress past friendship or attraction. She stopped, swallowing hard. Well? It doesn't matter, she said, running one hand through her dark hair. It's fine. Forget I mentioned it. All right, then. I turned my attention back to the window. All right, then. That's it. That's all you're going to say. I'm trying to respect your wishes, Adelaide. What the bloody hell do you want me to say? I put down the mug and stood up to face her. I'm not going to lie to you, and that's the end of the matter. I respect you far too much to lie to you. I wish you would have. Because now this is complicated. She flapped her hands between us. And it was easier an hour ago when I convinced myself that you were ignoring me because you regretted what happened. I don't know what I can say to change that, I replied, holding out my own hands. By all means, feel free to reconvince yourself of that if it makes you feel better. Reconvince myself? Well, I can't do that. She buried her face in her hands for a second before dropping them. All I'm going to do is go upstairs knowing that you wanted to kiss me, and because you won't lie about it, that you probably want to do it again. And all that's going to happen from there is me going to sleep to have another bloody stupid dirty dream that'll never happen and... You'll do what? My lips twitched to one side. Adelaide froze. Although she didn't move, her cheeks flushed a flaming red. Adelaide? Nothing, she said quickly, taking a step back. Nothing. Adelaide, have you been having dirty dreams about me? No, absolutely not. I tilted my head again. You just said it.
You misheard me, she swallowed. I didn't get to finish.
It's one or the other. I either misheard or you didn't finish. It can't be both.
The rock,
she rambled out, her cheeks still flaming.
I've been having dirty dreams about the rock.
The rock? Really? I stepped closer to her. Of all the people you could lie about having sex dreams with, you choose the person who is the least like me.
I'm not lying.
Is that why you're mad? I dipped my head and brushed her hair behind her ear. You're mad because I did, and do, want to kiss you.
I'm not mad, she breathed,
refusing to look at me. You are? You're pissed off because I won't lie to you. Why else would you spill the beans about your illicit nighttime adventures? She said nothing. Because now the problem is you've told me something I didn't want to know, I said in a low voice. But now I do. I know you've been dreaming about me, Adelaide, and I want to know exactly what I've been doing to you in those dreams. Slowly she drew in a deep breath, steeled her spine, and met my eyes.
Sorry. You'll just have to keep wondering about it, won't you?
I dropped my gaze to her lips. Will I? Her chest rose and fell with the heaviness of her breathing, and she inched back.
Yes, you will. And you can see how you like it.
With that, she stalked away from me. This time she made it out of the library and disappeared without turning around to shout at me. And I was standing here like a tortured 15-year-old boy thanks to the boner that was pressing against my trousers. Why the fuck did she have to tell me that? Now all I'd be able to think about tonight was her lying in her room, in her bed, dreaming about me fucking her. I pinched the bridge of my nose and turned around. If there was anything good that came out of that conversation, it was that it wasn't over. Oh no. Adelaide could walk away if she wanted, but this conversation wasn't over. Not by a long bloody shot.
They're going to review everything now,
Adelaide said, closing the door to the study room behind her.
They said it'll take about 20 minutes.
I rubbed my hands down my face. Then we'll know?
Then we'll know,
she confirmed. Fuck. I wasn't ready for this. I thought I was, but I wasn't. Olympia deserved answers, but I couldn't shake off the fear that a diagnosis was opening her up to cruelty and ridicule. Life was already so hard for her. Every day was a true struggle, and I was terrified that an official diagnosis would make it even harder for her. Rationally, of course, I knew that wasn't true. I knew it would only help her. But there was a huge part of me that wanted to keep her wrapped up in cotton wool and safe from anyone who might hurt her because she was different.
Alex, hey.
Addie rested her hand on my arm, making me look up.
You know what they're going to say in there, and absolutely nothing changes for you. She's still going to be the same Olympia she's always been. A diagnosis doesn't change your life at all, but it will change hers. It means instead of the world trying to make her conform, everyone else has to conform to her world. Her life will be easier for this.
I know, I said quietly, resting my hand on top of hers. It's so hard. I feel guilty, like it's my fault, like I didn't do enough at some point.
You do more than enough for her. All the time. There's not a second of your life that you haven't dedicated to her.
I don't spend as much time with her as I should.
Everything you do is for her, she repeated. Alex, even if you don't have any more children and the dukedom dies out, this place won't.
She motioned around her.
These walls will still be here. This house will still be here. This estate will still be here, and it will all belong to her. Everything you are doing right now is to ensure she has the best possible future. And that's the best you can do. Even if you weren't, there's nothing you could have done. You don't catch autism. It's not the flu.
I fought back a laugh.
It's just the way she is. It's the way she's always been.
I know, I just feel guilty because she doesn't deserve her life being this difficult. I feel like it's my fault. It's not your fault. She took a step closer to me and rubbed my arm with her other hand.
This isn't anything you can control, Alex, and it never has been. Nothing you did would have changed the fact she's autistic.
It just...
Stop. It's not your fault.
You said that 3 times.
And I'll keep saying it until you listen to me.
Her eyes were firm, but there was a deep kindness to them.
You have absolutely nothing to feel bad about. You love her. You give her everything she needs and more. And again, nothing that happens in that room will change anything for both of you. Your life will continue on as it always has. Olympia will still need her cups organised in a specific line, and her books will have to be shelved in size order, and her coloured pencils will still have to be laid out in the colour of the rainbow before she can use them.
I laughed gently, and the stuffed animals would be in size order and her blanket folded just right.
And her shoes organised by season, with the exception of her wellies.
Because it rains all year round, so they're not seasonal. I rubbed my hand down my face. Thank you. Adelaide shrugged.
It's not a big deal.
It is to me, especially after the last couple of days. She sighed.
Alex, we're adults. Besides, this isn't about you and me.
She finished quietly, looking away.
It's about Olympia.
I squeezed her hand that was still resting on my arm. We're still not done talking, though.
Oh, I know, but I am looking forward to dragging it out.
She grinned at me, and there was a sparkle in her eye that warmed me. The door to the study room opened and Dr. George stepped out with a smile on her face.
We're ready for you now.
Oh, Adelaide, would you mind hunting Olympia down? I asked her.
I'll either be 2 minutes or 20.
She smiled at Dr. George, who laughed and opened the door for me.
Please, come and have a seat.
I slipped into the study after gesturing for her to go first, then closed the door over. It was only me, Dr. George, and Dr. Palmer, the other doctor who'd spent time with Olympia. He was a kindly older man who reminded me quite a bit of one of my late uncles.
"Ah, Lord Worcester, please take a seat," he said when he saw me.
"Please call me Alexander," I requested for the 10th time today. He never did change how he addressed me. "Can I ask about the conclusion you've reached?" They shared a look, and Dr. George nodded.
We've reached the conclusion that Olympia is on the autism spectrum. Based on what we know, we'd say she's high-functioning, but I think you already know that.
Leaning forward, I rested my elbows on my knees and blew out a long breath. Yes, I did, although it does feel weird to finally have it confirmed after so many years. Dr. Palmer nodded sympathetically.
"You have had a long and stressful journey to reach this point. So many parents of girls do. Now we're here, we can help you make sure that Olympia has all the tools she needs to be successful."
I nodded slowly. What about her school?
"Being autistic, she's covered by the Equalities Act. We give you more information on that in here."
He held up a blue plastic folder.
The short version is that the school must legally adapt to her needs, and that goes for any college or university she attends, as well as her future workplaces. I'm sure it goes without saying that they also cannot discriminate against her because of her autism.
Of course.
As far as her other needs go, we can make recommendations for relevant therapies we think she might benefit from, Dr. George added. And, of course, we can send you information on therapists we trust as a starting point for you.
Thank you, I said. I would really appreciate that.
Not a problem. It might take us a little time, but we can do that.
She wrote something down in her notebook.
Now, have you considered... I'm here!
Olympia bounced in through the door, followed by a slightly harried-looking Adelaide.
"Found her," she breathed, putting a hand on her hip. "Excuse me."
I fought a laugh when she huffed off in the opposite direction. "What on earth did you do to her?" I asked Olympia, who was rosy-cheeked and not at all exhausted from whatever the two of them had just been up to.
"Nothing."
She jumped onto the sofa next to me and swung her legs under it, grinning at the doctors.
"Are we still talking about me? I like that. That was fun. Can we do that again?"
I smiled over at her. Maybe Addie was right. She would be just fine. Chapter 20. Alexander. "We cannot keep the cat," I said to my mother, planting my feet firmly. She blinked innocently at me.
"They've been here for days. Why not?"
Because I said no.
"That's my line."
It was your line when I was 8 and wanted to climb the roof. Adelaide snorted from the corner where she was writing. "Sorry," she said when we both looked at her. "Ignore me." Mum turned her attention back to me.
"Oh, Alexander, do be reasonable. They're not hurting anyone."
"They've been locked in a bathroom for several days, Mother. Of course they aren't hurting anyone. The only person they're seeing is you."
Well,
what?
Olympia may have been helping me care for them."
I stared at her.
"She what?"
"I'm going to pretend like you haven't blatantly gone behind my back more than once in the past week. I'm also going to pretend I didn't hear that."
"Oh, Alexander."
"I'm getting a little tired of hearing that."
"Then listen to me. Cats would be good for her. I spoke to one of her doctors yesterday. They agreed animal support is good for autism."
She leaned back and rested her hands on her lap. I pinched the bridge of my nose and took a deep breath. Of course she had. Naturally, that was just what my mother did. Mother, despite what you might say, it is my decision. But if it will help her, then it's my decision if and when that happens. It shouldn't happen with you going behind my back, especially since it's now been a few days and you're deliberately dragging it out with regards to getting rid of them.
They're good for her. She's been helping me every day. She checks on them more than I do. She even took Phoebe into her room."
"She did what?" The words exploded out of me, and I had to stop myself from slamming my hand on the bookcase behind me.
"More than once," Mum continued. "Adelaide caught her the first time."
My head snapped around and I stared at her. Adelaide didn't let up on her typing and simply said,
"Do not bring me into this."
"I think I will," I said. "She took one of the cats into her room and you didn't tell me." She sighed, tapped a couple of keys, then looked at me with an unamused expression.
"Yes, a couple of days ago. She tried hiding the black one in her wardrobe, but I knew something was up, so I waited. I caught her, explained it wasn't correct to do that, and took the cat away."
"And you didn't tell me?" She shrugged.
"Never had the chance."
Oh, she'd had the bloody chance. If she'd had the chance to kiss me, she'd had the chance to tell me. "Is every female in this house conspiring against me?" I demanded. "Why do none of you listen to me?"
"I'm busy,"
Adelaide said, her attention back on her book.
"The people inside my head are about to kiss, so if you don't mind."
She picked up a pair of headphones and put them on, effectively removing herself from the conversation. "Actually,
"They're noise-canoodling headphones," Mum said.
I did a double take. "Noise-canoodling?"
"Yes, the ones where she can't hear anything else."
"Noise-cancelling, Mother."
"Oh, I knew something there wasn't right."
Mum tapped her chin.
"I prefer the noise-canoodling version."
Of course she did. "Can we get back to the point now, please?" I flattened my hands against the sides of my head. "You cannot leave the cats locked in that bathroom for any longer. It's not fair on them. It's nowhere near big enough for them."
"Then I shall let them out."
She got to her feet. "Sit down." I pointed at the sofa and she dropped back onto it. "Absolutely not. No way. That's not happening. You have to take them back.
I can't take them back. It's a horrible place, Alexander. All tiny cages and...
They're in a small bathroom, Mother. I rubbed my hand down my face. This conversation was going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Of course, I was more than aware that I was fighting a losing battle. She wasn't going to return the cats, and nor was I, but I was going to go down swinging. I was, however, happy to learn that Olympia had been taking care of them. I have 6 baby rabbits to rehome. I cannot have 3 cats who need to be rehomed as well. I put my hands on my hips and looked down at her. Have you even considered the implications of having the cats here? There are farms everywhere nearby. There are chickens and ducks and various other birds, not to mention the baby rabbits Olympia's bunnies keep popping out every other month. At least it felt like it was every other month.
I have, and cats would be beneficial. They're hunters, dear. Where there are farms, there must be vermin. If you have vermin, get a cat.
Harvey Mottershead has 5 terriers for that reason. He handles the rats.
They don't catch mice now, do they?
I sighed. Haven't the foggiest idea, Mother.
Exactly. The cats will catch the mice.
The last time I saw them, they were lounging about the library as if they owned the place. You mean to convince me that those same cats will control the general mouse population?
Monica and Rachel will. Phoebe, probably not so much.
Wait. I narrowed my eyes. You named them Phoebe, Monica, and Rachel?
Yes, dear.
Who names their cats after the main characters of a 90s sitcom?
That'll be me, dear.
I pinched the bridge of my nose again. Why didn't she bring home 3 parrots and call them Jim, Barbara, and Denise? Add a few cockatoos and get Dave and bloody Anthony, too. Absolutely not, I replied. They have got to go back. That's my final word on the subject. Tomorrow, Mother. I mean it.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. And I'm starting to get quite annoyed with the flagrant disrespect being shown to my wishes. She stood up and jabbed her finger in my chest.
You might be a Duke, Alexander, but I'm still your mother, and you are never too big to go over my knee for a bloody good hiding. Do you understand me?
Yes, Mother.
Good. Now I'm off to fetch Olympia and take her to ballet class.
On that note, she turned and swept out of the library, shutting the door behind her and leaving me feeling just as admonished as I'd felt as a much younger boy when she made that same threat. Absolutely nothing had been resolved either. If that didn't sum up how this whole situation with the cats was going, I didn't know what would.
That told you, didn't it?
Adelaide said, still typing furiously, still wearing the headphones. I thought those were noise-cancelling. I turned to her.
Didn't turn them on,
she replied, lips curving up as she kept tapping at the keys. How could she do that without looking at the keyboard? So, you heard all that?
Yes. I particularly enjoyed the part where she threatened to give you a bloody good hiding.
The small smile on her face broke into a big grin, and she glanced at me.
I'd pay good money to see that, you know.
I can give them out too, you know, I replied, staring at her. I'll put you over my knee if you keep messing with me.
I'd like to see you try.
She snorted and pulled off the headphones.
Can my characters finish kissing now, please?
I walked across the library to where she was sitting at one of the tables. I gripped the back of her chair and leaned over her shoulder to read what she was writing. He leaned over from his position behind me and gripped my chin, tilting my head back so he could kiss.
Shut up!
She shut the top of the laptop down and leaned around to glare at me.
Don't read that!
Isn't that the point of books, to be read? I grinned down at her. I was reading it.
Yes, but I don't want you to read that.
She pointed at the laptop.
It's awkward.
Why? Because it's kissing? Are you afraid I'll think you're basing it off your dreams?
Oh, give over with that.
She nudged me and turned around, lifting the lid of the laptop again.
You're in my personal space.
Your dreams say you like that.
Oh my gosh, they didn't mean anything. If anything, it means I've spent far too long as a single woman if I'm fantasizing about you.
I kept peering over her shoulder at the document. "Do you mind?" Adelaide asked, tilting her head slightly to the side so she could only just stare at me. "You're throwing me off." "I want to know where you're going with this." I wiggled my finger at the screen. "What happens after he kisses her?" She sighed. "Alexander, what?" "I have nothing else to do today." "So bugging me for the rest of your afternoon is your master plan?" "No, just until I find out what happens after he kisses her." "For goodness sake!" She slapped her hand on the desk and looked up at me. "Why don't you try it on me and bloody well find out?" I was almost entirely sure she was being facetious, but since she'd challenged me... I reached around and gripped her chin, tilting her head back to kiss her, exactly the way she'd just written about. There were several outcomes to what I was doing right now, and almost all of them were going to end very badly for me. Adelaide paused momentarily before she reacted. It was the one I wasn't expecting. Instead of shoving me away, she slowly turned in the chair and reached up. Her hand trailed up my arm, and she rested her fingers against the side of my neck, leaning into the kiss. I inched around the chair, and when she didn't push me away, I released her chin and pulled her to her feet, quickly covering her lips with mine again. Our bodies were flush against each other, and the urge to run my hands over her body was almost overwhelming. But I didn't. I behaved. Until she grazed her teeth over my lower lip. All the blood rushed to my cock, and I could no longer keep the pretense of having control over my body. I pushed Adelaide back towards the table and lifted her onto it, swiftly parting her legs and stepping between them. Her hands traced up my body, her fingers toying with the collar of my shirt, and she gripped onto it tightly, practically holding my lips against hers. I slid my hands up her bare thighs, under the soft cotton of her dress, and rubbed my thumbs along her skin. She inhaled sharply against my lips, then pulled back the tiniest amount so all I could feel was her heavy exhales across my jaw. "Alex," she whispered. Shit, I've gone too far. "Sorry, I went too far. I'll stop if you—" "What if someone comes in and sees us?" She peered up at me, her eyes shining and her cheeks flushed. Thank God for that. "I can fix that." I released her and crossed to the closed library doors, and with a twist of the doorknob and a release of the bolt at the floor, there wasn't a chance anyone was getting in here. See? Fixed. Adelaide pulled me down to her and kissed me, cupping her hands around my neck. I returned my hands to their prior place on her thighs, satisfied I hadn't gone too far, and inched them up a little higher. My cock hardened as she pulled me closer to her, and I deepened the kiss, using my tongue to part her lips. It had been a long time since I'd felt this alive, and my heart hammered against my ribs as her body pressed against mine. I pulled her closer to the edge of the desk and pressed my cock against her. Her fingers flexed as she ran her hands over my shoulders and down my arms, and she deftly slipped them between us and started undoing the buttons of my shirt. Adelaide yanked the fabric out of my trousers and undid the last button, then pushed the material down over my shoulders. I chucked the shirt off and groaned, drawing her mouth back to mine. I kissed her hungrily, reveling in the moment and the sweeping of my tongue against hers. I pushed her dress up as far as I could until she had to raise her hips. She squeaked when her bare skin touched the cold desk, and I laughed, bringing her back to me so I could kiss her again. Her hands roamed freely over my body, and I slid one of mine up her back with my fingers splayed so I could hold her against me. Her dress was bunched around her hips, and I wanted to take this the rest of the way. All the way. I wanted to push inside her and make her mine, even if it would only last for as long as we were together. "Adelaide," I breathed, touching my forehead to hers. "We can't. I don't have." Her eyes fluttered open. "What do you mean?" "I don't walk around with condoms in my pocket," I muttered. She laughed, dropping her head back. "It's fine, am good," she said slowly. I raised my eyebrows. "You're good?"
"Yes, I'm good,"
she repeated, pushing me back and scooting off the desk. "So, shh." She grabbed my hand and dragged me over to the sofa, pushed me down and sat on my lap. She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me, pressing her body right against mine. I slid my hands up her body, beneath her dress, and tugged. She obliged, raising her arms, and I pulled it off and tossed it to the side. She wasn't wearing a bra. Bloody hell. The next kiss was hungry and desperate, and a thin sheen of sweat formed over my skin. Adelaide ran her fingers through my hair, flexing her hips against me, and I groaned into her mouth as she moved against my cock. Jesus, I wasn't going to survive this. "Adelaide," I breathed, resting my hands at her waist. "What?" I pushed her to the side on the sofa and stood up. Her gaze roamed over my body as I undid my trousers and pushed them down with my boxers, then stepped out of them. "Don't forget your socks," she teased me. I made a point to bend down and take off my socks. Adelaide laughed, throwing her arm over her eyes. I was naked, but she wasn't, and that didn't work for me. I knelt on the sofa and gripped her ankles, then slowly bent her knees and parted her thighs. I peppered kisses along her thigh, making her inhale sharply, then hooked my fingers in the waistband of her underwear, then slowly slid them down her legs until she was just as naked as I was. I parted her legs once more and leaned over her. She wrapped her legs around me, and her hands came up to my neck as our lips met again. I wanted to touch every inch of her, to feel how she reacted to me, if she'd tremble or shiver or melt beneath my fingertips. I wanted to tease her and drag it all out, but my own selfish impatience wouldn't let me. I might never get to be here again. I propped myself up on one hand and slipped the other between our bodies until it was between her legs. She was slick and wet, and she moaned as my thumb brushed over her clitoris, and I couldn't believe that little more than kissing her had done this to her. I touched her again and she dug her nails into my neck. I grabbed my cock and rubbed it against her, then paused, and with my lips hovering above hers, I whispered, "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I'm sure." She kissed me. "Alex, please." Fuck. Those 2 words were my undoing, and I slowly pushed inside her. Her entire body tensed and she took a deep breath. So I paused. But she used her feet at the base of my back to push me in further. I moved slowly, savoring the feeling of being inside her, of her short, sharp breaths mingling with mine, of her fingers twitching against the back of my neck, of her legs tensing in pulses. Nothing else existed in this moment. It was just me and Adelaide and how perfectly we fit together. How right she felt beneath me, how smoothly our bodies moved in sync like we'd been together 1,000 fucking times before now. I moved, wanting more from her, wanting to give her more. I wanted her to come undone in my arms. I wanted to hear her moaning, feel her writhing. Her. I wanted more of her.
Chapter 21. Adelaide. My entire body was on fire. It felt as though tiny flames licked at my skin wherever Alexander touched me, but I couldn't get enough of it. Everything from the way he kissed me, to the coast of his breath across my cheek, to his cock deep inside me, was making me feel things I hadn't felt in a long time. It was like every kind of magic all wound together in a delicious braid that wrapped around me and held me hostage. I was entirely at his mercy as he thrust into me with long, easy strokes of his cock. My legs tightened around his waist in a desperate attempt to bring him even closer to me, and my back arched as a moan escaped my lips. Pure pleasure radiated through my veins, and I simultaneously prayed for a release and for this to continue forever. I never wanted to forget the way I was feeling right now, and while a part of me knew this was wrong, the part of me that wanted to do this another 1,000 times far outweighed it. I slipped my hands to my waist and around his back, tilting my head away from him. My nails grazed across his skin as goosebumps erupted all over my skin, and the building pleasure inside me was almost too much. His name escaped my lips on a whisper, and he moved his hips faster, fucking me harder and more thoroughly until the tight heat that had been centered on my clitoris exploded through my body. There wasn't a single part of me that didn't feel my orgasm, and he took my mouth in a rough kiss, cusping the back of my neck as I moaned it out. I swear to God, tears stung the back of my eyes, and my muscles only just relaxed when he grunted, groaning out his own release before quickly pulling out of me. He relaxed, but he took the brunt of his weight, and I unlocked my feet and let my legs slowly fall to the sides of his body. We were both breathing heavily, and his skin was red and patchy, just like I assumed mine was. Either way, I was exhausted but exhilarated, and my limbs still trembled with the after effects of my orgasm. Alexander dropped his head, and his nose brushed against my neck. He took a deep breath and slowly let it back out again, then gently pressed a kiss just below my ear.
Was that how it was going to end in your book?
No, definitely not.
How was it going to end?
I laughed breathlessly, covering my eyes with my hand. She was going to slap him. Me. I had sex with Alex. I stared at my phone as if that would force my sister to respond to me. It was a weird thing to text your adult twin sister. I knew that, but I needed to tell someone. And aside from Gabriella, she was the only person who wouldn't tell anyone else. I also had no desire to tell Gabby I'd slept with her cousin. Eva. OMG, how did that happen? Me. Well, see, there's this thing that men and women do. Eva. Don't be smart. I mean, how did you end up doing it? ? Can I call you ? Abso-bloody-lutely not. I opened my phone to text back just that, but Eva's name flashed on the incoming call screen. Damn it. You slept with him? Eva exploded down the phone, followed by the sound of a door shutting. How? When? Tell me everything. I don't know what there is to tell you, I said slowly, lying down on my bed. It just kind of happened. 1 minute we were kissing in the library and then we were naked. In the library? And you always said I'm the naughty twin. She was. I would have to be a whole lot more sexually liberated to even touch upon my sister's escapades. Edward Clark Fletcher's private jet, I shot back, enunciating every word. There was a little silence from Eva's end. That's what I thought. In my defense, he was very rich, Eva said after a moment. Rubbish in the sack, though. So you've said. Why are we talking about me? What happens now? I knew there was something between you two at the gala. I threw my arm over my eyes and groaned. I don't know. I haven't even left my room yet except to pee, and I only did that because I'm in a different wing. I don't know how I'm supposed to face him. Well, what did you do last night after you banged his brains out? Evangeline, what? My sister was something else. I obviously spoke to him then. What did you say? We, played chess. Silence. And then she burst out laughing. You played chess after you fucked? Jesus, Adelaide! I groaned and rolled over, trapping the phone between my ear and the pillow. He kicked my arse at it. That's not what I'm calling for. I text you for some moral support. A terrible mistake, truly, Eva replied. Was he good? Eva? What? You knew I was going to ask. Another groan courtesy of me. So good, I muttered. She squealed. The best? I don't want to talk about this anymore. Oh my God! She yelled down the phone, making me jerk away from it. I sat up and put the phone back to my ear when she was mid-sentence. I didn't get a word of that. I was saying that I knew it. I knew he'd be good. He's got big hands. You know that's just a myth. It doesn't correlate at all. So he has a small cock? He most certainly did not. I should have known you'd go down this route. Ah, so it's a big cock. Eva! She laughed. You're the one who texted me. What did you expect from me? This, I sighed. Exactly this. Precisely. What are you going to do now? I'd suggest never seeing him again, but that's not an option for you. No shit. She was not being helpful. Can you try to be helpful? I don't know what to do, Eva. It really did just happen, and now I don't know how to speak to him. I'm still here for another 2.5 weeks. I know, she grumbled. Our birthday. Not helping. Oh, for the love of God, Adelaide, you're an adult. He's an adult. Either use it to pursue something or never let it happen again. It's not terribly difficult. I swallowed. I don't think he's interested in me like that. He is, it's obvious. It's complicated. It always is. She sighed heavily. But you're going to have to get out of your room soon, because I'm pretty sure your lesson with Olympia starts in 10 minutes. I checked the time on my phone and jumped up. Shit, bye. I hung up before she could respond and scrambled up, leaving my phone lying on the bed. I was still in my pajamas. I hadn't brushed my teeth or my hair, and I wasn't even sure if I'd done enough laundry to have suitable clothes for the day. What even was the weather today? Bollocks. I was utterly buggered. At least I'd showered and dried my hair before bed last night, although my hair did rather resemble a rat's nest right now. I stopped panicking and got moving. Thankfully, all my years as a student, where I had spent a little too many hours in the bar and not enough in my bed, came in handy right here. All too often I'd had to rush out of the door with little more than 15 minutes to get ready and get to class, so this was child's play. A few minutes later I was, in fact, presentable. Barely. All right, so there were pandas on my yoga pants, but at least I was fully clothed. And if nobody else appreciated my pandas, then I knew Olympia would. I headed downstairs to the study room, yawning. My laptop was tucked under my arm, and the plug from the charger whacked against my knee more than once. Ouch. Plugs were stupid. You're late, Olympia declared the moment I walked into the study room. I gasped. I am not. I'm 1 minute early. She shook her head and showed me the tablet. 2 minutes past. You're late. I grimaced. Bugger it. All right, you got me. I'm sorry. She pouted at me. Why are you late? I woke up late, I lied. And I couldn't miss brushing my teeth. I'm sorry. Why don't we bake a cake later to make up for it? Cupcakes and we have a deal. I held out my hand and she shook it emphatically. Chocolate ones, she added, letting go of my hand. You can't make an addendum after you've agreed the deal. I can, Olympia replied. Or I'll cry. I shook my head. Blackmail. Fine. Chocolate cupcakes. Luckily for you, they're my favourites. She grinned. Can we see the baby bunnies too? Peter said I can help him take photos for the internet so they can find new homes. When we're done, I promised. And since I was 2 minutes late and we've wasted the last... I checked the time. 3 minutes making a deal, we are definitely running behind. Oh dear. Olympia wiggled in her chair so she was sitting upright and put her hands flat on the table in front of her. Let's do this. What did you have for breakfast this morning? I asked, booting up my laptop. Weetabix? 3 of them, Alex said from the doorway, holding a tea tray. And half a punnet of strawberries, plus what I'm pretty certain was an entire carton of apple juice. Olympia grinned. I peered over at him. Was I blushing? I felt like I was blushing. "Good morning," I said quietly. "Good morning. I didn't see you this morning, so I thought I'd bring you some tea." He strolled into the room and set the tea tray down to the left of me. "And water for the fruit juice guzzler." He reached over me and put a patterned bottle in front of her.
Aw.
Olympia looked at it sadly.
It wasn't the whole carton, Papa, just half.
"Still water," Alex replied with his lips twisting into a smile. "And I'll leave you to it." His fingers brushed my shoulder when he turned, and I dropped my gaze to my laptop keyboard and hoped he wouldn't notice I'd stiffened. I did not want to shiver right now. Not that a shiver mattered when he'd made me orgasm yesterday. He chuckled quietly as he left, pulling the door closed behind him, and I busied myself pouring a cup of tea so I didn't glare after him. He knew what he was doing, the sod.
Addie!
Olympia nudged me.
Are you daydreaming?
I blinked and shook my head. Sorry, I don't think I'm awake yet. I rubbed my eyes and smiled at her. Let's get started, shall we?
Finally!
I burst out laughing at the sight in front of me. I had no idea how Olympia was so covered in flour, but a quick look at me said I hadn't fared much better. We hadn't even mixed the batter yet, and we were both an absolute bloody mess.
"Oh no,"
she whispered, holding tightly to her wooden spoon.
"Mrs. Anderson and Boris are not going to be happy with us."
"It's fine, we'll clean it up," I said, hurrying her to the bowl. "Quick, mix those dry ingredients. Do you have an electric mixer?"
The thing with the whiskey bits in?"
"The whiskey bits?" I frowned. Why on earth would a mixer have whiskey in it? Wait. She didn't mean whiskey. She meant whisks. "Oh, the whisks!" I clapped my hand to my forehead, probably leaving more flour there. "Yes, that."
"In the pantry, at the top, where I can't reach it."
There was a story there. For most kids, it would be for safety reasons. For Olympia, however. I fetched the mixer from the pantry and stopped dead in the doorway.
"Papa, look, we're baking!"
Olympia exclaimed happily, standing up on her tiptoes. "So I see," Alexander said, scanning the flour-coated kitchen. "What are you mixing it with? A tornado?"
"Nope, a spoon."
Olympia flicked the spoon out of the bowl to show him, upending a spoonful of the dry ingredients in the process.
"See?"
"Careful," I said, carrying the mixer over. "There'll be nothing in the bowl at this rate." "There's something left in the bowl?" Alex asked, coming over. "Ha, ha, ha," I retorted. "Aren't you a real comedian? You're so funny."
"I didn't think it was funny,"
Olympia said, her attention back on the bowl. God bless her not understanding sarcasm. "Neither did I agreed. "Let's get this in the mixer while we melt the chocolate." "Perhaps I should melt the chocolate," Alex said, rolling up his sleeves. I would never know how he could wear a full-length shirt at the height of summer. All right, so we didn't exactly live in Australia, but 24 degrees Celsius was very bloody hot, thank you very much. "We can do it," I said. "No, I'm a little reluctant letting you add the wet ingredients, to be honest." He eyed the mixer. "At least the mixer is doing that part." "It's not that bad," I insisted, then paused. Okay, fine. It was that bad. "I'll melt the chocolate." He held his hands out and I dutifully passed him the glass bowl full of chocolate. Spoil sport. I tipped the dry ingredients into the mixer's matching bowl and added the wet, then set up the mixer. Olympia pushed the button to turn it on at my instruction, and when it was all mixed, Alexander slid over with the bowl of melted chocolate and slowly poured it into the batter. We crowded around the mixer, and Olympia slipped in between us. She raised up onto her tiptoes and peered over the rim of the bowl, and both me and Alexander did the same. It was too comfortable, with the three of us here like this. Both of us leaning over Olympia, watching the mixer, Something inside me twisted with an emotion I wasn't sure I fully understood, and the moment Olympia looked up at me with a wide smile and eyes that shone with pure happiness, my heart skipped. Given the option, I was sure it might have skipped right on out of my chest.
"Is it done?"
she asked after a moment, breaking through my thoughts. "Are there any lumps? Can you see any?" I replied. She got as close as she could without being whisked up herself.
"No lumps. Does that mean it's ready?"
"Sure does," Alexander said. "Have you done the cupcake trays yet?"
"Yep."
Olympia turned off the mixer and dragged Alex over to the island counter, where we'd already lined 2 cupcake trays with rainbow polka dot cake cases.
"See?"
"Oh, well done." I carried the bowl over with a dessert spoon. "Now, carefully spoon the mixture into each one until they're half full."
"I know. I bake with Mrs. Berry, but not chocolate cakes, stupid things like banana bread."
Olympia took the spoon from me and got started. "Hey, I like banana bread."
"Bananas don't go in bread. That's stupid."
Alex frowned. "You don't say that to Mrs. Berry, do you?"
"Of course not, Papa. I tell her it's very yummy, but I'm not hungry."
She stuck her tongue out of the side of her mouth as she meticulously spooned the batter into each case. She was surprisingly good at it. Not a lot of it ended up on the tray itself, and I was impressed by her precision.
"Done."
She threw her arms up in the air, and the spoon caught the lip on the mixing bowl. Olympia gasped as the bowl flew up and coated her dress with dark brown mixture. She jumped back with a shout, and I could only stare as Alex reached for the bowl to catch it, but missed. The bowl hit the floor, cracking along one side, and the remainder of the mixture flew across the tiles and splattered onto the cupboard doors.
"Oh, no,"
Olympia whispered. Alex pinched the bridge of his nose. "Olympia, just when I thought it couldn't get any messier in here." Her eyes widened, and she dropped her chin and looked at the floor. "Hey," I said, bending over and resting my hand on her arm. "But that's why I said to be careful, isn't it?" She nodded, still looking at the floor. Alex took a deep breath and slowly let it out. "Go and get changed, please, and come back down to help us clean up the mess."
"Okay,"
she replied in a small voice, turning away. "Hey." Alex stopped her before she went past him. "I'm not angry, all right? But it's another lesson for you in slowing down a little bit." She peered up at him.
"Yes, Papa."
"Addie will put those in the oven, and we'll start cleaning, okay?"
"Okay."
"Go get changed." He patted her shoulder and watched her as she trotted off out of the kitchen. Then he blew out another long breath. "It's just batter," I replied. "It's not like it'll stain." He looked over at me with a wry smile. "How does this not bother you? It's carelessness." "She's not my child," I laughed. "But that's it. She's a child. She won't do it again, though." "I feel horrid making her clean it up." "Why? She has to tidy her room, tidy the mud when she doesn't take off her wellies, pick up her clothes, put her dishes in the sink." I shrugged and picked up the trays. "Would you open the oven, please?" He did that for me, and I slid the trays in. I shut the door and stood up right after, and I was right in front of him. My mouth went dry. "I didn't get a chance to thank you for bringing me a pot of tea this morning. Thank you." His lips twisted to one side as he met my eyes. "It's fine. I figured you might be avoiding me, so I wanted to break the ice somehow." I momentarily broke eye contact. "Maybe a little bit." "Adelaide, I don't want things to be awkward between us," he said in a low voice. "If you want to write off yesterday as a mistake and pretend nothing happened, we can do that." "No, I didn't want to. I wasn't sure I could live here and pretend it didn't happen. Not now I knew how it actually felt to be with him. No, I said quietly. I don't want to do that. Thank God. I'm not sure I could. I brought a hand to my mouth to cover a laugh. Then what now? I know you aren't in the market for anything serious, and I don't think I am either. Besides, I go home at the end of the month. He looked at me for a moment before he nodded.
Yes, of course, on all counts.
He paused.
I don't see why we can't just enjoy each other's company while time allows.
Like, no strings? I raised my eyebrows. You don't strike me as the type for such a proposition, Your Grace. He half grinned, and a playful twinkle brightened his eyes.
Hey, we can all step outside our comfort zone a little.
He reached out and pulled me closer to him, reaching up between us and cupping my chin.
I don't see any harm in making an exception, just.
He pressed his lips to mine.
This.
And again.
Once.
And again. I melted into his touch, sliding my hands up the front of his body. His kiss was literally the thing my dreams were made of, and my entire body came to life when his teeth gently nipped my lower lip.
Thud, thud, thud.
Someone's coming. I quickly stepped back, putting some space between us, and turned on the tap so I could pretend I was filling the sink to clean up. Alex looked at me with unabashed amusement.
What on earth has happened in here?
Mrs. Anderson's voice rang out through the room, and the 62-year-old woman who was far fitter than I was stalked into the kitchen and looked around.
We baked,
Alex said by way of an explanation.
With what? 20 toddlers?
Valid question.
Now, Mrs. Anderson, wherever would I get 20 toddlers from?
Also a very good question. I turned in time to see her shaking her head.
And I suppose you'll be wanting this cleaned up, eh?
She put her hands on her hips and looked around.
Alexander?
He flinched, and I dipped my head to hide my smile.
No, not at all. Olympia is changing, then she'll be down to help us tidy up.
If it's not to my standard, I'll be calling you back here, you understand?
Yes, Mrs. Anderson.
Excellent. I'll be back to check on you in an hour.
She scanned the room again.
Adelaide, dear, what are you doing?
Oh. I met her gaze. Filling the sink with warm water so we can start cleaning.
You won't get very far running the cold tap, dear.
I jerked back to look at the sink, and yes, there it was, the cold tap. Right, of course, good spot. I turned the cold tap off and ran the hot one instead. Thank you. She winked at me and swept out of the room just as quickly as she'd appeared. Oh no. What if she'd seen us? She'd come out of nowhere after all. There was every chance we simply hadn't heard her, and she was too polite to mention it. Alex, do you think she saw us? I asked, testing the water temperature.
I don't know, he replied, but I'm assuming we're both on the same page when it comes to keeping this a secret.
I nodded, turning on the cold tap, and looked at him. Yes, 100% secret, which means no more of what we just did.
Maybe,
he muttered. No, not maybe, definitely.
No, maybe.
I'm back!
Olympia skipped into the kitchen in a clean dress.
Let's go.
Chapter 22. Adelaide. Okay, it's just really unfair that you're this good a person, I said to Alex, closing the car door behind him. You sell the bunnies, donate the money to the animal shelter, and then you pay Olympia out of your own pocket. He grinned at me.
She helps to take care of them, so she gets a cut of the money, except a 10-year-old doesn't need £120, so she gets 40. Then the rest is split between her trust fund and rabbit food.
Does she know you're holding out on her? He laughed and started walking.
Absolutely not. The girl has 8 rabbits. She knows she has to contribute to their food costs, but she doesn't know the rest goes to her trust fund, no.
I shook my head slowly. The way those rabbits produce, the girl is going to be a multi-millionaire off rabbits.
No kidding. When this final lot are born, I'm separating the males and females for at least 6 months, and probably getting at least half of them fixed so they can't have any more babies. Poor Peter does nothing but clean out rabbits, and there's plenty of other things for him to do.
I suppose there's that. So what do we do here? Do we just hang around until all the rabbits go? Alex nodded as we headed over to where large, clear boxes were set up. The tops were open so you could reach in, kind of similar to what you'd see at the pet store or at a petting zoo for rabbits and guinea pigs. 2 of the girls have been reserved already, so they'll be kept in a separate space. But yes, we'll set them all in here, and people can stop by and pet them and get them. They can either take them today or George will deliver them in his crates later. Who's George? He owns the pet store. He often takes the babies and looks after them for us if someone wants them, but doesn't have a hutch yet. I frowned, stepping out of the way of a puddle. Why would people buy rabbits if they aren't ready for them? The same reason my mother brought home 3 cats, he replied dryly, making me laugh. In all honesty, a lot of people see them, fall in love, and just need a day or 2 to get hutches. George usually finds some discontinued hutches in his storeroom, and he sells them for a little cheaper. That's nice, I replied, putting my hands in the pockets of my dress. Yes, my dress had pockets. I was fancy today. All right, so I was wearing wellies with it, but it was muddy. So what is this? I asked, looking around. Some kind of summer fair? Alex nodded. Usually I'd have George sell the rabbits, but if he doesn't have space, I do it myself. If we have any babies when the fair rolls around, I'll bring them down and sell them here if it's not too hot. Is that the fun fair over there? I pointed at the field behind us. He smirked at me. Yes, it opens tomorrow. Don't tell me you love fun fairs. Who doesn't? I laughed, nudging him with my arm. They're so fun. Kind of in the name, isn't it? All right, no need to be picky. I rolled my eyes. Did you plan on bringing Olympia? He side-eyed me. Let me guess. You want to take her. I was actually going to ask if I could tag along. I was going to take her tomorrow with Mum. Of course you can come with us. Alexander! A tall, slim man with glasses and a wide-brimmed sun hat walked out from behind a table. Are those the rabbits? Hi, George. They are. The 2 in the left carrier are reserved for Caitlin Brown, and the others are good to go. Fantastic, fantastic! He bent down and looked into the carriers. Ah, real beauts they are, my friend. Bet Olympia didn't want to part with these. Alex laughed. She never does, but you're right. The all-white one with the black tail and ear was a real favourite this time. You got any more coming? 1 more litter, then I'm splitting them up. Probably get 3 of the 4 boys neutered, too. Alex put the carriers on an empty table and motioned to me. George, this is Adelaide. She's been staying with us this summer. He held his hand out to me, and I shook it. Pleasure to meet you, Adelaide. You too, George. I smiled at him, and he returned it. He turned to Alex. So, she's staying long-term? Oh, George was forward. I blushed. Alex chuckled and shook his head. Just friends, George. Maddie will be happy to hear that. Our niece is in town this weekend and marry me, Alex said quickly to me. I laughed, and so did George. You know I wouldn't do that to you, my friend. George chuckled. Although that did sound like a proposal to me. He winked at me and grabbed a carrier. Alex grinned and brought his finger and thumb together and mouthed, little bit. I shoved him in the arm and pushed past him. Is there anything I can do to help you, George? Marry her, the older man said to Alex. I buried my face in my hands. Oh, my goodness. I'm messing with you, darling. Sure, come over here and grab that rabbit food, would you? Of course. We both set about helping George set up. Once the baby rabbits were safely in their enclosure, he opened the van to a menagerie of small animals. I politely declined his offer to refill the feeders for the 2 rats he had in their cages, but I was more than happy to put the guinea pigs in their enclosure. I kind of wanted one. Especially the chubby little one that had black and orange patches mixed in with its white fur. That one was adorable. But I didn't think Alex would be too happy if I temporarily added another resident to the mini petting zoo he was currently the owner of. Come to think of it, I wasn't sure if my mother would be happy if I added a guinea pig to the hotel. Good attraction for kids, though. I'd have to mention it. The hotel had space for a small petting zoo, although I did rather suspect Kat had that covered at Arrowwood Hall. I think we know who's minding the guinea pigs today, Alex teased me. I stood up straight from where I was bending over their enclosure. They're cute. George smiled at me.
I could use another pair of eyes on them. Here.
He passed me 2 note cards.
Shorthand info on their care and the size of their living space for anyone who asks.
Oh, thank you. I scanned the top card. That seems easy enough to remember.
You're a natural.
I wouldn't say that, but the compliment was nice all the same. So how did selling animals here get started? I asked George, stirring my tea in the takeaway cup.
It was the local shelter,
he replied.
About 6 or 7 years ago, I think. They did an adoption drive right before the fair, and the Reverend suggested they put photos up here, on a board, that kind of thing.
I nodded.
It was so successful that the next year they decided to bring a few dogs down, and they were all adopted so quickly they had to take them back and bring a couple more. The following year they brought them down in crates, cats too, and had a really successful adoption drive. That was my first year setting up. Didn't have any animals with me then, just all the stuff they needed. I put together starter kits with all the basics, and they could get them for an extra donation on top of their adoption fee.
You didn't sell them? He shook his head.
The write-off ended up being pretty good that year.
I laughed. Fair enough.
Besides, enough people came to me to buy all the extra stuff you buy when you get a dog or cat that it more than covered the cost of me donating the kits. Not everyone got a kit, but most people did. Ever since then I've brought some small animals with me, and this is the 3rd year I've brought them with me.
Do you still donate to the shelter? The basics?
Yep, they pay over there, then the girls give them a ticket and they redeem it here. They can choose their colours, and they can upgrade things to something a bit less basic for a small fee here.
That sounds like it works really well. I looked over at Alex. He's not a bad salesman, is he?
George chuckled. Sure isn't. If he wasn't the Duke, I'd have him working for me. He could sell a storm to a fisherman, that one.
He stood up and tapped my shoulder.
You stay here for a bit, darling. We've got this. Go for a wander if you want.
Thanks, George. I think I might. I smiled at him, but my attention quickly fell to Alex, who was laughing at 2 older ladies who were cooing over the baby rabbit he was holding. Was there anything he couldn't do? No. I couldn't think about those things. Our relationship was towing the line as it was, without me going and getting some stupid feelings that I had no business getting. Well, more of them. Maybe. I wasn't entirely sure I knew how I felt about him. It was a big old grey space, blurry and messy. And maybe that was deliberate. If I kept it like that, I wouldn't have to address it. But the more I looked at him, the less blurry that line seemed. So it was simple. I wasn't going to look at him. I was going to take that wander around George had suggested. I picked up my bag and slung it over my shoulder so it hung across my body and set out. There were all kinds of stores here. I spied Maggie in a cart and waved, and Florence had a small table next door where she'd laid out a mix of her knitting and cross-stitching wares. She was serving an elderly gentleman, but she caught sight of me and tossed a wink my way, and I gave her the same small wave I'd just given Maggie. Maggie's cart was slammed with customers, so I had to visit another one of the food stalls. There were a few food trucks serving all sorts of food, fish and chips, hot dogs, burgers, all-day breakfasts. One was serving pizza, so I got 2 slices and went to sit down at one of the nearby picnic tables. This was cute. Even with the clanging of the funfair behind, as they added the finishing touches ready to test all the rides and stalls, this whole thing was cute. I loved the idea that there was an adoption drive for the shelter animals, and I just knew that if I went by, there would be 3 cats I wouldn't see. I also loved what George did for the shelter, and for the rabbits Olympia had taken care of since they were born. Since they were born. Alex's condition for her getting a cat was that she had to be responsible enough to look after them, but I needed another 3 hands to count the number of times Olympia asked to visit the baby bunnies. The few times I'd taken her out there, she'd instantly rushed to Peter and immediately gotten stuck into helping take care of them. She'd proven herself responsible enough to care for an animal, and nobody had noticed. I couldn't say anything to Alex now. I was going to have to wait until later, maybe even tonight, to gently broach the subject with him. There wasn't a chance I'd convince him to keep all 3 cats, but she'd clearly bonded with Phoebe, the black cat, even though she shouldn't have. Heck, she was at home with Elizabeth. All 3 cats would be running riot through one of their bedrooms as I sat here. I finished the pizza, threw the plate and napkin in the rubbish bin, and went back to musing. I stopped at Florence's stall and bought a naughty cross-stitch as a birthday present for Eva, and another for Gabby, just because. Another stall had little handmade signs, and I bought a couple of those too. I basically bought my way around the fair. Thankfully, somebody had a stall with tote bags, and I was able to get one of those to put all my bits and pieces in. Thank God. My bag was not big enough for it all. Alex glanced at the tote bag and gave me a wry smile. He opened his mouth to say something, but I held up one finger and gave him a very sharp shh, so he knew not to say a word. Hey, I'd had fun. Have fun? George asked when I approached the guinea pigs. Yes, thank you. I think I'm broke now. I grinned. But it's my birthday in about a week, and I got my sister a couple of very inappropriate things. You saw Florence, huh? I laughed, and that told him all he needed to know. Is your birthday close to your sister's, then? He asked, rubbing sanitizer on his hands. Same day. I swapped places with him. We're twins. Fun! My parents didn't think so. He laughed and stood up. I doubt they did, darling. I'll be just over there if you need me. Okay, George, thanks. I took his seat at the stool and hoped I could sell some guinea pigs. I mean, I could sell one, but again, I had nowhere to put him. I knew I was allowed to pull them out and love on them, so I did just that. I caught the one I loved after a minute and put him on my lap, making sure he couldn't escape anywhere. I didn't fancy chasing a guinea pig through the field. Oh, he was so soft and so lovely. It was killing me to know I couldn't take him home with me. I'd never even wanted a guinea pig until now, so this was an annoying case of love at first sight. Why couldn't I have had love at first sight with a pair of shoes, or a new handbag, or a notebook or something? Sigh. I put him back in before I tortured myself further. I spent the next hour picking the guinea pigs up and down so people could stroke them and hold them. It was a bit tedious, bending over every few minutes, but if it meant these adorable little piggies found a home, then it was fine by me. Florence said you were here. Millie appeared as if out of nowhere and grinned at me. Millie, hi. I returned the smile. I didn't know you were here. Just browsing. I'm working all day tomorrow, so I thought I'd have a mooch about today, she said. Oh my gosh, look at these cuties. She leaned over the top of the guinea pig enclosure and made a little "aww" noise. I know, I'm obsessed with them. Oh, look at that one with a little white stripe on his face. My favourite. I reached over and picked him up. Do you want to hold him? Oh my God! She gently took him from me and snuggled him into her chest, looking at me as if I'd just made her day. You know, my goddaughter would love him. She's 5 this weekend, and as the fun Aunt Millie, I think this is exactly the adorable burden my best friend would appreciate. I couldn't help but laugh, even if I hated the idea of the little guy going to a home that wasn't mine. Let me ask George. I took the guinea pig back and turned and waited for George to be done serving the person on the other side of his table. Hey, George, does this one have a home? He peered at it and adjusted his glasses, then came on over. Oh, that one? Yeah. Someone bought him while you were out exploring. Sorry, Millie, he said, taking the guinea pig. I must have forgotten to take him out of the enclosure. Oh, that's fine. Are all these others still for sale? Give me 2 seconds. George took the guinea pig to his van, secured him in a cage, and came back over to us to look. Yes, darling, they're all available. Didn't peg you as a guinea pig girl. She smirked. Not for me. Mum would have a fit. Taylor's birthday is this weekend, and she's dying for a pet. He laughed. Amber is going to kill you. It's this or a drum set. I'm biased, but I get the guinea pig. Same. Okay, Could you hold on to it until Saturday morning? And can I get everything it needs from you? George nodded. Sure can. I'll keep it out back. A few people aren't collecting for a couple of days. Which one do you want? Ooh. Millie turned to me. If you were a 5-year-old girl, which one would you like the most? I looked at the few remaining guinea pigs. The black and white one, I think. Good choice. George nodded. All right, the black and white one then, please, George, Millie said, clapping her hands together.
All yours, darling.
He scooped that one up and took it to the van, putting it in the cage with the one I loved. Millie moved over to his table and paid him, and I overheard them arranging for her to stop by tomorrow to get all the things, once she'd spoken to her best friend. She stopped by quickly to say goodbye to me, and I waved her off, then sat on my stool. It was quiet for the next little while, and I found my attention wandering. To Alexander. The one place it shouldn't be wandering. I couldn't help it, though. It wasn't like he was horrible to look at, and he had such a frustratingly enchanting manner with all the people who were here. No conversation was too long, no issue was too troublesome, and no person was an inconvenience. In fact, everyone seemed to love him. Not that it was hard to see why. From everything I knew, he was an easy person to love. Not that I loved him. No. That was too much, too soon, nope. Not me. Yet the more I watched him interact with people of all ages, the more I had to wonder.
Chapter 23. Alexander. Thank God all the bloody rabbits had gone. There was just one more litter to go, then I was done breeding them. Yesterday had been the longest day known to man by the time we'd helped George pack up and get everything back to the pet store, including the animals he was holding on to. Today wasn't going to be any shorter by the time we'd been to the fair tonight. Personally, I thought it was a terrible idea. All the noise and lights would overwhelm Olympia after 20 minutes, if we were lucky, and then she'd beg to go home. Which was fine. I'd never make her stay in a situation that was uncomfortable for her, but I was going to enjoy telling her that I'd told her so. Because I had told her that it was a bad idea. Naturally, like most 10-year-olds, she thought she was absolutely correct in the assumption that it would be fine. She insisted on learning the hard way, so the hard way it would be. I made a couple of phone calls to check in with some tenants. One of the young couples had just had a baby boy, and I made a note to have one of my staff pull together a gift box full of baby things, plus a gift card for a local takeaway for the new parents. Not to mention check to see if anyone could lend a hand while the new mum recovered. The next few hours were filled with emails, more phone calls, assigning bits of work to various people on my team, checking in with both my accountant and my lawyer, and general banging of my head against the desk. "You seem stressed, sir," Boris said, carrying in a tray of tea. "Should I bring something stronger for the tea?" I chuckled and pushed the laptop away. "Thank you, Boris. Your timing is excellent, as usual." "I'd waited for you to bang your head against the desk 5 times. He smiled and set the tray down on the table, then poured me a cup. "Here you are, sir." "Thank you." I took the cup gratefully and sipped. "You don't know where everyone is, do you?" "Everyone? Are we actually talking about everyone, or are you more interested in the whereabouts of young Miss Astley?" His eyes twinkled. "Everyone," I replied, but my lips twitched up. "Very well, sir." He straightened and clasped his hands behind his back. "I believe Lady Olympia is pretending she hasn't smuggled a cat into her bedroom." "Of course," I muttered. "And the last time I saw Lady Elizabeth and Miss Astley, they were in the conservatory, and your mother was showing her rather a large collection of photos of you as a nude baby." "She was what?" "I'm sorry, can you repeat that?" "Yes, sir. Your mother has the photo albums out. Judging by the stacks of them on the table, she's up to your toddler years now." "Bloody hell, why didn't you say?" I closed the laptop down. Boris's lips twitched, despite his best efforts not to smile. "You were working and asked not to be disturbed, sir." "Boris, my dear man." I stood and put my hand on his arm. "Any time my mother gets out those blasted photo albums, it means 2 things. Someone fetches me, and she's trying to convince the person she's showing them to marry me."
Forgive me for saying so, but is Miss Astley the worst person she could show them to? Do not go down that route. You get along splendidly, sir, and Lady Olympia is quite taken with her. Boris?"
He held up his hands, but the twinkle of mischief in his eye didn't disappear.
"Just an observation."
I ran my tongue over my teeth and sighed. "Fine. I'll admit it, I'm very fond of Adelaide."
"As she is you, if I'm not mistaken."
"Perhaps not in the same way I am her," I said slowly. "Unfortunately." Boris's thick eyebrows raised, making his forehead wrinkle.
"I would not be so quick to assume that, sir."
I eyed him for a moment, then shook my head. "Thank you, but she's made it clear to me that she's not interested in a relationship, so I'm not entirely sure." He nodded slowly.
"Well, I suspect they're up to age 4 by now in the albums."
"Right, of course. Would you mind going to check on Olympia and pretend there isn't a cat in her bedroom while I decide what to do with the darn things?" Boris smiled.
"Yes, sir."
"Thank you." I finished the cup of tea. I'll go and rescue Adelaide from my mother. I followed him out of my office and walked through the house. This place was bloody massive, and it really did take a good couple of minutes to get from one side to the other. I deliberately kept my office in one of the old dining rooms on the side we rarely used because it was much quieter there. The only time I was really interrupted was either for a catastrophic emergency or because we had the serious cleaning crew in on their monthly deep clean. I walked through the kitchen and out to the conservatory, or sunroom as my mother liked to call it, and kept my distance. Neither of them had recognized me, so I took a moment to eavesdrop on what they were doing. "Oh my gosh," Adelaide giggled. "Look at those dungarees." Mum sniggered. "His father hated those. I deliberately put them on after our Sunday lunch. You see that red bit there?" Adelaide nodded. "That's a stain. He knocked over a paint tin and it went all over him. 3 of us tried to get it out, but it was stubborn. A bit like him. Mind you, I'm not terribly sure that's a trait he's grown out of." I took offense at that. I was not stubborn. "I agree," Adelaide said. "Oh, what's this?" "I remember that. It's the day we finally got him a puppy. He'd been begging for months, and we thought it might be good company for him since he was an only child." I pressed my lips together. I'd never known that was the reason we'd gotten a dog. I always thought it was because my father wanted one. "Poppy was the best dog," Mum said sadly. "She only lived for 10 years, but it was the best 10 years in the world. I have so many fond memories of her and Alex chasing one another around the garden. They really did grow up together. I was ever so grateful for her the day we found out we couldn't have more children." I closed my eyes. I'd never known that, either. Shit. Now her reason for not taking the cats back made sense. "Is that why you didn't take the cats back?" Adelaide asked, as if she'd read my mind. "For Olympia?" Mum nodded. "Partially. I think I've been too hard on her sometimes, and I haven't always done everything right by either of them, where their learning difficulties have been concerned. After you said about that special reading font, I did some research on autism. She has friends, but I don't think they'll ever truly understand her. A cat doesn't need to understand her. It'll just be there, regardless." Adelaide reached over and covered Mum's hand with hers. "For what it's worth, I completely agree with you. Plus, she's been looking after the baby rabbits for a long time. She does a lot more with them than anyone gives her credit for. I think she's responsible enough to have one, and I do intend to speak to Alex about it." Mum sighed, placing her free hand on top of Adelaide's and patting it. "Oh, my dear, do you really have to leave at the end of the month?" Adelaide dropped her head and nodded. "I do. Olympia will be back in school and my work here will be done. I have no reason to stay in Whitborough." "Are you sure about that?" Mum asked slowly, glancing at her. I waited for an answer. It never came. Instead, she cleared her throat, breaking through the heavy silence that had momentarily hung in the air.
"What's this one?"
Adelaide asked, pointing at a photo.
"Ah,"
Mum brightened.
"that, my dear, is Alexander running naked down the driveway."
And that was my cue to break this little shindig up.
Mother, must you get those things out all the time?
I walked into the conservatory as if I hadn't been eavesdropping for the past 5 minutes.
I'm sure Adelaide has better things to do than look at me naked as a toddler.
Like, look at me naked now? Adelaide looked over her shoulder and grinned at me.
"No way! I'm having the best time. Your escapades are totally inspiring a character in my book." "I was going to show her the photos of you climbing the apple tree and falling in the pond," Mum said, flipping several pages of the photo album.
"Ooh, that one!"
Adelaide clapped her hands.
"How does that even happen?" "Arthur's father put a small orchard by the wildlife pond. When he was about 6, Alexander thought he'd climb the tree."
"Please don't," I mumbled, pinching the bridge of my nose and closing my eyes.
"Of course, being a boy, he decided it was best to do so in his underpants."
"Mother." Adelaide bit the inside of her cheek and peered over at me, and if the glint in her eyes was anything to go by, she was desperately trying not to laugh.
"He climbed the tree to fetch some apples we hadn't been able to reach as the branches overhung the pond. Alexander, being Alexander, climbed along the branch, reached for the apples, and the branch cracked."
I dropped my chin to my chest. She was telling it.
"He and the branch smashed into the pond, sent 3 ducks quacking, 4 frogs, and came out covered in algae and all sorts of pond scum."
Adelaide pressed her hand to her mouth and nose and glanced at me.
"Oh my! Yes, the biggest shock was the small frog in his underpants, though."
There it was. "Thank you for that, Mother." I glared at her. Mum beamed at me.
"You're welcome."
She moved the photo book from her lap onto Adelaide's and stood up.
"I'm going to feed the cats. What time are we leaving for the fair?"
Olympia requested hot dogs, so about 5, I'd imagine.
"Perfect. Do you know where she is?"
Boris said she'd smuggled a cat into her room again, I replied dryly.
"Ah." She shuffled out of the room sheepishly. "I'll take care of that right now."
Mm-hmm. I watched as she walked through the kitchen and disappeared from my view, then turned to Adelaide. "Sorry about her," I said. She laughed.
"Are you kidding? I've had the best time. Were you that wild your entire childhood?"
"Yes." I sat down next to her where Mum had just been and tilted the album so I could look. There was a photo of me, Dad, and Poppy the Labrador, and I smiled. I haven't looked at these since he died.
"You don't have to now," she said softly.
It's weird seeing him. There's a big bloody portrait of him in one of the hallways, but the photos are strange. I flipped the page. There was one of Mum and Dad at some event in a room I recognised as the banquet hall at Buckingham Palace. And Mum was wearing a tiara, so it had to be a state banquet of some kind.
"That tiara is gorgeous,"
Adelaide said, looking at the same photo. "It's the family tiara, kept in a vault in London. She wore it when they got married, too, even though she could have worn the Bath Scroll tiara." I paused. Actually, I think she wore the Bath Scroll tiara during the ceremony, then wore the Winthrop Loop tiara at the reception. She obviously wore ours from then on, as Aunt Sophie wore the Bath tiara.
"It's beautiful."
Adelaide brushed her fingertips across the photo.
"Are there any others? Closer, maybe?"
"Not in this one, I don't think." I closed the album and passed it to her, then got up. I knew there were a ton more albums in the trunk by the door, so I opened it and rifled through until I found the battered leather one I was after. "There should be some in here." Adelaide set the album to the side and gave her full attention to the one I sat down with.
"Where did it come from, do you know?"
"The tiara?"
"Yes."
"I do know." I opened the album and flicked to the page I was looking for. It gave a perfect view of the tiara, of the diamonds set in the platinum and the pearls that sat eloquently on top of each loop. Every loop had a smaller one inside, and there was another smaller pearl in the middle of each one. It's actually part of a demi-parure, with earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. They've all had to be reworked somewhat over time, but everyone has done their best to keep them as true to the originals as possible. Here you go, that's the necklace. Adelaide tilted her head and pulled the album closer.
Is that the bracelet?
She pointed at a picture beneath it of a bracelet that had 3 rows of diamonds that met at a pearl clasp. Yes. I'm not sure there's a picture of the earrings, actually, but they're rather similar to the tiara with the loop and the pearl set inside.
Are you going to tell me where it came from, or do I have to beat you with a photo album?
I glanced at her, fighting back a laugh. It was actually given to Princess Mary when she married Robert Bentley, the first Duke of Worcester.
They built this place, yes?
Not entirely. It was always intended to be Princess Mary's marital estate, and it was mostly built by her father, Prince Edward. I flipped the page. Robert came from money himself, which is why he was able to insist the estate be named after him and not Winthrop, which was her maiden name.
I did always wonder about that. Was he noble?
I shook my head. Just extremely rich and very well connected. His father was relatively high in the royal household, so when the king presented Robert as an option for the princess, Prince Edward wasn't particularly able to refuse the marriage.
Fascinating. So this was a gift from Prince Edward to Mary?
No, believe it or not. This came from the king and queen. They loved Mary dearly, and if you believe the legends, treated her better than their own children. Either way, her wedding was quite the spectacle, and the king granted Robert the dukedom. Prince Edward's gift was the estate. At some point we gained both an earldom and a marquessate through marriages, but I'd have to look up the exact dates of that.
It's a beautiful set. You still have it all?
She couldn't take her eyes off the photos. We do. Ma hasn't worn all the pieces together for a number of years, but she'll occasionally take the earrings and bracelet for a special event.
And it belongs to you, so your future wife will wear it?
Adelaide finally peered over at me, tucking her hair behind her ear. I met her eyes, and for a moment, a fleeting, irrational image of her wearing the Winthrop loop tiara flashed through my mind. Yes, I said, swallowing. The entire demi-parure will be available for my future wife. She held my gaze for a moment before she looked away.
It's stunning. Much prettier than the Leicester one, if you ask me. My great-grandmother had it remodelled into a bandeau tiara. It's far from ugly, but it wouldn't be my choice.
I closed the book and put it to the side, along with my overactive imagination. Are you entitled to wear it?
My grandfather always said both Eva and I would be allowed, but since he passed a couple of months ago, I'm not sure. It would be up to my uncle now.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's only a tiara, and my life won't end if I don't have to wear that thing.
She smiled at me.
Do you have any books on your estate in the library? I'd love to read more about your family.
She stopped.
I'm sorry, that's such a weird thing to ask.
I laughed and leaned back on the sofa. Are you sure you did the right degree? I'm starting to think you should have become a historian.
You and me both.
She sat back too. I reached over and pushed her hair from her face, and she tilted it to look at me. Yes, I said after a moment. There are several. I'll find you one later tonight. Her whole face lit up.
Really?
Really.
Thank you.
She pulled her feet up onto the sofa and looked over at me.
Can I talk to you about something?
As long as it isn't tiaras again. She dipped her head and laughed quietly.
No tiaras, but cats.
I groaned, dropping my head back.
Must we? Alexander, please.
Fine, go on then. I rolled it to the side to look at her, gently toying with a lock of her hair. But this better be good. Of course, I already knew what she was going to say, but I wasn't going to let her know that.
Do you promise to let me talk without interrupting me?
I do. Go on.
I know you think Ollie isn't responsible enough to look after them, but I believe you're wrong. She's always out looking after the rabbits with Peter, every day for the most part, and she does everything from putting fresh bedding in their hutches to feeding them to scrubbing their little hideaways and tunnels.
She reached over and rested her hand on my knee.
Not to mention she's been helping your mum with the cats. She feeds them every day and plays with them so they aren't bored. I saw her sneaking ham up there this morning as a treat. I did have to tell her the whole packet was a bit much, but she took them a slice each.
I desperately fought a smile. I'd already made up my mind, but I was enjoying her impassioned plea.
I know it's your decision, and it's really not my place to argue with you or tell you that you're wrong, but I really think you should reconsider your position.
She paused.
Why are you smiling?
I schooled my expression back into one of nonchalance. I'm not smiling.
You were smiling.
She hit my leg.
Alex, have you already changed your mind?
Perhaps. I let my lips twist up.
You arse!
She leaned over and smacked my arm this time.
You've changed your mind and you've let me sit. Smack. There. Smack. And. Smack. Ramble. Smack. On.
I laughed and grabbed her wrist before she could do it again. Do stop hitting me, darling. You'll hurt yourself.
I'll darling you.
She fought against my grip but couldn't escape, so I took my moment and pulled her over, grabbing her waist and pulling her onto my lap. That's better, I muttered when her knees nestled against my hips so she was straddling me. Are you done now?
I swear to God, if someone comes in here...
Then we're in trouble, I replied, cupping the back of her head and bringing her lips down to mine. She tasted of tea and cookies, and I wanted to drown in the taste of her, because I was absolutely sure that nothing in my life had ever felt quite as good as kissing Adelaide. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and her hair fell like a curtain around us, shutting us away from the rest of the world. Her fingers twitched, and the little nicks of her nails against my skin only served to transport me to a world where it was only the two of us, even if only for a moment. I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to feel this way. Every single day, for the rest of my life. She'd said she didn't want anything serious, but was that really true? Or was that a line she was drawing in our relationship to stop that happening? I knew I had feelings for her. By God, I had so many feelings for her. And perhaps it was naive of me to think she had none for me. What if she did? Was there a way to change her mind? She was only here for another 2 weeks. That was nothing. It was practically no time at all. But if I put my mind to it, then maybe I really could change hers.
Chapter 24. Adelaide. Me. What are we doing for our birthday? Eva's response flashed up quickly. Eva. I don't know. Are you coming home? We're running out of time. Talk about dramatic. Me. I'm not sure if I can. I don't know if I feel comfortable asking Alex to let me leave for 2 days. Also, I kind of didn't want to leave for 2 days. I know that sounded bad when you considered that it was our birthday, but if I only had 2 weeks left here, I wanted to make the absolute most of that time. With everyone, including Elizabeth. Which was a very peculiar feeling. Eva. Smirk emoji. I know one way you can ask him. Me. Stop it. It was a one-time thing. It wasn't. Eva. Yeah, right. Me. I'm not lying. I was so lying. Me. We agreed it was inappropriate for us to have any kind of relationship beyond friendship, and that's that. Eva. That seems like a waste. Can I have him then? Me. Eva. Eva. Kidding, kidding. Me. What about Matthew? Did that not go anywhere? Eva, it went several places and none of them required clothes, but that's all it is, just sex. Me, I quite liked him. I thought he was nice. Eva, meh, I don't have time for a relationship, and even if I did, do I want to marry someone with a title? Me, you were going to marry Prince Harry when we were 13. Eva, well, there's no accounting for taste. Thank goodness I grew out of that bad taste stage. It's far better now. Me, you haven't dated in 5 years. Eva, 7, actually, and you haven't for at least 2. Me, yes, but you've never had a relationship longer than 3 months. Eva, it's hardly my fault men can't handle me. Me, can Matthew handle you? Eva, do you really want me to go there? I was about to respond and tell her that no, I did not, when I was interrupted by Alexander walking into the library. He took one look at me typing on my phone instead of on my laptop and raised his eyebrows. Aren't you supposed to be writing? Technically, I said slowly, I am. Fine, I shall amend my previous question. He slid a book into a space on the shelf. Aren't you supposed to be writing your book? Ah, he had me there. Yes, I am. He dropped his hand and looked over at me, smiling. That doesn't look like you're writing your book, Adelaide. I looked at the conversation on my phone and pouted my lips. No, not at all. What are you doing? Texting Eva. She wants me to see if I can go home for our birthday next week. I paused, glancing over at him. Are you sitting on a bed of nails? That's a random question. I was just wondering, given how uncomfortable you look. I sighed and put down my phone. You're paying me to be here, not flounce off back to Arrow Woods for 2 days. Alex walked across the library and perched on the desk next to my laptop. Addie, darling, if you want to go home for your birthday, you can go home for your birthday. But there's no buts about it, he said, nudging his foot against my thigh. This isn't Beauty and the Beast. I'm not locking you up in my castle. I looked around the room. It's a pretty splendid library, though. Can't say I'd be too opposed to being shut in here. Alex smirked. Well, look what happened the last time we locked the door. Shh. My cheeks flamed. You're adorable when you're embarrassed. Be quiet. I turned back to my laptop and the page that only had the words Chapter 9 typed on. He didn't move. He was still sitting there, staring at me, with his perfectly pressed, bloody trousers stretching across his strong thighs. I wrote those exact words on the page, then glanced at him. White shirt, sleeves rolled up. I could work with that, too. Writing about me, darling. Yes, I've decided to take a foray into murder mysteries, I replied, never taking my eyes from the screen. My first victim will be an unfortunate duke who gets battered over the head with a candlestick. Interesting. Who's the murderer? Undecided. Either the last woman he slept with, or the... No, never mind. Definitely the last woman he slept with. Must have been bad sex. That, or he kept pissing her off by not leaving her alone. I caught the twitch of his lips out of the corner of my eye. She'll get away with it too, because she's going to claim insanity by way of premenstrual syndrome. Is that a genuine defense? Oh yes, it's happened before. I finally met his gaze. A woman killed her husband and blamed her PMS. Noted, he said, nodding slowly. Sounds like something my mother would say. Well, I turned back to my laptop. And me. Doubly noted. Is that my cue to leave you alone? Depends. Do you like being alive? Rather fond of it, yes. Would you like to continue being alive? I'd prefer it to the alternative. Then yes, please leave me alone so I may write. He pushed off the desk and grabbed my phone. I'm taking that, then. My jaw dropped as I looked at him. You're taking my phone? Adelaide, when I walked in here, you weren't writing. I know as soon as I leave, you'll pick it back up again. He waved it. I'm doing you a favor. I'm being supportive. I stared at him. Is that what we're calling it now? Mm-hmm. He leaned over and gave me a slow, easy kiss that sent tingles to the very tips of my toes. "You can have this back in 1 hour." "That's rude." I pouted as he grinned and backed up, complete with a smear of dark red lipstick just below his lower lip. "Alex, you've got—"
"Right."
He turned and stalked towards the door. "But you've got—" Mrs. Anderson appeared in the doorway, and her sudden appearance made Alex stop short.
"Ah, Alexander," she said brightly. "Olympia is in the kitchen trying to talk Mrs. Bell into baking her cookies. I'm not quite over the last baking adventure in the kitchen."
I covered a laugh with a cough, and Mrs. Anderson glanced over his shoulder at me.
"Adelaide?"
She acknowledged me.
"Good afternoon, Mrs. Anderson," I replied brightly. "How are you today? I shall be much better if Olympia doesn't get hold of the flour again."
Understandable.
I'm going.
Alex held up his hands, then turned to me with the lipstick still very visible and waved the phone.
1 hour, Adelaide.
Mrs. Anderson stepped to the side for Alex to pass her. Before he disappeared, she said,
"Alexander, are you aware that you have lipstick on your mouth?"
I grimaced. He raised his hand to his mouth and swiped his fingers across it, then looked down at them and sighed.
"I'd wash your face before you go in the kitchen, lest anyone else ask questions you don't want to answer," Mrs. Anderson continued, "especially since it happens to match the colour our Adelaide is currently wearing."
I propped my elbow on the desk and rested my chin on my hand, using my fingers to cover my mouth.
"A bit late for that, dear," Mrs. Anderson said to me.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? Alex glanced at me and headed in the direction of the bathroom instead of the kitchen, slipping my phone in his pocket on his way. Well, if you asked me, that was what he got for making off with my phone. "It's not what it looks like," I said, eyeing Mrs. Anderson. She set a little wooden cleaning caddy on top of one of the desks on the other side of the room and pulled out a duster and a can of polish, moving to a clear table.
"It never is,"
she said, spraying the polish on the table.
"If it's not what it looks like, you won't mind me asking what it is then, will you?"
I opened my mouth to say something, but what came out was a big, fat nothing. That's it. I had nothing. Nada. Absolutely blinking zero. She turned her head and smiled at me.
"That's what I thought."
Oh no, this wasn't good. I pushed back my chair and stood up, walking over to her. "You won't tell anyone what you saw, will you?"
"My dear," Mrs. Anderson said, turning to face me with a smile, "you're both adults. What the two of you do is none of my business, nor is it anyone else's unless you wish it to be."
"Thank you.
But, some advice. Avoid the problem by not wearing lipstick."
I pressed my lips together and nodded. Noted. In my defense, I didn't expect him to come in. I was working.
"Really? As far as I can see, if he's not with Olympia or working, he's near you."
She sprayed another table and started wiping.
"I'd always expect him to come in from here on out."
"Oh, well, all right then. I'll remember that."
"You do that."
She grabbed another duster and threw it at me.
"Now start dusting."
After I finally got my phone back, I texted my sister to tell her I was coming for our birthday. Eva had been nothing short of absolutely ecstatic about the news, while I couldn't help but worry that I was taking advantage of mine and Alexander's newfound relationship. Not that there was a relationship, of course. Well, there was, but not like that. Oh, gosh, I'd gotten my thoughts all whipped up. I got out of my car and sucked on my finger. I'd stabbed it at least 20 times tonight at Cross-Stitch Club, and I was pretty sure it now resembled a very well-used pincushion. And it hurt. I unlocked the front door and let myself in, then relocked it right behind me. The house was quiet, and most of the lights were off, despite the fact it was a little dark outside. It was always eerie to be in a big house like this without lights on. I kicked off my shoes and went searching. The library and kitchen were empty, the back patio lights were turned off, and every other room was lifeless, except for the cat sleeping in the sink in the downstairs toilet room. Of course. Why wouldn't there be a cat sleeping in the sink? That would just delight Alexander. Oh well, that wasn't my problem. A bang came from the direction of the study room, and I paused. Why would someone be in there? The only people who used that were me and Olympia. The cats. I swear to God, if there was a bloody cat in there messing with our stuff, I was going to haul it back into the bloody bathroom where it belonged. I walked quietly down the hall to the study room. The door was ajar, and a faint light was just visible through the crack. Who was in there? I pushed the door open. It didn't so much as creak, which meant Peter had finally oiled the squeaky hinges for me. I peered inside in the direction of where the light was coming from, and paused. Olympia was curled in one of the armchairs, under a blanket, with Phoebe the cat reading. By the looks of things, she was pretty far along in that book, so she'd been here a while. "Hey," I said softly. She jumped, almost dropping the book, and looked at me with wide, scared eyes. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, sweetheart."
"Oh, it's you. Was Papa looking for me?"
"No, I just came back and heard a noise, then saw the light." I pushed the door closed behind me. "What are you doing in here?"
"I wanted to read my book," she said in a small voice. "I was going to take it upstairs, but I like reading in here."
"Isn't it past your bedtime?" She nodded.
"I'm sorry. I'll go to bed."
She reached for her bookmark, and when she opened the book to slide it in, I saw she was in the middle of a chapter. "Well, I suppose you can finish the chapter first." I put my bag on the table and smiled at her. "In fact, do you mind if I join you?" I pulled a book out of my bag, and her face lit up with joy.
"No! Can we sit together on the sofa?"
"We sure can." I took my book over to the sofa, and Olympia systematically carried everything over to the sofa, including the cat. It was with one arm, mind you. That cat was exceptionally patient. I propped myself up with a bunch of pillows behind me, and Olympia nestled herself down next to me, lying back on me. She spread the blanket out over both of us, and Phoebe circled 4 times before snuggling into a ball between our legs. With that settled, we both opened our books and started to read. Let's be honest, I had no intention of sending Olympia to bed. If she was reading, she was reading. A few weeks ago, this seemed like an impossibility. I was going to nurture this as long as I could. I turned the page to the next chapter and yawned. Olympia shifted against me slightly, but she was so happy reading that I simply adjusted my pillows for more head support and got back to my own book. We didn't speak at all. The only noises were the gentle purr snore of the cat and the swish of our pages as we read. It was warm and comfortable, more comfortable than it really had any right to be, but here we were, together, and neither of us had a care in the world except the words on the next page. And I loved this feeling.
Chapter 25. Alexander. Ma! I ran through the house to her bedroom and knocked on the door. Ma! Mother! Hold on. There was a bang and a shuffle before she finally opened the door.
This is very loud for 7:30 in the morning, Alexander.
Have you seen Olympia?
In my sleep, dear. Unlikely.
She's not in her room. Boris and Peter haven't seen her, and she's not outside or in the playroom or...
Breathe.
Ma touched my arms and looked into my eyes.
Who's in the house right now?
Us, Boris, Peter, and Adelaide. I ran my fingers through my hair. What if she ran away, Ma? Why can't I find her?
Calm down, son.
She unhooked her robe from behind the door, pulled it on, and stepped out of her room.
Have you been to Adelaide's room and asked if she's seen her?
Adelaide, of course. No, I haven't.
Right. You go over there and fetch her, and I'll gather all the staff to search the house. She rarely ventures outside of our living space, but if the cats went exploring, there's every chance she's gotten turned around somewhere. She won't have run away. She'll be here somewhere.
I took a deep breath and nodded. You're right. thank you, Ma. Of course. She kissed my cheek and headed off in the opposite direction to me. I rushed through the halls to the wing where Adelaide's bedroom was and knocked on the door. Nothing. I knocked again, this time a little louder. Adelaide? Still nothing. Addie? I banged my fist against the door, but there was still no answer, so I tried the doorknob. It was unlocked, so I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was completely empty. Her bed was still made, and there was no sign of the clothes she'd been wearing yesterday on top of her laundry basket. Her phone and bag were gone too, and my heart jumped into my throat. They were both gone. Where the heck were they? I ran downstairs and almost knocked my mother over. She's not there either. Adelaide isn't here, and neither is her bag or phone. Ma frowned. Did they go out somewhere? This early? Olympia is an early bird, and Adelaide is usually up by 7. It's possible. I walked to the front door and opened it. Her car is still here. Then they haven't gone far, dear, have they? Ma shut the door. Peter is looking outside, Boris is searching the east side of the house, and I'm going to take upstairs. Why don't you take the west side and we'll meet back here? I swallowed the lump in my throat. I'd never felt a panic quite like this. My daughter had disappeared without a trace, and so had the woman I could see myself falling in love with. Their rooms weren't that far apart. What if someone had broken in and taken them? No, I couldn't think like that. They had to be somewhere in the house. They just had to be. All right, I said to Ma. Let's do that. She patted my cheek and headed back up the stairs, and I turned to the west side of the house to start looking. I searched every room. Every time one turned up empty, a little more terror crept its way into my veins, and by the time I scooped the cat out of the sink in the downstairs toilet, my blood was running cold. How could they not be here? There was nowhere they could have gone. I rubbed my hands across my forehead and leaned against the panelled wall. I had to hope now that someone else had come across them, that they knew where at least one of them were. Preferably Olympia. I had to know my daughter was safe. I pushed off the wall and continued searching every room and closet and cupboard. I was on the verge of giving up hope when I saw the door to the study room was ajar and froze. Were they studying already? Olympia's lessons weren't until 10:15. I pushed open the door, noting that it no longer squeaked, and looked around. My gaze fell on the seating area in the window, and all the panic and fear dissipated. It was replaced by the biggest sensation of love I'd felt since I'd first laid eyes on Olympia. She and Adelaide were lying on the sofa, all cuddled up, tucked under a blanket, and they were both fast asleep. There was a book on the floor and another pinned beneath Olympia's arm, and Adelaide's arm was wrapped around Olympia's shoulders. The lamp on the side table was on, and I smiled when I realized they'd fallen asleep while reading. I had no idea what they were doing down here, especially Olympia. I put her to bed before I'd gone to my office, and since Adelaide's car had been outside when I'd gone to bed myself, I hadn't thought anything of it. I'd even checked in on Ollie, and I could have sworn I'd seen her in bed. I was going to have to be more thorough in future. I pulled my phone from my pocket and sent a text to everyone telling them that I'd found them, then slipped into the room and, after getting a book from the shelves, sat in the empty armchair and looked over at them. I wasn't sure if I could cope with seeing the two of them like this. The closer they got, the harder it was all going to be for Olympia when Adelaide had to leave. I liked to think that she wouldn't, that she'd change her mind on her own and stay. But something told me that wasn't the case. She was going to go back to Arrow Woods, and she was going to break Olympia's heart in doing so. And there was a very good chance she was going to hurt mine, too. Adelaide rocked her head side to side, and her face formed an expression of mild pain. "Oof," she breathed, fluttering her eyes open. "Oh, Jesus." "Good morning, darling." She looked over at me with sleepy eyes.
What are you doing in here?
I woke up and couldn't find either of you, so we all went on a hunt until I found you having a slumber party in here. I smiled, leaning back in the armchair. Do you want to tell me how this happened?
She looked down at the top of Olympia's head. I came in from cross-stitching and found her in here. She was reading and I couldn't bring myself to ask her to stop. She asked if we could lie on the sofa, so I said yes, and I guess we fell asleep.
She rubbed her hand over her face.
I'm sorry if we worried you.
I waved a hand. A little, but this was the last place I was expecting to find you.
Sorry.
She gave me a sleepy smile.
I really only intended it to be half an hour or so.
Couldn't stop her from reading, huh?
Not after all the effort I've gone to get her to do it. Seemed somewhat counterproductive.
I smiled at her. Don't worry about it. At least you're both safe.
Aw, were you worried about me?
There was a teasing tone to her voice, and the playful glint in her eyes warmed my heart. But not my smile. That dropped, and I met her gaze. Every time you're not with me. Emotion flashed across her face.
Alex,
Olympia groaned, rolling over into the back of the sofa. She threw her arms up to stretch and almost punched Adelaide in the face, then slowly opened her eyes.
Hi, Papa.
Her eyes widened when she saw where she was, and she peered up at Adelaide.
Uh-oh. Did we fall asleep?
Adelaide nodded. Olympia looked back at me.
Are we in trouble, Papa?
I fought back a laugh. No, sweetheart, not today. Although if you sneak out of bed again, there will be consequences. Bedtime is bedtime, all right?
Yes, Papa, I won't do it again.
There were lies written all over her face, but I smiled away. Good. Shall we get some breakfast?
And some ibuprofen,
Adelaide said, sitting up and rubbing the back of her neck.
I definitely won't be doing that again. Papa?
I glanced up from the laptop and held a finger up to Olympia. Yes, I said into the phone. Yes, probably for about a month. Do you have anyone with poultry and waterfowl experience?
Possibly, the woman on the other end of the phone said. How soon?
As soon as possible, please. Yesterday, preferably, considering I've been waiting a week. He's handling 300 birds across 8 acres on his own, and the nearby neighbours don't have a lot of time to help as it is. I'm going over there myself again tomorrow to help him take the food delivery and clean out the ducklings in the barn.
I understand, Lord Worcester. Can you give me a couple of hours? I'll go through our temp database and see if we have anyone with that experience. If I have someone with any kind of farming background, would that suffice?
Yes, thank you. Even if it was mucking out horses for 3 weeks in their teens, it's not terribly difficult, even if it is hard work.
I'll get on that right away and call you back.
Thank you.
Of course. Goodbye.
I ended the call and turned to Olympia. Sorry, sweetheart, I had to finish that call. Did you know Jess had her baby last week? She nodded.
Granny told me.
Ah, I see. I'm trying to get Luke some help. I pushed my phone away and turned around to face her. What's wrong? Where is everyone?
Something happened,
she said in a tiny voice, looking at the floor. Panic gripped me. What happened? What is it? She wrapped her arms around her body, then pulled them away, only to link her fingers and twist her hands every which way.
There's something weird.
I wanted to yell at her to tell me what so I could fix it, but I knew that wouldn't get us anywhere, so I took a deep breath and slowly approached her. Okay. Can you tell me what the weird thing is? She was still looking at the floor.
There's red.
What's red, sweetheart? She crossed her arms over her chest and tucked her hands under her chin.
In my underwear.
No way. I froze. There's red in your underwear?
Yes,
she whispered.
I don't know what it is, and I'm scared.
Holy shit. Something had to be wrong. This wasn't normal. Why was there red in her underwear? I needed someone who knew what to do, who knew what was happening, what was going on. Okay, I said, exhaling. Have you told Granny?
I can't find her. I think she went shopping.
Of course. Sod's law. The moment I need my mother, she isn't here. What was I supposed to do? Ma wasn't here. Mrs. Berry was still on leave helping her daughter and Adelaide. Adelaide. I could get Adelaide. She would know. She was smart. Ollie, come and sit down, sweetheart, and I'll figure it out, all right? It's nothing to worry about, I'm sure, but I'm not very good with this stuff. No shit. I was panicking. Once she'd sat down, I grabbed my phone and opened the messages. Me. Help me now. I fired the SOS off to Adelaide at a record speed and prayed she was near her phone. Please be near the phone. I had no idea what to do. Adelaide. What's wrong? Me. Olympia says there's red in her underwear. Adelaide. ...
Is the underwear actually red?
Me. Hang on. Did you put on red undies today? Olympia shook her head.
White, with the cats that Granny bought me yesterday.
Me. No. Apparently they're white with cats that Ma bought this week. Adelaide.
Oh. Naturally they're white, of course they are. And new? New ones do it every time. Knickers, pyjamas, jeans. It's like a bloody hormonal homing beacon.
Me. Oh? Oh? What's going on? Adelaide.
Oh, Alexander.
Me. Adelaide, help me. What's wrong? Do I need to call a doctor? Why is there red? What's happening? Adelaide.
I'm desperately trying not to laugh, I promise you.
Me. Why are you laughing? Adelaide.
There's nothing wrong with Olympia.
Me. Then why is there red in her underwear? Adelaide.
Alex, she started her period.
I froze. Olympia was only 10. Surely that was too young. That was for teenagers, wasn't it? There was no way. Me. No way. She's only 10. She's too young. Adelaide.
Afraid not, Your Grace. I was 10 when I started my period.
Oh, bollocks. Me. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Adelaide.
Have you sent her to the bathroom to change?
Me. I'm panicking. Adelaide.
Good God, is your mum not here?
Me. No, it's just you and me. Help me. Adelaide.
Send her to her bathroom and I'll help her. I'll be right there.
Me. What do I do? Adelaide.
You do as I say, Alexander.
That made a great deal of sense. Yes. Do as she said. She knew what she was talking about. I evidently didn't have a bloody clue. Okay, sweetie. I put my phone in my pocket and took her hands. Adelaide wants you to go to your bathroom and she'll help you.
I'm scared, Papa.
I know, but she can explain this better than I can, all right? There's nothing wrong, Ollie. You don't need to be scared. You're completely fine. Let's go upstairs, okay? I clasped her little hand in mine and took her up to her room and then her bathroom.
I don't want to,
Olympia whispered.
Papa, what is it?
Adelaide knocked her fist against the door and poked her head into the room.
Can I come in?
Olympia whimpered and tucked in closer to me. Come in, I said, looking towards the door. Adelaide pushed the door open, tying her dark hair up into a bun on top of her head with a scrunchie.
Hey, Ollie. Papa said there was something new. Do you want to talk to me about it?
Olympia shied away and shook her head.
I bet I can help.
She shook her head again.
Oh, okay.
Addie slowly nodded and sat on the end of Olympia's bed.
I get it. It's very scary right now, but would it help if I told you that I knew exactly what was happening to you right now?
Olympia looked down, clutching my hand tighter.
Do you? I do. It happens to me too, and I was the same age as you when it happened for the first time. It's really scary, isn't it?
She nodded.
Especially when you have a silly Billy for a daddy.
That was rude.
But Ollie smiled, so... He's very silly, she whispered.
Shh,
he'll hear you.
Adelaide grinned, glancing up at me for a second.
I know you're very scared right now, but what's happening is very natural and normal, and you will feel better if I can help make you more comfortable. Do you think you can let me help you, honey?
Olympia hesitated for a moment before she nodded.
Brilliant.
Adelaide pulled 2 green squares from her pocket.
This will help for our conversation, but it might be better if Daddy leaves for a moment while I show you about this, okay? It's quite private.
Olympia looked up at me with her eyes wide. It's all right, I promised her, kneeling down. Addie can do this so much better than I can. Are you okay for me to go? I'll be right outside the door and I'll come in if you need me. All you have to do is shout. She stared at me for a moment before she nodded. I kissed her forehead and let go of her hands, walking back towards the door. Adelaide stood up and crossed to Ollie, and I stared at her in a way I hoped would convey my gratitude for what she was doing right now. I had no idea how to cope with this. Nobody had ever told me how to explain a bloody period to my autistic 10-year-old daughter. I stepped out into the hallway and pulled her door closed, then leaned against the wall next to it. I felt like a catastrophic failure. Why wasn't I ready for this? Why hadn't I known that she could start her period this early? I knew she'd hit puberty. Ma had bought her padded crop tops and bras and spoken to her about it. And I knew Sylvia had spoken to her loosely about the changes she would go through. But it was supposed to be preparatory. Nobody was ready for this. It was me. I was nobody. I was not bloody ready for this, and I had no idea how I could help my daughter through it.
It's okay,
Adelaide said from inside after several minutes. A door closed, and I assumed they were now out of the bathroom and back into the bedroom.
It's really scary, Ollie, and it's okay to be scared. I'm going to look online right now and look for a book that will explain everything to you in a way that you can understand. Will you tell anyone? I think it's a good idea to tell Mrs. Berry. She might be able to help you, and it's always a good thing to have someone who knows, especially when you're not feeling well. It can happen a little unexpectedly sometimes, so it's good to be prepared.
There was a pause.
Right now, I'll go to my room and get one of those green packets for you. Are you sure you're okay putting them on your undies?
More silence.
Good. Okay. Now, you might get some ouchies in your tummy or your back right here and here. That's normal, and it's your body trying to help get rid of that extra stuff in your uterus, okay? The stuff we just talked about in the bathroom. The baby cushions,
Olympia replied, making my heart clench.
The baby cushions, Adelaide replied. That's what the period is, throwing out the baby cushions. Yes. If you get some pain in your pelvis, like your hips, you tell me, and I'll make sure you get some medicine to make it better, okay? Only you, Olympia responded. Only tell you. No, honey, anyone you feel comfortable telling. Me, Papa, Granny, Mrs. Berry. Only you.
I swallowed, resting my forehead against the wall.
If that's what you're okay with, then I'll be here whenever you need me. Any time, okay, Ollie? You knock on my door, and I promise I will be here. What about when you go home? To your house? The one that's the hotel where you're near Gabby? Oh, we have the internet, do we not? You can call me or text me or send me silly bunny filters on that app I don't know how to use. No matter where I am, I'll always reply to you, okay? Okay. Do you feel better now? I do. It's normal. There's a video to watch. and I'll get you a book as soon as I can. Yes.
Pause.
Thank you, Addie. I love you.
Another pause.
I love you too, Olympia.
Shit. Fucking shit. Bloody fucking shit. More pausing.
Why don't you get into bed and watch some TV or play on your Switch? I'll get you some water and half a paracetamol in case your tummy starts hurting.
Silence.
Okay, let's tuck you in.
A lump formed in my throat and I closed my eyes at the softness in Addie's voice. She was giving my daughter the one thing I'd never been able to. A female figure. A mother figure. Despite all the women I desperately tried to surround my daughter with, my mum, Gabriella, Mrs. Bell, Mrs. Berry, the other staff members, her dance classes and her cooking sessions and everyone else she adored, it was desperately clear that she needed someone who could understand her in a way nobody else could. And that person was Adelaide. I had to change her mind. About me, about us, about everything. Because I was in trouble. That moment, that one right there on the other side of the door where she took control and loved my daughter more than I'd ever known anyone outside her family to love her. All it took was one moment. One small moment, and it had just happened. Like lightning, faster than I ever thought it would. That was it. That was the moment I knew I was falling in love with Adelaide Astley. And I simply had to give it my everything just in case she could love me too. I'll be right back, okay? I stepped away and brushed away all my thoughts as Adelaide's footsteps approached the door and she slipped into the hall. She gently closed the door with the slightest of clicks and looked at me. Her lips curved softly to one side. The kindness in her eyes hit me like a punch to the gut. Jesus, she was mesmerizing.
I think she's okay, she whispered. I'm glad I was here. It's scary, but don't worry, it's fine. I've got it. I'll make sure she has everything she needs.
I dropped my head and gazed at the floor. I feel so fucking stupid, I whispered back.
Hey, no.
She grabbed my arm and pulled me away from Olympia's door.
There's no way you could have known. The first one often comes on with little warning, and even if she did have any signs that it was on its way, I doubt she'd even know what they were.
It doesn't matter, I replied. How could I be so unprepared, Adelaide? I failed her.
Chapter 26. Adelaide. The pain in his eyes cut me to my core. Failed her? How could he possibly think he'd failed her, just because he didn't know? Hey, no, Alexander. I placed my hand on his cheek and made him look at me. You haven't failed her. She came to you even though she was worried and scared. The fact that she trusts you enough to tell you these things means you haven't failed her in the slightest. He sighed, dropping his gaze. So why does it feel like it? Because being a parent is hard? I smiled sadly. I don't know. It's not like I am one, but... I took hold of his hand and pulled him over to the top of the stairs, where I sat down. I peered up at Alex until he rocked his head to the side and dropped to the top stair next to me. I know this part is hard, I said after a moment. I mean, I was a preteen girl at one point. Really? I'm shocked. I swatted his thigh with my hand. I'm sorry to tell you it's all downhill from here. As soon as the period hits, it goes to shit. He glanced at me, a small smile playing with his lips. Thank you for your support. Always. I laughed a little. I suppose when you don't know something, or can't place it, then it might well feel like you failed, but you haven't. She's happy. She's healthy, and she loves and trusts you. There's not really much more you can win at there. Alex nodded slowly, and he reached over and linked his fingers through mine.
You're right, of course.
I usually am. It's both a blessing and a curse. He rubbed his thumb over the back of my hand.
I don't think I was ready for this just yet, that's all.
It's a big one, I agreed, but she'll be okay. She'll learn how to manage it and recognize the signs that it's coming, and the only way you'll know is because she'll be crying over bread adverts on the television and eating her weight in carbs and chocolate. He grimaced.
That sounds terribly exciting.
Depends if you like occasionally hysterical teenage girls who binge eat for 48 hours approximately every 4 weeks.
Can't say it's something I've ever aspired to.
Oh well, I guess it's your unlucky day. He laughed quietly, squeezing my hand.
How do you do that?
I turned my head to look at him. Do what?
Cheer me up like that. 10 minutes ago it felt as though my world was collapsing around me.
That's a little dramatic.
And now it's like it never happened. How did you do that?
It's quite simple. I distracted you with my stunning personality and superior wit. I grinned, nudging him with my elbow. He slid his hand from mine and wrapped his arm around my shoulders, pulling me into his side. I rested my head on his shoulder, leaning into him. Alex pressed his lips against my forehead and held them there for a moment, sending a warm burst of energy through my body that tugged at my heart.
Thank you,
he murmured, resting his cheek on top of my head. For what?
For being you.
You're welcome. I am quite good at it.
You really are.
Do you want to play chess?
Alex laughed. You want to play chess?
I don't want to, per se, but I suspect kicking my ass at it will make you feel better. I lifted my head and smiled at him. Come on, I just have to bring Ollie some water and a paracetamol, then I'll meet you in the library.
All right.
He stood up first, then turned and held out his hands to help me up. I was 2 steps higher than he was, and for the first time I was just as tall as he was. Thank you.
Well, you cheered me up. It was the least I could do.
He winked and turned around, preceding me down the stairs. We turned off in opposite directions, him to the library, me to the kitchen. I fetched everything Olympia needed, checked in on her, and left her to curl up in her bed with her games console. Apparently, Pokémon were all the rage again. It made me feel a little old, to be honest. It also made me wonder if it was acceptable to play it at almost 30. Wow, I knew what my birthday present to myself was this year. I wandered into the library. Alex was standing in front of the chess table with his arms wide, and one of the cats was lying on the table, surrounded by fallen chess pieces. This is interesting, I said, looking at the scene in front of me.
The cat is on my chess table,
Alex replied through gritted teeth.
What is it doing on my chess table?
It looks like it was sleeping and you woke it up.
Get rid of it.
Laughing, I walked over and scooped up the cat. No, I didn't know if it was Monica or Rachel, and deposited her on the sofa instead. Unfortunately, she wasn't impressed with my new spot for her, and she pounced off, proceeding to batter pawn across the floor with her paw.
My pawn!
I fought back a laugh as the cat continued chasing it across the floor until it went under a bookcase. She made a good effort to retrieve it, but gave in and slinked out of the room with her tail in the air. She was even flicking the tip for good measure.
Bloody cats,
he muttered, kneeling down to collect all the pieces.
I guess I have to put these pieces away every time I'm done now.
I nodded and got onto the floor to dig out the pawn. I found it right at the back, against the wall, and gave it a sharp swat of my own to free it. Here's your pawn.
Thanks,
he said dryly.
Remind me again why I agreed to keep the bloody cats.
They make your daughter happy. I smiled and used my sleeve to wipe all the cat fur from the table. There, let's get it set up. Alex had it ready in seconds, and we both sat down. Now, I'm warning you, I'm not drunk, I'm not tired, and I'm going to pay more attention today. I shuffled in my seat. Right, I'm ready.
You're white, you start first.
I made the first move with my pawn and settled in, ready to get my arse beat, It didn't take him long to destroy me, but we started another game. Apparently, I was a masochist. My phone pinged in my cardigan pocket, and I held up a finger so I could get it. Eva, I have some bad news. Me. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong? Alex asked. You're frowning. It's Eva. Says she has bad news. I glanced up. Oh, what could it be? I don't know. I hope it's nothing to do with Mum and Dad or the hotel. My phone pinged again. Eva, I'm not going to be here for our birthday. She was kidding, right? After the fuss she'd made, she was bailing on me. Me. Are you joking? Addie, are you all right? She said she's not going to be here for our birthday, after all the shouting and yelling she's done at me. Did she say why? Another ping. Eva. No, I'm sorry. I have to work. Me. What do you mean you have to work? Eva. There's a huge art show happening in London and Jay wants me to take some of my pieces. It's only on for the weekend and this could be my chance. I'm so sorry, Addie. I relayed the message to Alex. Well, you can't be mad at that, right? He asked. I can. Our birthday is in 4 days, Alex. I was getting ready to go home. She's brought it up every single time we've talked for the last 3 weeks. I huffed and hit the reply box. Me. Fine. But you owe me after how you've been bitching at me. This is last minute. Eva. I know. Someone dropped out this morning. I'm so sorry. Me. Tell Mum I won't be home. I'm not going to bother if you aren't there. Eva. Addie, you can still go home. Me. I was only going for you because you kept going on at me. I'll be fine here. I have to write now. I'll talk to you later. I put my phone on silent and put it back in my pocket. I knew I was sulking and being a brat, and I was genuinely happy for her. My sister was an incredible artist and photographer, and she deserved all the success in the world. But I was allowed to be annoyed after how many times she'd mentioned our birthday. Alex's lips thinned into a flat line. Definitely not going then. I shook my head. No, I was only going home to spend it with her, so there's no point. Why not go to London and see the exhibition? No, it's fine. Is it my move? Adelaide. It's fine. I met his eyes. I'm fine. No, you're not. I said I'm fine, so I'm fine. He got up and rounded the chess table, then prized me out of my chair to stand in front of him. Look, I know it's not the same, but we can still celebrate your birthday. We can go somewhere fun, or get the cross-stitch group together for you. Or I'll take you to dinner. And start the whole village gossiping about us. Really? Well, the media already thinks we're seeing each other, and I bet we can bribe someone into taking photos of us and posting them on Twitter after we've left. I brought my hands to my face and laughed. You're ridiculous. Hey, kills 2 birds with 1 stone. He peeled my hands away from my face, meaning I had no choice but to see his wide smile. Come on, please. Ollie would love to spend your birthday with you. What if I promised to take you to the bookstore? I put my hands on my hips. Your Grace, are you trying to get into my knickers? Is it working? That depends how many books you buy me. As many as you want. Give me 2 minutes. I need to go to the bathroom to remove my underwear. I went to step past him, but he laughed and grabbed my arm, pulling me back to him. Come on. He wrapped his arms around me, trapping me against his body. We'll have a nice breakfast. Go to the bookstore. I'll leave you alone to read. Then I'll take you to a nice restaurant for dinner. I know it's not the birthday you had in mind, but maybe it's a good substitute. I took a deep breath and sighed it out, then smiled up at him. It sounds perfect. Good. He kissed my forehead and released me. Now, not to cut this game short, but I have to go schmooze my favorite restaurant for a table. Do you think you can do it? Of course. He looked over his shoulder and flashed me a grin. Everybody here loves me. Did you hear that? Alex paused. Hear what? That noise. I didn't hear anything. Funny, It sounded like you tooting your own horn." He burst out laughing and left, digging his hand in his pocket. "Someone has to toot it." I woke up on my birthday feeling strange. It was the first one I'd ever spent without my sister, and the knowledge that I wouldn't see her at all had me snuggling deeper under my covers instead of getting up. I didn't want to get up. I was warm, I was comfortable, and it was still before 8. Nobody needed to be awake that early on their birthday. Unfortunately, more sleep was not on the agenda. I knew Alex had managed to get us a table for dinner tonight, albeit earlier than he'd hoped for. With no chance of sleep, I decided to get up. I showered and brushed my teeth, then took the time to dry my hair and put on a little makeup, then changed into one of my favorite sundresses. At least I could feel pretty today. I paused to respond to some messages wishing me happy birthday, including the one from my parents, who promised they'd call me this afternoon, and Gabriella, who sent me at least 10 gifs of babies dancing after her birthday wishes. I put my phone in my pocket and finally left my space. I was hungry, and I vaguely remembered Alexander promising me a nice breakfast. It was probably only said in the heat of the moment, when he was trying to cheer me up, but I was still going to try my luck. I made my way downstairs and poked my head into a couple of rooms. Nobody was around, but as long as the kettle could be boiled for a pot of tea and there was bread for toast, I'd honestly be happy. I was a simple thing, really, quite easy to please. I could hear voices in the kitchen as I approached, so at least there was someone around this morning. I scratched my ear and pushed open the door, almost drooling at the prospect of hot buttered toast. "Happy birthday!" Shock ricocheted through me, and I almost fell back into the hallway. Boris, Elizabeth, Alex, and Olympia were standing in the kitchen, all with huge smiles on their faces, and I slowly looked at all of them. What? My gaze fell to the island. Balloons hung from the beams on the ceiling, a banner was hung over the Aga, and they'd laid out a shiny plastic tablecloth on the island, where a huge spread of breakfast foods were ready and waiting to be eaten. Pancakes, both American-style and crepes, plus toppings, bacon, eggs, bread to be toasted, sausages, hash browns, everything. And the best one? The wonkily decorated pink birthday cake with candles lit on top. Oh my gosh! I pressed my hand against my chest as emotion welled inside me. "You didn't have to do this. We wanted to," Elizabeth said with a smile, walking over and wrapping me in a hug. "Happy birthday, dear. Thank you." I hugged Boris and then found myself almost bowled over by an exceptionally excited Olympia.
"Did you see the cake? Me and Granny made it. I decorated it just for you. Do you like it?"
She dragged me over to it.
"You have to blow out the candles and make a wish."
"It's lovely," I said, looking at the cake that was covered in edible glitter and sugar flowers and multicolored sprinkles.
"Blow out the candles so I can eat."
Olympia bounced on the balls of her feet.
"Please."
"Like you haven't been eating strawberries all morning,"
Boris said. I'll blow them out. I pulled my hair back and leaned over, ready to do it.
"Make a wish,"
Olympia insisted. "I will."
"Can I help you blow them out?"
"Olympia."
Alex shook his head. I looked from him to her. "Go on then. On 1. You ready?" She nodded, tucking herself in next to me. 3, 2, 1. We both blew as hard as we could, resulting in the candles all being blown out in one go. Everyone else cheered, and I hugged Olympia into my side. "Thank you. I couldn't have done that without you." She grinned up at me.
"Can I eat now?"
Excellent idea. I released her to Elizabeth, and she and Boris fussed over getting her a plate of food. Alex walked over to me and held out his hands.
"I promised you a nice breakfast."
I nodded, smiling. "You certainly did. Thank you. This is very sweet."
"It's not all me. Mum and Boris did most of it. I was in charge of stopping Olympia dipping her fingers into the sprinkles."
And did a terrible job, Boris said without turning around. I dipped my head, smiling. Alex pulled me against him in a tight hug, and I wrapped my arms around his neck. Happy birthday, darling, he whispered in my ear, quietly pressing a kiss to my earlobe. Thank you, I whispered back, letting him hold me for one more minute before pulling away. But I really didn't want to. I just wanted to stay there for a moment longer, with his arms around me, just breathing in the moment. I also didn't want to give Elizabeth any ideas, given that she'd looked at us the second he'd approached me, and her eyes had been on us for the entire embrace. She'd only looked away when I'd turned around. Fortunately, I didn't have too much time to dwell on that. I was hungry. Chapter 27. Adelaide.
Presents!
Elizabeth exclaimed, clapping her hands together after Boris left.
Adelaide, dear, we have some presents for you.
I looked at all three of them. You do? You didn't have to do that.
We wanted to.
Alex grinned, stealing her line from earlier. Elizabeth brought a gift box over and set it on the now clean island in front of me.
Here you go, dear.
Thank you. It was a flat, rectangular box, and I slowly undid the carefully tied bow on top before pulling off the lid. Inside was a big, thick, hardback book and a title that read, Britain's Bloodiest Dynasties.
Oh, wow,
I breathed, carefully lifting it out of the shredded tissue paper that hugged it.
Alex said you like history, and, well, I have a few friends. One tracked this down for me. I believe it covers most of the Middle Ages, right through to the Tudor era, and I thought you'd find it interesting. There aren't many copies around.
Elizabeth, this must have cost you a fortune. I looked from the book to her. Thank you so much. She accepted my big hug by returning one of her own.
Better to be read by you than sitting on a shelf somewhere collecting dust,
she said, patting my back. I sat back down and stroked the cover of the book in awe. It was beautiful and thick. It was going to take forever to read and digest everything on the pages, and I couldn't wait to get started.
Well, we know what you're doing this afternoon,
Alex teased me. I'd beat you with it, but I like the book more than you. I tossed right back, grinning at him. He laughed, and I returned the book back to the box to keep it safe until I was ready to read it. I might not even read it. Just take it out. Stare at it. Stroke the pages. Smell it. It definitely had that old book smell. That was like crack to a bookworm.
Mine! Mine!
Olympia ran into the pantry, eliciting a frown from all of us, especially when she didn't immediately return.
Papa, I need some help.
Alex bit back a laugh and ducked inside.
Yes, sweetheart?
That's heavy.
All right. Alex re-emerged with a vase full of beautiful wildflowers that were identical to ones I'd seen on the grounds. The only exception was the big sunflower in the middle. Olympia was right behind him, with both a gift and an envelope in her hands. She dropped a piece of paper that she quickly swept back up.
Peter helped me choose them, she said, pointing to the flowers, and I liked the sunflower for you.
I reached out and touched the petals of the huge head and smiled, then leaned in. Oh, it smells amazing. I love them, Ollie. Thank you. She leaned over and sniffed. Ooh, pretty.
What else do you have there?
Alex asked, smiling.
Oh, I drew you a birthday card.
She handed me the piece of paper she'd dropped and bit her lip. She'd drawn a picture of me and her on the front in a style similar to anime. We were holding hands, and we both held what looked like a book. She'd clearly taken her time colouring it in, and the most overwhelming feeling of love for this little girl washed through me. She was the sweetest girl in the world. Inside, in her slightly messy handwriting, she'd written, "To Adelaide, happy birthday. Love you lots and lots and lots. From Olympia. Kiss, 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 kiss. And finished it off with a smiley face. Oh, that's the best. Thank you so much. I love this picture of us. I folded it back over. I'm going to pin that in my bedroom. Her face lit up.
Okay, and this one. I made this too.
I was sensing a theme here. I took the envelope from her and pulled the flap open, then reached inside. There were 3 laminated bookmarks with ribbons on the top. One was covered in hand-drawn flowers, the second had a bunch of rabbits that looked suspiciously like the one she owned, and the third had a fairy that resembled the main character in the series she was currently reading.
Because you like reading, she said quietly, so you never forget your page.
Oh, my heart. You really made these? I asked her. They're amazing. They must have taken you forever. She nodded.
And I had to bribe Mr. Cooper at the library to make them plastic for me.
Elizabeth chuckled from behind me. She had to promise to invite him to her birthday party. I laughed and touched Olympia's arm. Ollie, that's so sweet of you. Last one, Alex said. I think there's no telling what else she's hidden in the pantry. Probably empty boxes, Elizabeth mused. I'd agree with that. I couldn't count how many times I'd been excited for salt and vinegar crisps, only to find the packet empty, and I knew she was the only one who ate them. Olympia put the last present in front of me.
I made this too.
Ah, of course. I unwrapped the pretty paper to reveal a canvas painting. There was a black cat that I assumed was Phoebe, sitting on top of a wonky stack of books. The background was painted all in a glittery pink, and she'd taken extra care to line Phoebe's limbs with white, otherwise she'd just be a big cat-shaped black blob. Well, she kind of was anyway, but I thought it was the most wonderful painting I'd ever seen. You painted this? She nodded.
Granny took me to an art class in the village 2 weeks ago. The other kids were loud, but I got to paint this. I thought you might like it.
My heart swelled with love for her, and I put the painting down to wrap her in a huge hug. Surely there wasn't another child as thoughtful and kind as she was. I didn't know how her little body held so much goodness in it. I really didn't. I absolutely love it, I assured her, kissing her cheek. It's Phoebe, isn't it? She was delighted I'd recognized her beloved cat and nodded. I love it. Thank you. Olympia smiled, suddenly coming over all shy, and stepped back. One more, Alex said, his eyes twinkling. But this one is from me. There's more, I laughed. I haven't had this many gifts since I was 9. Elizabeth chuckled. You'll like this one. It's outside, Alex said, so put some shoes on, and when we get to the back door, I need to cover your eyes. You need to do what? He grinned as Olympia pulled me off the chair. Only for a minute, I swear. Ugh, okay. I slipped some ballet flats on in the hallway and let myself be taken outside. When we stepped out, Alex pulled me close and covered my eyes with his hand. Trust me, all right? This is the weirdest thing ever, I muttered. Where are we going? Just keep walking. I'll tell you when we turn. He held my hand with his free one. Left. I took a deep breath and tried to relax. It was extremely hard when I didn't know where we were going. I couldn't see, and I knew the paving slabs back here could be uneven. The last thing I wanted was to trip over. Here we go. Alex stepped behind me and rubbed his hand on my upper arm. Are you ready? Absolutely not. He laughed. 3, 2, 1. He removed his hand from my eyes, and I found myself staring down at what resembled a square rabbit run, with a small house, a wooden bridge, and food and water, among other bits and pieces. I frowned. I don't get it, I said, staring at it. Alex bent down and pulled me with him. Olympia dropped to the floor on the other side of me, pressing her face practically against the grass, and looked inside, grinning. Alex clicked his tongue, and a few moments later, a tiny pink nose emerged from beneath the dark bridge.
"Here,"
Alex whispered, as Olympia tried to stifle a giggle. Even she was in on it. What? My breath caught as the guinea pig I'd fallen in love with at the fair scooted out and looked right at me. What? Alex's eyes were focused entirely on me, and he smiled. But he sold. George said so.
"To me."
Alex laughed softly.
"I saw how much you loved him, so when you went for your wonder, I told George I wanted him. That's why he was still in the enclosure. I picked him up 2 days ago, and Peter kept him in the back barn until this morning, when he brought him out for me."
"He's mine?" I asked.
"All yours,"
Alex replied, grinning wider than I'd ever seen before.
"And it is a he," George checked.
Tears filled my eyes, and Alex pulled me into his side. "He got me the guinea pig."
"Ollie,"
Elizabeth said softly,
"come on. We need to clean the litter trays, okay?"
Olympia looked at me. "But Addie's crying." "Happy tears," I assured her. "Your papa surprised me, that's all." "Oh, okay then." She jumped up and disappeared, and I heard the faint sound of the back door closing. I couldn't believe it. The little guinea pig I'd fallen in love with was now mine. How had he even known I loved him? Had he been watching me? How much attention had he been paying to me that I didn't even know? "Thank you," I whispered, leaning into him even more. "I don't know why you did that." Alex reached forward and unhooked the run, then expertly caught the guinea pig with one hand. He gave him to me, and I cradled him against my body as his beady little eyes looked up at me. I couldn't help but smile.
"I did it, Addie, because look how happy you are."
I stroked the back of the guinea pig. "I really am. Thank you."
"See? I told you that you'd have a great birthday."
I laughed, wiping under my eyes. "And you still have to take me to the bookstore."
"That I do."
I put the guinea pig back in his run and closed the top down.
"I should warn you that Olympia thinks he looks like a treacle and has taken to calling him that."
Alex frowned.
"We tried explaining he's yours, not hers, but I don't think she cared."
I laughed, dropping my forehead to his shoulder. "I think he looks like a treacle too."
"You're far too nice to her."
"Hey, she's just presented me with a gallery of homemade gifts. I can live with a guinea pig she's named Treacle." He wrapped his arm around my shoulders, chuckling.
"It does kind of suit him, doesn't it?"
"It does. Now I just have to think about how I'm going to sneak him into the hotel." Alex tensed before quickly relaxing.
"Well, today is your birthday, and you don't have to think about that right now. And you're right, I did promise you a trip to the bookstore, so shall we grab Olympia and go?"
He got up, and there was a twinge deep inside me that said I'd upset him by mentioning the hotel. "Alex." He turned around to look at me and swallowed.
"Yes."
I stepped closer, reached up, and brushed my lips across his. "Thank you." Any darkness in his eyes dissipated.
"Come on, there are books to buy."
Chapter 28. Adelaide. "I cannot believe you got Millie to infiltrate the restaurant and take photos of us to post on Twitter." Alex laughed, unlocking the car.
"Oh, come on. You have to admit it was rather funny."
"And the manager was in on it too. Honestly, you're having far too much fun today."
"What? It's your birthday, so I can't have fun."
His eyes twinkled.
"Was it worth it, though?"
I pressed my hand against my stomach. "Oh, gosh, yes. I don't think I can eat another thing, though. I might burst out of this dress." His eyes raked over my body from head to toe.
"I can help you get out of it later if you want.
I stared at him, with my lips tugging up as he opened my door for me. I'm sure you'd love that. Actually, I would. And it was in my plan, so there's that. All right, I said, holding on to the top of the door with one foot in the car. My room or yours? Why don't we see where we end up? Grinning, he leaned in and kissed me, playfully nipping my lower lip. I swatted at him. Alex, someone will see us. Ah, yes, of course. I forgot this car park is practically hopping. I looked around. We were the only two people here. Still, I continued, you never know who could walk around the corner. Unless it's a BBC News crew, I think we're fine. Now get in the car before the ticket runs out. I laughed and got in, and he shut the door behind me before getting in the other side. I clipped in my belt and plucked the pay and display ticket from the dashboard. Look at that, 4 minutes to spare. All in a day's work. He winked at me and backed out of the spot, then started the drive home. Home. The more I thought of Bentley Manor, the more it felt like home. A real home, the kind of place you left a little piece of yourself whenever you left. The kind of place you gravitated to because it soothed your soul and warmed your heart, because it brought peace to your very being, even in the most turbulent of times. And I didn't know what to do with that. Nor the entire household. I'd had the most wonderful birthday, and it was all because of the people who lived in that house. Boris's breakfast, the amazing gifts, the quality time spent with everyone. For a while this morning, I'd really felt like part of the family. And there was a part of me that wanted to keep feeling that, keep being brought into this family, even if it was sometimes a little dysfunctional and wild and chaotic. There was no other way to describe a family where one member randomly showed up with 3 cats. Chaotic really was the only appropriate word. The problem with all of this was quite simple. Alexander had to ask me to stay. I didn't know what was between us. We'd grown ever closer over the past few weeks, the last 2 or 3 especially, and I knew there were feelings that we shared. I just didn't know how strong his were, and if they were enough for him to do something like that. Of course, given everything he'd done for me today, from the party breakfast to getting me treacle, I could imagine that his feelings had some weight behind them. We'd just never spoken about it, and I didn't know how to broach that subject. A relationship with him was very different than anyone else. Not only was he a duke with responsibilities relating to his estate, but he also had a daughter, a wonderful, sweet, caring, brilliant daughter, but a daughter all the same. They came as a package, and loving Alexander meant loving Olympia too. Shit. Did I love him? Was I in love with Alexander? I don't know. I turned my head and looked out of the window. Trees blurred into one giant trunk as we sped past them, and a heavy ball settled into the pit of my stomach. I was supposed to leave on Monday. That was only 3 days away. In those 3 days, I had to make a decision. What I'd come to, I didn't know. I loved it here, but my life, my sister, my parents, my best friend, was back in Arrow Woods. Trying to figure this out was going to be difficult. Alex pulled up outside Bentley Manor and looked over at me. Are you okay? You've been quiet. I smiled at him. Sorry, just thinking. Missing Eva? Little bit, I replied. Thought so. He got out and was at my door by the time I'd slipped my feet back into my heels. He opened it and held out his hand to help me out. I took it gratefully and got out of the car. Sorry, you've been so wonderful to me today and I feel ungrateful. Ungrateful for what? He tucked my hand in the crook of his elbow. You miss your sister, Adelaide. You've spent every birthday together until now, and you're allowed to feel a bit sad about that. I'm not put out by it at all. I sighed. I wish you would be. You're far too nice. Alex laughed and stopped by the front door.
Look, just tell me one thing. Have you enjoyed your birthday?
I smiled, looking up at him. Yes, I have. Very much so. Thanks to you.
Well, not to brag or anything, but yes.
A small laugh escaped me, and he cupped my chin, tilting my head back so our eyes met.
As long as you've enjoyed it, that's really all that matters.
He glanced at the door.
But I want to do this before we go in.
Do what? His answer was wordless, coming in the form of a smooth kiss that almost took my breath away. He swept me against his body, kissing me deeply, almost as if his life depended on it. His grip on my hip was tight and possessive, more meaningful than any way he'd ever held me until just now. For a moment, I was utterly lost in the kiss, in him, in this moment of sweetness where nothing else existed except for he and I. These moments never lasted long enough, and he pulled away far too soon.
Any lipstick on me?
He asked, tilting his chin up. I shook my head. No smudge stuff today. I learned that lesson. Laughing, he gave me another quick kiss and let us inside. Thank bloody God for that, because I was starting to get cold out there. As August drew to a close, the nighttime temperatures definitely dropped in comparison to even 2 weeks ago, and I had goosebumps all over my arms.
Shall we get a bottle of wine and go to the library? Alex asked. Maybe play chess?
I wrinkled my nose. No, thank you. I don't feel like getting annihilated tonight.
Drink wine and read books?
Now you're talking. I followed him into the kitchen and fetched a bottle from the fridge while he grabbed 2 glasses. Alex took the bottle from me, and we made our way to the library. My feet were killing me, and I supposed I should have removed my heels at the door, but here we were. At least if I could drink wine and read in peace, then I could kick them off in a few seconds. I desperately wanted to open the book Elizabeth had gotten me, but I also didn't want to get wine on it, so I'd save it for another day. I'll have to run upstairs for a book in a minute, I said to Alex. Get one of the new ones.
Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? I found that book on our family history. I set it aside yesterday for you.
You did?
Yes, I asked Ma to help me since she was probably the last person to read it.
Even better, I smiled. Alex stopped outside the doors.
Could you get the door for me?
He was holding everything, so I laughed, nodded, and pushed open the library door.
Surprise!
For the second time today, I almost fell backwards. The library was filled with my friends, our friends, and the most important one, my family. My sister. Oh my God! I breathed, looking around. Eva! She ran over to me and hugged me tightly. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, you filthy fucking liar! I muttered back, squeezing my eyes shut so I didn't cry. How could you do that? She pulled back and held me at arm's length. I didn't want to. She took some convincing, Gabby said, tugging me into her. Happy birthday. You were in on this too. We all were. Mum laughed, taking me from Gabby's arms, hugging me, and then passing me to my dad. Dad's hug was like a big warm blanket.
Alexander wouldn't take no for an answer, so we all made it happen.
I turned my head and looked at him. From start to finish, he'd done everything to make this the most perfect birthday in the world. He smiled at me and nodded his head in my direction. I buried my face in my dad's chest. If I didn't, I was going to burst into tears, especially if I looked at Alex.
Oh, princess,
Dad laughed, rubbing my back.
Happy birthday.
I pulled back and sniffed, looking around. The whole room was decorated, and there was a huge banner that had both mine and Eva's names on it. There were balloons and streamers, several drinks trays complete with servers, and a buffet table where everyone could eat to their heart's content. The doors to the back garden that I'd never seen used were open, and the patio was lit up with fairy lights, and several tables and chairs had been brought over to it. I didn't even know those doors opened. I blew out a long breath and smiled at my sister. Who else is here? Eva reeled off a long list of names. And Matthew, Gabby whispered as someone turned on some music. Eva's expression darkened. Go away. I laughed and looped my arm through hers. Oh, I've missed you, both of you. We know, Gabby said. Come and see everyone. Hold on, I just want to see Alex a second. I touched her arm. Give me a minute. We'll get you a drink. Eva turned Gabby away, even though she herself kept craning her head around as I walked to Alex. She was not subtle.
Happy birthday, Addie.
Miles was standing next to Alex and gave me a hug. Hey, Gabby was able to get you away from the Magpie War? I laughed. Thank you.
We're in a ceasefire.
He gave me a lopsided grin.
Besides, I needed to talk to someone other than the incompetent new apprentice gardener who mixed up a rose and a geranium.
Even I know the difference between those.
Exactly. I thought I could handle a toff party for one night.
Your sacrifice is very much appreciated. I grinned, although this isn't quite a toff party. He looked around.
I don't know. That blonde over there keeps looking at me like she wants to eat me or throw me out. I haven't decided.
I looked in his direction. Ah, that'll be Marie Laurent. She's descended from a branch of an old French noble house, although I forget which one.
They don't have a monarchy.
No, but they still fancy themselves noble, like most nobles in republics. I smiled. Avoid her if you can. She and Gabriella don't get along.
You know, I've met more people Gabby doesn't get along with than one she does, which always surprises me given how bloody nice she is.
Alex laughed at that.
She might be nice, but she takes no shit. That's true.
Alex turned to me.
Aren't you going to see your family?
I am. I'm going to see everyone in a second. I just wanted to say thank you, I said, looking up at him. For everything. He smiled down at me.
It was my pleasure.
I wrapped my arms around his neck and hugged him tight, pressing my nose against the side of his neck. He hugged me back, but I kept it brief, given how many people were here. If anyone really believed we were seeing each other, we could deal with that later. For now, I just wanted to enjoy the evening.
Chapter 29. Alexander. Miles sipped from his beer.
So, does she know yet?
I glanced at him. Know what? He snorted. You're in love with her. I scratched my forehead. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, come on, mate.
He turned to look at me.
It's obvious, isn't it? Everything you've done for her today?
Shit. And I thought cooking for Gabby was a great birthday present next month. Talk about standards to live up to. You're going to feed Gabby. She'll love you forever.
Yeah, but now I feel like I need to feed the 5,000 while I'm at it.
Don't be ridiculous.
Only if you admit you're in love with her.
Keep your damn voice down, I ground out. It's complicated.
It always is,
he muttered, swigging his beer again. What's your excuse for it? I rubbed my hand on the back of my neck. She's leaving. It's not a secret. She said from the start that she wasn't looking for a relationship.
People never are until one comes looking for them.
Ask me how I know, he finished dryly. I smirked. You love Gabriella. You wouldn't change it for the world.
I'd like to give her a Xanax every now and then, and I'd like to know what she taps away at on that little laptop of hers that she won't let anyone see.
Knowing her, she's researching patio slabs or something, I replied. No, as much as I'd like things to work with me and Adelaide, I'm not sure it would.
Because you're not in love with her, right?
Well, yes, for a start.
Well, that explains why you can't take your eyes off her, then.
I blinked. Shit, he was right. I was following her every move around the room, watching as she went from person to person to talk to them and thank them for coming.
Thought so.
Miles smirked at me, and I had the urge to punch him.
I don't know why you don't ask her to stay.
Because if she wants to, I want it to be her decision, I replied. I don't want her to stay just because she thinks I want her to. It's not easy, Miles. If she wanted to stay, she wouldn't just be getting me, she'd be getting Olympia too. You do realise she's lived here for the past 6 weeks and managed just fine? Apparently your mum loves her. That was true. She does indeed. They have far too many little afternoon tea sessions for my liking. I think you should tell her how you feel, Alex, before she leaves, and it might be too late. I'll think about it. No. Yes, I said, finishing my whiskey. I'll think about it, Miles. Asking her to stay is more than just asking her to be my girlfriend. It's about a whole lot more than that. I know. I just don't think you'll get anywhere unless you give her a chance to tell you either way. I'll think about it, I repeated. All right, then stop looking at her like you're going to propose by midnight before everyone figures out you're in love with her. How can you tell that I'm in love with her? Because you look at her the same stupid-ass way I look at Gabriella. He snorted, dangling his empty bottle between his fingers. Like the bloody world starts and stops with her. I peered over at him, fighting a smile. That is how you look at her, yes. Well, now you know how you look at Adelaide. Well played. Thank you. I am obsessed with these cats. Aunt Cat walked into the library with Monica and Phoebe in her arms. Look how fluffy they are. That was about how I expected her to announce herself, yes. Alexander, have you seen these cats? She beelined for me. I have, Aunt Cat. I live with them. Sadly. Is Uncle Henry here? No, someone has to watch Alpaca, dear. Alpaca? The dog, Miles muttered. Right, the dog she rescued in a similar manner to my mother and the cats. You'd never guess they were sisters? Of course, I said. Have you seen Mum yet? No, dear, Aunt Cat said. I was looking for her, then I found this one in the sink. She raised up Monica. And this one eating a plant. She lifted up Rachel. Aunt Cat, I have an idea. I put down my bottle and touched her upper arms. Olympia is upstairs in her room with Phoebe the cat. Why don't you go up there and you can spend all evening talking about animals? There's another cat? Sold. I kissed her cheek and sent her on her happy way. Genius, Miles said. I have got to learn how to do that. I laughed. There's nothing to it. Just distract her with something shiny and you'll be fine. Sounds like Gabriella, he mused. Pretty much. The last few days of Adelaide's stay with us passed far too quickly. After her birthday, something changed between us. It was almost as if we were both more hesitant to interact as intimately as we had before, and I'd never brought up the subject of her staying. She'd been pulling away from me, spending more time in her room and less time in the library. She'd even spent less of her free time with Olympia and Ma, choosing instead to go out in the afternoons and hide away upstairs in the evening. I could see Olympia was a little hurt about it, but emotions were difficult for her to talk about. I didn't know how to broach the subject with her without making it even harder for her. So I simply made extra time to spend with her doing the things she loved. And Ma, she was like a little lost lamb, and Adelaide hadn't even left. She'd never admit it to me, but she'd grown accustomed to them having a cup of tea together every afternoon. And that hadn't happened for the past 2 days. I think she'd liked having another woman in the house she could chat to. And now that was going. I barely even had time to think about how I felt about it all. I wasn't sure I could think about how I felt. If I did, I'd have to admit that Miles had been completely correct when he'd surmised that I was in love with Adelaide. I helped Boris haul Adelaide's cases out and into the back of her car. "Are you all right, sir?" Boris asked, helping me get the largest one in. "I'm quite fine, Boris, thank you." "Forgive me for saying so, but you look rather down." I swallowed, putting another case in, this time in the back seat instead of the boot. "I'd prefer not to discuss it, if you don't mind." "Of course not, sir." Boris continued unloading the boot. I picked up the small cage that held Treacle, and my stomach twisted. Not because I'd missed the damn animal, but because if she was taking him, she really wasn't coming back. Putting him on the front passenger seat felt an awful lot like goodbye. And not a see-you-later kind of goodbye either. I blew out a breath and shut the door. In 10 minutes, Adelaide would be gone, and this house would be as empty as it was before her. There'd be less laughter, less happiness, less books, less love.
Oh, I'm going to miss you, my dear.
Ma wrapped Adelaide in a huge hug and rocked side to side.
Please don't stay away forever, and when I come back to visit, I expect to have tea with you. I promise. You let me or Mum know when, and I'll make sure I'm around to see you. Oh gosh, this went far too fast.
Ma pulled back and held her at arm's length.
Please call me, especially when you finish that book. I want to know what your agent says, and if it's published, I want one of the first copies. Of course.
Adelaide smiled at her.
Thank you so much for your help breaking down the Tuatha De Danann law, and for finding that book about the ley lines and fairy paths. It was massively helpful. If you need anything else, just give me a call. I probably have something else here that would help. Thank you.
Adelaide's shoulders rose and fell.
For everything over the last few weeks.
Ma looked like she was going to cry.
Go on now. Say your goodbyes before you make an old lady cry. I'll take my time then. I don't see an old lady here.
She squeezed Ma's hand and moved over to Olympia. I'd never seen her look so broken. She grabbed hold of Adelaide and started crying. Adelaide dropped her head back and looked up at the sky, then bent down to her knees and hugged Olympia right back.
Hey, don't cry. I don't want you to go,
Olympia said through sobs, fisting Adelaide's jumper.
Why do you have to go? Oh, my family needs me, sweetheart. I live in Arrow Woods, you know that. But I want you to stay here.
I stood next to Ma and gripped her hand in time to see Adelaide blink back tears.
I know, and I'm sorry, but it was only for a few weeks. And look what you did in those few weeks, Ollie. Your writing is so much neater, and you've read 2 whole books. You've come so far, and I am so very proud of you and what you've achieved this summer. You are? Of course I am, silly Billy. You've done so well, and now you can go back to school and you'll find it all so much easier than before. Do you think so? I know so.
Addie pulled back and cupped her face.
Olympia, you are so much braver and brighter than you think you are. I know you can do anything you put your mind to because I've seen you achieve things you didn't think were possible. That's how I know you'll be just fine without me.
Olympia looked down at the ground.
I still don't want you to go. I know.
Adelaide hugged her again.
I will miss you so much. But remember what I said. You can call me or text me or email me whenever you want, okay? I'll even learn Snapchat for you. You promise? I promise. I'll figure it out.
Olympia nodded, then gave her one last big hug before she let her arms fall away. Boris stepped forward then and was the quickest goodbye of all, a simple grandfatherly hug that I was sure Adelaide needed in that moment.
Please drive safely, Adelaide, and let us know when you've arrived home.
I will, Boris. Thank you.
She reached up and kissed his cheek, and I could swear he blushed slightly. Then it was just me. The hardest part would be saying goodbye to her because it was the very opposite of what I wanted to do. I wanted to sweep her up and carry her back inside and lock her in that bloody library until she came to her senses. If only it were that simple. I walked over to her instead of her coming to me, and it gave us a little space between Ma, Boris, and Olympia. So, this is it, I said after a moment. Adelaide nodded.
Yes, I suppose it is.
She didn't look me in the eye. I didn't know if that was a wouldn't or a couldn't, but I doubted I'd find out.
Thank you for letting me spend the summer here and tutor Olympia. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for helping her the way you did. She's come a long way in only a few weeks, and it's all because of you.
Well, she had a lot to do with it.
She smiled, barely even glancing in my direction.
And thank you.
For what?
For everything you did for me. For treacle, too. If it weren't for you, I think I'd still be stuck writing a book I didn't feel in my heart, and I definitely wouldn't have had a few weeks that were as wonderful as the ones we had.
A little piece of my heart broke off. Then, I will thank you for the same thing. You made my life a lot brighter this summer, Adelaide, and I'm very grateful for the time we spent together. She nodded and blinked quickly.
I should go. I don't want to get caught in any lunchtime traffic on the way home, so...
Her voice almost cracked at the end, and she turned around and rushed to her car. I couldn't move. Watching her get in the car was one of the most excruciating pains I'd ever felt, and my heart was screaming at me to stop her and tell her the truth, but my mouth wouldn't move. My limbs were all frozen in place, and the sound of her engine starting cut through me like a knife. I felt nothing but pain, pure, raw pain that spread through my body and made me grit my teeth together. She was going. She was really leaving. She turned her car towards the driveway and slowly pulled away. The gravel crunched under her tires, and all I could do was watch as her car got smaller and smaller until it finally reached the gates, turned right, and disappeared. Adelaide was gone. And all I was left with was a gaping, empty, aching hole in my chest where I was sure my heart used to be. She'd taken it with her. I dropped my chin to my chest and closed my eyes. Gone. She was gone, and she wasn't coming back. I took a deep breath and looked up.
Papa,
Olympia said in a thick, sad voice.
Are you sad?
I forced a smile. A little bit, yes. She let go of Mum and walked over to me, then reached up and gave me a big cuddle.
Is that better?
Oh, much better. Thank you, sweetheart. I fought back any emotion that was threatening to escape. I couldn't let her see how much I was hurting. Why don't you go to the kitchen with Boris? I'm pretty sure there's ice cream in the freezer, and maybe he wouldn't mind getting you some.
Oh, ice cream, Boris said, his own voice slightly thick with emotion. I do like ice cream. Come along, Olympia. Let's see how many scoops we can eat before anyone finds us, shall we?
Olympia nodded and trotted off with him, slipping her hand into his. They disappeared into the house, and Ma waited for a moment before she came over to me.
Alexander, are you all right?
I drew in a deep breath. I didn't think she'd leave, you know. I thought she might change her mind. Ma reached over and took my hand between hers.
I'm not surprised at all.
You're not?
No, I knew she'd leave.
I met her gaze. How did you know? She hit me with the steely, knowing gaze that only a mother could give and said,
Well, you didn't give her a reason to stay, did you, Alexander?
Chapter 30. Adelaide. I made it through Whitborough and out the other side before I broke and pulled into a lay-by. I'd been fighting tears ever since I'd left Bentley Manor, and I couldn't hold them back any longer. My heart was breaking. Olympia killed me. Elizabeth killed me. Boris killed me. Alexander may as well have twisted a knife into my heart and killed me. Everything about leaving them was painful, but it was done now. It was over. I had to go, because there was no longer anything tying me to Bentley Manor. I just wanted to go home. My real home. The hotel, where my parents and my sister were, where I could hide in my bedroom and cry into my pillow over all the things that could have been, if only things had been different. I wasn't sure I'd ever hurt this badly in my life. It was terrifying how painful this was, how acutely the heartbreak managed to slice through me. I took several deep breaths and centered myself. Then, when I felt calm enough to drive again, I pulled out of the lay-by and headed for Arrow Woods again. Home. If I focused on where I was going and not what I'd left behind, I would be fine. It wasn't a long drive. It was doable in one hit, and that was what I was going to do. Focus on Arrow Woods. I could focus on everything else when I got there. I pushed through the emotion and just kept driving. I had to turn off the radio 30 minutes into the drive before Ed Bloody Sheeran turned me into a blubbering mess on the motorway. But somehow I did it. The relief I felt at the Welcome to Somerset sign was only eclipsed by the overwhelming peace at the Welcome to Arrow Woods one. I was home. I'd made it. I kept pushing until I got to Arrowwood Hall. Kat had said she'd happily look after Treacle until we found a space in the private garden for him, and I got a bigger space for him to live. I wasn't able to fit the hutch in my car, so I'd left it behind for Alex to split out the rabbits so there were no more babies.
"Ah, here you are."
Kat swept down the stone steps.
"Where's Treacle? Is he adorable?"
"Can I get out of the car?" I smiled and pulled my keys from the ignition. Kat moved back so I could get out, but only so she could peer in every window to locate Treacle. "Front seat," I said, fiddling with my keys. She opened the door.
"Oh, isn't he darling?"
"Thank you for taking care of him for me until I can get him set up at home."
"Oh, nonsense, darling. I love him already. We have a spare hutch, so he'll be happy as anything here. Miles has some fresh vegetables from the garden ready for him. Are you going to see Gabriella now you're back?"
I swallowed. "Is she around?"
"Hi, you're back."
Gabriella ran out of the house and over to me, wrapping me in a huge hug.
"Oh my goodness, look at him."
"It's nice to see you too." I laughed sadly, glancing at Treacle. "Thanks again, Kat. I appreciate it." She waved me off and lifted the cage up.
"Come on, Treacle. Shall we get you in a bigger space?" "Yes, we should. Do you like lettuce? I have some fresh lettuce for you. Yummy, yummy."
"She's a bit strange," Gabby said. "I think all the animals are getting to her head." "Could be worse," I replied. "She could be terrorizing the village again." She nodded slowly. "It does appear to have calmed her desire to run naked through the graveyard, that's for sure." I wasn't going to ask. I'd seen enough of Kat's shenanigans to last me a lifetime. Gabby turned to me. "Are you okay, Addie?" I licked my lips and forced a smile. "Tired, that's all. It's been a long day." Her eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "That's one strike." "I mean it. I'm just tired, Gabby. I think I'm going to go home and unpack tomorrow. Go right to bed." "Mm-hmm. And now the truth for your third attempt?" I didn't say anything. "I didn't expect you to come back, you know," she said. "I thought you'd call and say you'd decided to stay." A lump formed in my throat, and I looked away. "Well, I proved you wrong, didn't I?" "Addie." She reached for my hand. "I'm your best friend, and I can see you're a lot more than tired. You don't have to hide from me." I turned to look at her. Her gaze was so soft and understanding, and all it took was one squeeze of her hand for me to lose control. The tears came thick and fast, and I couldn't stop them. "Oh, honey, come here." Gabriella pulled me into a gentle hug, then wrapped her arm around my waist and took me inside. "Arthur, could we have some tea in the living room, please?" I vaguely saw Arthur out of the corner of my teary eyes.
"Yes, my lady. Is everything all right with Miss Astley?"
"It will be, thank you. Just the tea, if you could."
"It'll only be a moment."
"Thank you so much." Gabby took me to the living room and sat us both on the sofa. "Honey, what happened?" Another round of tears started, and she took me into her arms and started rocking me in a soothing way. I cried harder than I had in a long time, so hard that I barely registered Arthur bringing us the tea she'd asked for. I'm sure someone came in at some point, because she asked them to give us some privacy, and I heard the sound of the door shutting. But really, all I was aware of was the incessant squeezing of my heart and the throbbing of my pulse in my ears. It roared over and over, and it only seemed to amplify the hurt I felt. I didn't know how to make any of this stop. "It's all right," Gabby said, smoothing my hair. "Oh, Addie, I'm so sorry. I know he's my cousin, but I'd kill him for you." I shook my head and wiped at my eyes. "He didn't do anything. I don't know. I guess it's just not right for us." "Oh, I don't know about that," Gabby said slowly.
"All right, let's go."
Eva stormed into the room and rolled up her sleeves.
"Come on."
"Go where?" Gabby asked, amused.
"Whitborough. I know he's your cousin, but I'm going to murder the bastard. You hurt my sister, I hurt you. Pack up, come on, he's bigger than me and I need some backup."
I couldn't help but laugh at her. Even when she was trying to be a hard-ass, she still needed backup. "All right, Rambo, calm down," Gabby said, fighting a laugh of her own. "I don't think it's like that, so lower your weapons." "Ah," Eva said, sitting next to me. "Kat called me and told me it was time to roll. Talk about anticlimactic." She looked at me. "You look fucking awful." "It's good to see you too, sis," I replied dryly. "Were you expecting Princess Diana?" "No, but I wasn't expecting that." She motioned to my face. "So I don't have to kill him today?" I shook my head. "Just as well. I do have a date tonight." She leaned back on the sofa and rested her legs on top of mine. "Now, spill. Ooh, there's tea. Hold on." She poured 3 cups, grabbed hers, and sat back. "Okay, now, tell me why I'm not on my way to murder that bastarding Duke right now."
Chapter 31. Alexander. Bentley Manor was quiet without Adelaide. That was what I'd gathered over the past 5 days without her. It was quiet, it was empty, and it was lonely. I didn't realize how much time we'd really spent together until she was no longer here. I hadn't set foot in the library since she'd gone. That was almost our space, and I couldn't bear to see the chess table or the spot on the sofa she always sat on. And the desk that I'd come to think of as hers. No. The library held too many memories for me. I'd come to rely on her company. No, not rely. I'd come to cherish her company. She was a bright spot in every day for me, and I'd felt more alive with her around than I had in a long time. She'd given me a purpose beyond just being a father and a duke. She made me feel like Alexander again. When Adelaide was around, I didn't have the responsibilities or the duties I did all the other times. I could read and play chess and relax without guilt. Being with her was never a chore. It was always pleasure in every sense of the word. That was before I even considered that I loved her. God, I loved her. I loved her more than I'd ever thought possible, and I didn't know how I was going to move on without her. It sounded stupid and ridiculous, but she'd become a part of my life so quickly that my life without her lost a little bit of purpose. I missed her. I missed her so much it physically hurt. Her car was gone, her shoes were gone, her keys were never on the kitchen island. Her hands were not in the kitchen sink washing dishes against Boris's wishes. There was nobody in her bedroom. The housekeepers had scrubbed it and changed the sheets, and there were no longer any traces of her ever having been here. It hurt. Killed me, actually. But there were things to do. There was a business to run, an estate to manage, land to look over, accounting to deal with, staff to handle. I had to be a boss, a son, and a father. There was no time for anyone to see me be Alexander.
Ah, there you are, sir.
I looked up and grimaced. Is anyone looking for me?
No, sir. Your mother has taken Olympia to ballet class, and she requested that I inform you if I saw you. I didn't, so I thought I might search you out and see how you are.
Just having some quiet time. I'm sorry to have worried you, Boris.
Nonsense. Do you mind if I join you, sir?
I looked at the empty space on the bench next to me and motioned for him to sit. He did, and rather comfortably too. He stretched his legs out in front of him and crossed them at the ankles, looking around.
It's pleasant out here. I think I shall bring some tea here when I take a break.
It's a great break to hide and think, I agreed.
Indeed. Very pleasant indeed.
He smacked his lips together and continued looking around. I watched him for a moment, amused. Boris, what are you really doing out here? He chuckled.
Forgive me if you feel I'm overstepping, sir, but you haven't been yourself lately.
I can see that, yes, you're not wrong.
We're all missing the presence of Adelaide. She was quite a wonderful character to have around. I can't help but notice that you, perhaps more than the rest of us, find yourself missing her.
I ran my tongue over my teeth and dropped my gaze to the floor again. You would be correct in your observation.
Have you spoken to her since she left?
I shook my head. Not since she said she'd made it back safely.
I had an Adelaide once.
Still.
Her name wasn't Adelaide, it was Penelope, but the story is the same. Oh, similar, really.
Boris tapped his fingers against his thighs.
We were young. Oh, much younger than you are now, but I really thought she was the one for me. Like you and Adelaide, we had a lot in common. We enjoyed each other's company, and we spent many very happy nights together.
What happened? I asked quietly.
Penelope was offered a very lucrative job in Edinburgh. She'd worked for it for her entire life, and she was more than qualified for it.
Boris looked up.
I knew if I asked her to stay, she would, just as I would go with her if she asked me to. I'd been working for your grandfather as a footman for a year at that point, and I knew he would give me a favourable reference for a wealthy household in Edinburgh.
I sat up straight and looked at him. You didn't go, obviously.
I did not, he confirmed.
Did she go?
She did.
Why? He turned to look at me and put his hand on my knee.
Because, my dear boy, I never asked her to stay, and she never asked me to go.
I took a deep breath and nodded. I understood.
Neither one of us wanted to impose our will on the other. I could certainly never take her dream away from her by asking her to stay, and Penelope knew how much I loved working here, so she would never ask me to leave. And so we parted ways, both rather broken-hearted, I'd wager.
Do you wish you'd done it differently?
I do. I wish I'd had the presence of mind to speak to her and see if we could find a middle ground. I was a strong young man, there was no shortage of jobs for me back then, and I would have been just fine if I'd joined her. In the end, I think I would have married her.
I rubbed my hand down my face. Do you regret it?
Yes and no, Boris said slowly. I had 36 very happy years with Annette before she passed, and I loved her greatly. But I would be lying if I didn't sometimes wonder how things would have been if I'd been man enough to discuss things properly with Penelope.
I understand.
Do you?
I'm here because I never asked her to stay, I said softly. And I never told her how I feel. If I did, maybe we could work something out. Arrow Woods isn't that far away. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to pressure her into something I wasn't sure she wanted. Boris patted my knee again.
There we are.
What if she doesn't feel the same as me, Boris? He smiled at me.
I would put good money on the fact that she does, my dear boy. I've never seen a woman quite as heartbroken as she was when she drove away from here. Shit.
I pushed off the bench and ran my fingers through my hair. I've been such a bloody idiot. What do I do now?
You have 3 options. You can call her and hope she'll speak to you. You can stand here in the garden with me like a tormented musician. Or you can get in your car and go and show her you care.
Go to her. Of course. I could drive to Arrow Woods, tell her that I bloody well loved her, and see what happened. Boris, you're a genius. I grabbed his shoulders and hugged him. Will you tell my mother where I've gone? Boris smiled.
Not a problem, sir.
Thank you.
Do try and return with her, sir. I'm quite fond of her.
I looked over my shoulder with a grin. Me too, Boris. Me too.
Chapter 32. Adelaide. Meanwhile, in Arrow Woods.
All right, that's enough.
Eva burst into my bedroom and threw open my curtains.
I'm not doing this anymore, Adelaide.
I groaned and pulled the covers over my head.
No.
She ripped the covers off.
You've been in bed for 5 days.
I have not, I grumbled. I covered the check-in desk yesterday.
For 20 minutes in your yoga pants.
Nobody can see under the desk.
That's not the point.
She threw my duvet to the floor and started rifling through my drawers.
I've had enough of this moping around. You've exceeded your allotted 48 hours and are now taking the piss.
You're supposed to be nice to me, Eva.
I've been nice to you.
She put her hands on her hips and looked at me.
I've stroked your hair. I've wiped your tears. I've watched movies with you. I've brushed crumbs out of your bed. I've done your laundry. I've even been to feed that little tailless mouse you brought back with you.
Treacle is a guinea pig.
Whatever. Enough is enough now. It's time for you to get up and take back control of your life. Either you go and tell Alexander how you feel, or you get up and get the hell over him.
She threw a dress at me.
Get dressed.
I sat up and looked at her. Why would I tell him how I feel? He doesn't care.
Do you know that? Have you asked him?
Obviously not.
There we go then. You don't know. Frankly, I don't care which one you do. Just that you do something before you melt away.
She pointed to the bathroom.
Shower, get dressed, do your makeup, get out of this room.
You think I should tell him how I feel?
Oh, God, here we go.
Eva gripped the edge of the bed and hit me with a stare.
Yes, Adelaide, I do. If you'd done that in the first place, there's a good chance all of this could have been avoided. But you're both giant bloody chickens.
I swallowed.
Get up, drive up to Whitborough, go to Bentley Manor and tell him how you feel. If you don't, you might just lose the chance forever. You clearly love him, Addie. You're so obviously in love with him that Stevie Wonder could see it.
You don't need to go that far. She held out her hands.
I'm right, and you know I am. Even if he doesn't return the gesture, it doesn't make a difference. You'll know, and that means you can get closure and move on with your life.
I looked down at the bed. Fine, I'll shower.
Better than nothing.
I got up and grabbed the towel she handed to me on my way into my bathroom. I ran the hottest shower I could stand and stepped in, letting the water beat down on me. I went through all the motions of the shower, washing my hair and body, and finally paused to think at the end. What if Eva was right? I was in love with Alexander. It had been all I could think about since I'd gotten back here, and I'd almost texted him 1,000 times to tell him that I missed him, or some other silly message I'd have sent without thinking while I was with him. Was I hurting myself because I was too afraid he didn't feel the same? Yes, I was. It was that simple, wasn't it? Go tell him how I feel, and either move forward with him or move on without him. I turned off the shower and wrapped myself in towels, rushing out of the bathroom. Eva jolted when she saw me.
What?
I'm going, I said, clutching my towel. To Whitborough. I'm going to tell Alexander how I feel. A smile crept over her face.
Not like that, you're not. Let's get you sorted out.
My brakes squealed as I pulled up outside Bentley Manor. The gates had been open, and I hoped that meant Alexander would be here, inside, waiting. So I could tell him that I loved him. And even if he didn't feel the same, and he didn't say it back, it was okay, because I just needed to say it. I needed to tell him that I was horribly, terrifically, hopelessly in love with him, and let the chips fall where they may. I scrambled out of my car and slammed the door behind me, then ran up to the heavy wooden doors of the manor. My heart was racing. I'd never felt a fear like this. It was almost exhilarating, fear and panic, but in a way that almost felt good, like I was supposed to feel all this right now. My stomach tightened as I pounded on the doors. Someone, anyone, someone had to be here to answer the door. I'd given my key back. Why had I given him back my key? In hindsight, that was such a silly thing to do. I could have exploded in there like the movies. No, I wasn't wearing the dress for that. I knocked on the door again, using the brass knocker this time. The door swung open. My heart jumped into my throat, but it wasn't Alexander. Of course not. He didn't open the door.
Adelaide,
Boris said, surprise etched on his strong features.
What on earth are you doing here?
Where's Alexander? I need to talk to him now.
Come inside.
He stepped aside to let me in, and I rushed inside, then turned back to look at him. It's really important, Boris. Where is he? Boris paused.
Whatever is going on out here?
Elizabeth asked, following Monica the cat out of the kitchen.
Adelaide!
She swept me into a huge hug and held me at arm's length to look at me.
My dear, what on earth is the matter?
Is Alexander here? My heart was pounding now, thumping hard in my chest. So hard I thought it might break out.
He's not. Why are you here? You're supposed to be at home.
I know, but... I looked down and swallowed. Please, I have to talk to him, Elizabeth. I have to tell him. My eyes stung as I looked into her caring eyes, and I buried my face in my hands as she once again pulled me into her arms. I shouldn't have left, I said, as the emotion finally got the better of me and the tears spilled over. I vaguely heard Boris close the front door.
There, dear,
Elizabeth said, rubbing her hand over my upper back.
Let it all out. Go on.
And so I did. All the frustration and emotion of the past few days came tumbling out of me, and I cried into her shoulder. My entire body heaved with my sobs, and the pain of my stupid decision was like needles prickling all over my skin. I wished so badly I could turn back time. And now I was here, and he wasn't. And I was crying onto his mother's shoulder like a complete moron. I'm so sorry, I said to Elizabeth, straightening up. I've gotten mascara all over your lovely dress. She peered over at her shoulder and scoffed. It's just a bit of mascara, dear. Now, why don't you come and sit in the kitchen? I think I heard Boris make us a nice pot of tea, and I got a cake from Maggie this morning. Let's sit and have a little chat, shall we? I nodded. Where's Olympia? She's out with Peter, mucking out the stables. Just as well, too. She'd get herself in a right tiz if she saw you all upset like this. I don't want her to know I'm here, I said, when she pulled me into the kitchen. Just in case. Oh, I don't think we need to worry about that. Elizabeth deposited me on a stool and took the one next to me. And the cake I brought home this morning, Boris, please. This tea smells lovely. She took control of the pot and poured 3 cups, sliding my teacup and saucer over to me. Sugar? 1, please. I'll make it 2. I think you could do with an extra. She daintily added 2 sugars and a dash of milk. Now, get that in you. There's nothing a cup of tea can't fix.
Quite right, Mum,
Boris said, bringing over a cake box.
And here's yours. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you.
She nodded to him. Better? She asked me, then looked over my head. Ah, Emily, would you be a dear and get the makeup wipes from my bedroom, please? They're on the dressing table. Yes, Mum, I'll be right back. Emily's voice echoed from the hallway. Well, Adelaide? Better? Yes, thank you, I said softly, setting the teacup back on the saucer. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what came over me. Elizabeth raised her cup to her lips. Well, Love makes us do funny things, dear. You know? Of course I know. Do you think I'm blind? It was quite obvious the two of you had something going on that you were trying to keep secret for the last couple weeks of your stay. You failed dismally, if I might say so. Boris nodded. I have to agree there. Oh, I mumbled. And even if that weren't the case, you were both utterly devastated when you left. You could see it on your faces. I was wondering when you'd come back. You knew I'd come back? Of course, and I was hoping you would, right up until this afternoon. Why this morning? Elizabeth glanced at Boris. I looked at them both. What? What happened this afternoon? My dear girl, Boris said gently, Alexander isn't here because he's on his way to Arrow Woods. My entire world stopped. He was... No. He had to be wrong. Why would he be going to Arrow Woods? What? Why? Boris smiled. To tell you the exact same thing you're here to tell him. My pulse thundered in my ears. Oh, no. Elizabeth laughed. My sentiments exactly. Oh, dear, I whispered. She patted my hand. Boris, would you call Arthur and see if Henry or Gabriella are around? He should be there within the next half an hour, and Gabriella might need to calm him down. I'll go back, I said, pushing the stool back. I'll drive home. Tell him to stay where he is. Absolutely not, Boris said, pushing me back down by my shoulders. You almost had a panic attack not 20 minutes ago. You will stay here until he returns. That was probably a good idea. Emily returned with the makeup wipes, and Elizabeth handed them to me so I could clean my face. I imagined I looked like something out of a teen horror movie, so I went to the downstairs bathroom to clean my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were red and a little puffy, and all I wanted to do was crawl under some covers and come out when Alexander was back. I couldn't believe I'd cried in front of Elizabeth and Boris. Well, I'd cried in front of Boris. I'd cried on Elizabeth. At least she didn't seem to mind. I took a deep breath and returned to the kitchen, where Elizabeth was on the phone and Boris was cutting the cake. Yes, thank you, Gabriella. Yes, please do call me when you see him. Yes, dear, she's fine. Don't worry. Of course. I'll speak to you soon. Bye, dear. She hung up and looked at me. Gabriella is going to the hotel now and will call me after. Come and have some cake. I wasn't going to argue with that. I sat down at the island again and stabbed my fork into the slice of cake in front of me. So what now? Now we eat cake. And we wait. Elizabeth smiled and put a forkful of cake in her mouth. Well, all right then.
Chapter 33. Alexander. The drive to Arrow Woods from Whitborough seemed to take 3 times as long as usual. There was delay after delay on the roads, 2 diversions, and as I finally approached the village, I was stuck behind a convoy of 3 tractors. I banged the back of my head against my seat and rolled my car along the road, yawning. This slow-moving traffic was going to be the death of me, even if my stomach was tied up in knots. I had to tell Adelaide how I felt, how I really felt, the whole truth, and how she simply had to come back to Bentley Manor with me or I might lose my mind. I needed her. I needed her more than I'd ever needed anyone, and the more I thought about living without her, the sicker I felt. No, that wasn't an option. She felt something for me, I knew that. I'd seen the tears in her eyes when she'd said goodbye, and there'd been something in the way she'd hugged me before she'd left. Something deeper, more tender. Something that felt an awful lot like she didn't want to let go. I couldn't believe I'd been so stupid. I couldn't believe I'd just let her drive away from me without even trying to make her stay. I'd promised myself I'd fight for her, and when the moment to fight had come, I'd frozen. Not this time, though. I wasn't going to freeze this time. I was going to fight for her. For us. For the family we could be if she wanted it. Fucking finally, I muttered when the train of tractors turned off towards a farm. I put my foot down and sped the rest of the way to Arrow Woods, only slowing down when I was forced to for a little traffic. I made it to the Fox and Hound moments later and pulled into an empty space. Thankfully, I could walk right into the hotel, but I froze when I reached the lobby. What was I supposed to damn well do now? Alex! Gabby rushed over from one side of the lobby with Eva hot on her heels. You have to go back. What? No. Where's Adelaide? I have to talk to her. You can't, Eva said, grabbing my arm. She's not here. Well, where is she? I'll wait until she's back. I haven't driven all the way here for us not to talk now, and she's at Bentley Manor, Gabby blurted out. What the hell was she doing there? Why is she there? I looked between them as shock ran through me. What? Why? To talk to you. Eva dropped her hand. She left maybe an hour before it sounds like you did, but it took you ages to get here. Roadworks, diversions, tractors. Makes sense, but Addie's with your mum and she's keeping her there until you get back. Why does she want to talk to me? Why is she... I took a deep breath. Why didn't she tell me she was coming? Well, not to be that person, but you didn't tell her you were coming here, did you? Gabby grinned. Aunt Elizabeth tried to call you, but she couldn't get through. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and showed her the black screen. It's dead. I have no battery. Oh, of course, Eva muttered. If this isn't every cutesy rom-com movie we've ever watched. I ignored her. So what, she's staying at Bentley Manor? Gabby nodded. She was going to drive here, but apparently she was a bit frantic when she got there, and they thought it best for her to stay put. Frantic? Why was she frantic? Look, stay here, Eva said, glancing at Gabby. It's getting late. Yeah, follow me back and stay over. Dad will be happy to see you and we can talk the garden plans. Gabby agreed. It'll be dark soon and you know she'll be fine with your mum. No. I shook my head and stepped back. No, I have to get back. You can't drive, you're tired. At least get something to eat before you leave, Eva said. There are free tables in the dining room. I'll make sure you get something quickly. I shook my head again. No, I don't have time. Then let me get you something to take with you, please. I took a deep breath and jerked my head in the affirmative. All right, yes, thank you. Sit there. Gabby pushed me back into a chair to sit down. Give us 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes, all right. I could wait for 5 minutes. They left and I rubbed my hand down my face. What was Adelaide doing at Bentley Manor? And what were the chances that at some point on the drive we'd have gone past one another? God, I needed to leave. I needed to get back. I needed to get to her. I needed to... Her. I needed her. I jiggled my leg nervously. What was taking them so long? It was taking forever. I needed to leave now. 5 minutes ago, actually. Here. Eva held out a bag for me. We need to call your mum and let her know. Will you speak with her for a minute? Or Addie? I shook my head. No, I have to speak to her in person. Thank you for this. I really appreciate this. Eva stared at me for a moment and hugged me quickly. Be safe. It's getting dark and the forecast says a storm is moving in. I'll be home before you know it. I promise. I squeezed her arm and headed for the door. Thank you. I ran out of the hotel and got in my car, backing out as soon as I could. The radio rumbled to life, and the subsequent weather report that crackled through confirmed there was a huge summer storm coming over from Ireland, and I was driving right up into the edge of it as it moved across Wales. I pulled over, set Google Maps to divert around the roadworks, and pulled back out again, and glanced at the glove box as if I could see the little box my mother had slipped in there. I was going to get my Adelaide. And when I did, I wasn't going to let her go again. Ever.
Chapter 34. Adelaide. Rain lashed against the windows, but it didn't stop me from staring out of the living room at the driveway. Elizabeth had done as I'd asked and hidden me from Olympia, but she was now in bed, and Elizabeth had left me to my own devices. According to my sister, Alex was on his way back here. He should have been here by now, but she'd mumbled something about diversions on the phone, and I assumed that was what the delay was for. I wondered what route he was taking. I didn't pass any on my way here, but that didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I just wanted him to get here safe. Just because it was summer didn't mean it wouldn't rain torrentially. "Dear, why don't you sit on the sofa? It'll be much more comfortable than the window," Elizabeth said, standing in the doorway. "I know there are some roadworks on the route he usually takes, so that's probably causing the delay. Besides, a watched pot never boils." I dropped my chin to my chest and sighed. "You're right. Or go to bed. Your room has clean sheets," she said softly. "I'll send him up when he's home." "No, thank you." I swung my legs off the window seat and stretched them out, and lights came streaming through the window. Headlights. He was here. "See?" Elizabeth said, curving her lips to one side. "As soon as you stopped watching, he got here." I rushed through to the hallway, where I pulled on my shoes. Wrapping my cardigan around me, I opened the door and ran outside just in time to see Alex climbing out of his car. He looked up and met my eyes. "Addie." Oh, gosh. My heart thumped, and everything I felt for him rushed through me like a tornado. I ran down the steps and across the drive to him, launching myself at him before he'd taken even a single step. I wrapped my arms around him and pressed my face into his neck, squeezing my eyes tightly shut. His arms circled me, holding onto me for what felt like dear life, and his nose brushed against the side of my neck. Nothing had ever felt as good as this did. "I never should have left," I whispered as the rain lashed down onto us. "I'm so sorry." "No." He brought his hands up and cupped my face. "No, Addie, I never should have let you go. I was a bloody fool to let you leave." A thick lump formed in my throat, and I desperately tried to swallow it back. "Does that mean—" "I love you," Alex said, rain dripping off his hair onto his cheeks. "I am so ridiculously in love with you that I don't know what to do with myself if you aren't here." I sniffed, feeling tears well in my eyes. "I simply cannot stand being away from you anymore. That's why I went to the hotel. I had to tell you how I felt before I lost the chance." "That's why I came here," I replied, "to tell you the same thing." He smiled, brushing his thumb across my cheek. "I love you, Alexander." He dipped his head forwards and pressed his lips against mine. I gripped hold of his wet t-shirt, closing the distance between our bodies. The rain hammered down onto us, but I didn't care. I could have stood out here, freezing, kissing him all night, without a care in the world, as long as we were together. I pulled back and met his eyes. "Leaving you was the stupidest decision I could have made, and I've regretted it ever since. I don't want to do that again." "Then don't," Alex whispered. "Don't leave, Adelaide. Stay. Stay with me and Olympia and Ma and Boris and those stupid bloody cats." I couldn't help but smile at that. I knew he liked them, really. "Really?" "Don't make me chase you to Somerset again," he said, sliding his hands down my arms and pulling me against him. "Please." "I have a lot of stuff. I have a very large house, if you haven't noticed. I left Treacle at Gabby's." He sighed. "I forgot about the guinea pig." "How could you forget Treacle? You bought him for me." "That is true. We're going to need to hire a van, aren't we?" I smiled at him and nodded. "Well, if it means you'll stay with me." He kissed me, and I nodded again, moving my lips over his. "Forever?" "Maybe," I teased him. "No maybe about it. I think that tiara will suit you. Oh, well, if forever comes with the tiara, you might be able to sway me. Alexander brushed his lips over mine. It does. And the house. And I'll even let you get more guinea pigs. Sold. I paused. Wait, that wasn't a proposal, was it? He eyed me. Did you want it to be? Kinda lost the moment there. He held up one finger and went back to the car, rummaged around, and then walked back over to me with a little box in his hand. My eyes went wide. Why was that in your car? I don't know, he said, amusement tinging his tone. It may have been slightly optimistic of my mother to insist I take it, so I guess we'll have to see. Alexander, have you thought this through? No. He met my eyes, fighting a laugh. But I don't need to. Where on earth did you get that? It's the one my father gave my mother. She told me if I was going to propose to you, she wanted me to use this. Anyone else, I'd have to buy my own. That was the most Elizabeth thing I'd ever heard. My lips pulled up. You've lost your mind. Incredibly likely. He took a step towards me and dropped onto one knee. I know this is impulsive and insane, and we're both soaking wet and freezing cold. I laughed, pressing my hand to my mouth. But 5 days without you was hell enough, and I know there's nobody else I'd rather spend the rest of my life with, and I think I've known that for a while. Oh my God. I know I'm asking a lot of you. I'm asking for you to take on more than just me, and your life will change far more than mine will. But I'm going to ask you anyway. I sniffed, and a noise that was half laugh and half sob choked out of me. So, Adelaide Astley, would you make this crazy man the happiest one in the world? Will you marry me? He opened the little box, and the most gorgeous, timeless diamond ring was instantly rained on. I laughed as the raindrop dripped off the stone and fell onto the velvet cushion beneath it. Not to rush you, but we're wet, and this gravel is hurting my knee, and I'm pretty sure my mother and all the staff are staring out of the window right now. Yes, I laughed, bending down to kiss him. Yes, I will. He pushed to standing, never breaking the kiss, and pulled me against him. Thank you. You're welcome. I pressed my face into his chest, laughing, then jolted. Someone was screaming. I turned just in time to see Elizabeth running over with 2 towels in her hands and... Oh. Mother, are you crying? Alexander asked, staring wide-eyed at her. It's the rain, Elizabeth cried, waving the towels. Wrap these around you and get in before you catch your death. There's a wedding to plan. Oh, gosh, Boris, we need some tea. Pots and pots of tea and champagne. Do we have any in the wine cellar? Oh, gosh, the tiara can come out. We get to use the tiara in a wedding again. Someone call the bank. Mom, perhaps you should sit down, Boris said diplomatically in the doorway. Yes, perhaps you're right. Elizabeth stopped in the doorway and leaned against the frame to steady herself. Come along, Mom. Boris offered her his arm. Let's get you that cup of tea. Yes, tea. I blinked after her. What was that? She likes weddings, Alex said slowly, wrapping a towel around my shoulders. And tiaras. We might have to assign her a few tasks to keep her busy. She knows it's going to be at least a year before we get married, right? Boris, remind me to call the bank for the tiara, Elizabeth said loudly from inside. No, I don't think she does, he mused. I looked at Alex. She's awfully excited for someone who is about to lose the right to some very pretty jewellery. She'll wear the Bath scroll tiara. On the other hand, at least we know what to get her for Christmas. That's an excellent point. Speaking of jewellery... He plucked the ring from the box and took my hand, deftly sliding it onto my finger. It was too big, and the diamond spun around so the plain back of the band was on top. Ah. Alex looked at it,
It looks like we'll need to visit a jeweller tomorrow." I laughed, leaning into him. "Can we get out of the rain now?" He put the ring back in the box, snapped it shut, and wrapped his arm around my shoulders, guiding me to the front door. "Welcome home, Adelaide." Epilogue. Adelaide. 6 months later. I'm marrying Matthew. I dropped my sandwich on the floor, and Elizabeth's newly gained Jack Russell, Betsy, quickly moved to mop it up. "You're what?" "I'm marrying Matthew." Eva sat on the sofa opposite me, bolt upright, not a single tell that she was lying. I knew when my sister was lying. She was not lying. "That's the most random thing you could have said. You're marrying Matthew, as in Matthew Bennet, Earl of Anglesey Matthew Bennet. Do you know any other Matthew Bennets?" "No." "There's your answer." "Okay, I have questions." I put my plate on the table and leaned forward. "Why?" Eva threw out her arms. "Why not? That's not an answer, Eva." She sighed. "Fine, all right. Mum and Dad are still struggling with the hotel. I met up with Matthew in London 2 weeks ago. I was upset. I told him what was going on and he proposed a deal." "He proposed all right." "No, listen to me." She held up her hands. "I don't want to get married, Adelaide. I never have. I'm not like you. I'd be quite happy to be single for the rest of my life." Again, no lies. I already knew that. "Matthew feels the same way. He has no desire to have a serious relationship. But if he doesn't get married and have a son, the earldom dies out." Oh no. I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. "He needs a wife and heir, and the hotel needs money. Eva, it's simple. We'll both get fertility tests. If they come back good, then it goes ahead. We'll stay married for a certain amount of time and I'll produce him an heir, and then we'll divorce amicably." Several questions. I'll start on the first one. Where does the hotel come into this? As my husband, he will speak to Dad about it and offer to take part ownership, injecting the money into the business that it needs. As far as Mum and Dad will be aware, we've been in a secret relationship and have decided to take it to the next level. All right, fair enough. What if you don't have a boy? 2 children. If both are girls, we choose the divorce route. If the firstborn is a boy, then we're grand. I rubbed my hand across my face. How does the divorce work? Amicable, 2 years after the birth of a male heir. He'll make sure I have a place to live and that all the child's expenses are covered. She shrugged. There'll be no need to make it nasty. We're both going into this with the same expectation. Okay, what if you don't get pregnant at all? That's why we're getting the fertility test. That doesn't mean you'll get pregnant. No, but it does mean I'll have fulfilled my end of the deal by being able to fall pregnant, and if I don't after 2 years, then it's done. Evangeline, are you aware you are literally putting your womb up for rent? Surrogates do, and they don't even get laid for it. I get to live in luxury in a small castle, get great sex, and get looked after for the rest of my life, and save the hotel. Seems like a pretty good deal to me. Well, when she put it like that, it was hard to argue with. I don't like this, Eva. I think that's a very slippery slope you're going down. It's not a marriage. That's a contract. It's nothing more than a convenience for you both. It happens all the time, Addie, especially in our circles. I don't mind if I have kids or not, but I don't want to get married. Matthew needs kids and doesn't want to get married. This works for us both. Plus I get a shiny little title that I can lord over Charlotte because the Anglesey earldom is older than the Coventry one. There it was. There was always a side motive with Eva. What about your life? She shrugged. I hate that damn art gallery. I can paint from wherever. I'm not too enthused about moving up there, but it's not for that long, and his estate is beautiful. I could do worse things with my life. No, I mean your life. Will you see other people? She shook her head. No, it's in the contract. We both must remain monogamous, or the contract is void. That was something, at least. You're going to do it no matter what I say, I said, swatting at Betsy to leave the rest of my sandwich alone. I'm just going on the record and saying that I think it's going to end badly. Thank you for the advice, Professor Cupid. When's the wedding? Next month. Next month? I blinked at her. Where? Anglesey, of course. Eva stood and grabbed her bag.
I have to go. I need to hand in my notice at the gallery. I jumped up after her. Have you thought this through? No. Cheerio! She waved and disappeared, and I chased her through to the front door, but she was already gone. Oh, balls, I said, shutting the door again. Everything all right? Alexander asked, walking out of the kitchen with a handful of bourbon biscuits. Has Eva gone already? Yes, and I'm not amused with her, I replied, folding my arms across my chest. She's marrying Matthew. Alex choked on his biscuit. She's doing what? She's marrying Matthew. You're going to have to explain that to me, darling. I'd suggest you sit down first. It's quite a wild ride.
This recording of Dating the Duke was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC, narrated by Shakira Shute and Will Watt, produced by Dreamscape Media LLC. Text copyright 2022 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2022 by Dreamscape Media LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.